This little thunderstorm, we have to watch every one of these today. All right, we have to watch every one because the environment's so unstable. A lot of warnings, especially here initially, are going to want to go severe. So just north of Buckner, non-severe thunderstorm, but it's growing fast. Here's one that's by Excelsior Springs. This one is a severe thunderstorm. That one's tracking up by Bramer. Let's get you the timing on this one. So everything just got issued rather recently. So there you can see the outline with it. That goes till 3:15. And what we're looking at here is 60-mile-per-hour winds. And these things are booking, too. They're going about 40 miles per hour. So that one's got half-dollar size hail. One of the things that we're going to have to watch for today is going to be big hail, especially as these storms fire up south and west of Kansas City. So that one's moving quickly. A couple more up here. Now, these are generally near base severe thunderstorms. All right, so we're not seeing huge hail with any of these. We have severe thunderstorms sometimes this time of year, and these are 60-mile-per-hour, quarter to half-dollar size hail that we have. There's another one by Breckenridge. You can see they're almost kind of even hard to delineate. So it's kind of one big complex of thunderstorms here. And then we move up to our north. This is one of the first areas that lit up today. You can see all the lightning with these storms up by Albany and Bethany, moving northeast again at about 40 miles per hour, and then that line that moves south and west. So one that we're watching rather closely is out to our west. You can see all the warnings that are lit up here, and Melissa has a track on the one that is, I believe, just straight west of us. It's going to miss Kansas City, but this line out west of Kansas City is one that's going to grow rather quickly. So, Melissa, why don't you go ahead and show us what you see with the track and give us some timing with that one.
Got it. These are going pretty much 40, 45 miles per hour, kind of what we've seen overall, the gist of the direction, or I should say of the speed. These have been going, you can see the one that's just west of us in Emporia. Got a lot of lightning with it. We're also going to kind of track the storms too that are from Topeka. So I want to do the one first that's going to go into our portions of our southern areas because we are going to see it move here pretty shortly into the area. So just to double check to see if we've got any new information on the timing for the speed, I should say. It's around 55 miles an hour. So this one's going a little bit faster. So we'll go 55 miles per hour. It's off towards the northeast. So we're going towards Ottawa, Garnett. So once we get to around 301, we start to see it around Reading, Valley Brook around 318. Keep in mind right now it's 254. We're going to get towards Lawrence and Ottawa between about 342, 352, Eudora around 358, and then Gardner heading there first. Keep in mind some of these areas also have seen many rounds of severe storms now at this point, so this is also going to be for hail and wind. But I did want to zoom up towards the northern side of this line, just a little bit more towards the north. To the storms that have developed just towards Topeka and Lawrence, those are going to kind of be heading towards the east, northeast as well. So if we kind of zoom that out, head it towards the east, we're looking, keep in mind, it's right now 246, Kansas City around 343, so about an hour-ish away. And then Overland Park, 339, Lansing, 327. So we're going to be watching this line of storms. Luke had mentioned we're going to see a line. We'll see some of those isolated storms out ahead of the line. The quicker this line starts to form, the more we're going to see kind of that stronger kind of wind threat, moving it a little bit slower. So that's the tracks there. I am going to look to Luke. I'm going to send it back to you, and then I'm going to take a look at our hail tracker for the storms that are to the north.
Yeah, I saw that you had some bright colors popping up on us. So far, what we're getting from the Weather Service is that these are up to half-dollar size in a couple spots, which is severe, but it's not tremendous, though that's going to be changing quickly, again, as these things grow rather rapidly. What Melissa was just talking about, I think, is important. We kind of had two modes today of how this could play out, kind of two scenarios. One was we would have more individual spotty storms for a few hours. That would bring a higher hail threat, a higher tornado threat. Now, we've got a couple of them that we're going to have to watch. This one over here by Richmond, this one that's out here by Chillicothe. So some of these that are out ahead of this main line, and we'll continue to watch for that. But the reason, again, why the level 4 was issued is if this went into a line quickly, that will actually bring the tornado threat and the big hail threat down a little bit. But you swap that out for whenever you get the big line, it's going to tap into jet stream winds, a lot of wind energy, and that wind threat is what comes up. That's what the Storm Prediction Center that puts out these outlooks and every watch across the country, they saw that threat. So as we go into this evening, tornado threat's still going to be there, but we got to be thinking about these extreme winds, okay? Something we do have, just so you know, we're up on Facebook. We're streaming on Facebook, YouTube. We're on the KCTV5 app, First Warn 5 weather app, kctv5.com. I'm watching for your questions here. We're going to watch that throughout the day. And one of them popped up already that, Melissa, you had noted. Out at the Legends, the Speedway. Mm-hmm. We've got a lot of people that are out there because we've got NASCAR in town this weekend. And there's a lot of RVs, not good spots to be whenever there's severe weather. So if you're out there, if you know somebody that's out there, this line is coming. All right, we're going to get this line of thunderstorms, and they're going to be intense. Now, I'm not saying everybody gets severe weather, but the risk is rather high. So they may want to consider at least having in mind where they would go if you're in a spot like that. All right, so if you're in a place that for whatever reason is not good shelter, be thinking what would be good shelter today. Have that plan, have a way to get reliable alerts, the First Warn 5 weather app, and that way you can stay on top of anything that comes our way. So that's kind of the broad picture. Melissa, you said that you had the hail tracker and you're seeing some stuff. Why don't we show that real quick?
Okay, we're talking to the storms just towards the north along our northern border, Gentry, Harrison, up towards the northern areas. So I wanted to zoom in, show you what we're looking at in terms of our hail trackers. Starting to see some of those brighter blues start to pop up just north of Albany, kind of along the county line, north of 136, heading towards Washington Center. These are picking up about half dollar-sized hail possibility, 1.1, 1.2. So if you are living in Washington Center, likely seeing some small hail now, have the potential to see more of that larger hail developing. But if I zoom really in close to take a look at the cross streets of where we could see more of that kind of larger hail now, we're mainly looking at our State Highway C, Highway FF, State Highway FF, some of that kind of larger hail potential to be with these storms. And then we'll zoom out and go up towards the north where we're seeing a little bit of that blue again. That is just towards the west of Washington Center. And that is going to be pretty much on that line west of West State Highway M. So seeing some small hail up there. Keep in mind, these specific storms have been going for a while, a lot of lightning with them. These are moving pretty quickly. Once again, these have been 40, 45 miles per hour. Most recently, around 40 miles per hour. So because they are going in the same direction, though, moving northeast, if you are living up kind of along the northern border, Ridgeway, Bethany, you will probably see more of that storm activity lift back up from the storm down towards the south. So we'll be watching the hail cores as we go through the next couple of hours. We'll be watching for wind and that tornado threat too. But I wanted to zoom in to show you the storms that are to the north, starting to pick up more of those kind of hail tracks versus others. We are seeing some small other spots, a little bit hard to see as I'm zoomed out here, but some smaller hail pockets starting to develop pretty much with all of the small storms, not small storms, the severe storms that we're looking at in small spots. So we'll be watching, and it looks like we just got a new severe warning too for that storm that we were tracking off towards the west. So as we mentioned, really, if I zoom out, take a look at the line that's starting to form. Luke had just mentioned this, but all the way from Bethany to St. Joseph, Topeka got a little bit of a break, but Emporia back towards El Dorado, we're really only missing Topeka right now to start to see some storms filling in between Topeka and Emporia right now. This is the line that's going to be moving through. So we're going to be watching the line back to the west. We're watching what's east ahead of the line overall, because keep in mind, Kansas City right now, mainly dry. We've got a few of those severe storms that are off towards the northeast. They just added a new one as well up towards the northeast for Trenton and Milan too. So we're seeing kind of two spots where we're watching right now. Luke?
Yeah, let me zero in on this one that's in Clay County. So this is a new one, and we were watching it for you just a minute ago. So reset, get our base here, and we'll zoom in over here on Clay County. And what we have to watch here are these cells that are down here by themselves. So this one is influencing the one to the north, which is influencing the one to the north, and that is a domino effect. So the farther that you go where you've got that string, the lower the tornado risk would be as you go north. But these ones that are down here by themselves, that's got an open airway to tap into the unstable atmosphere, and these are the ones, especially again away from that main line, that may want to rotate. So I just want to investigate that. We're not right now, this is just a severe thunderstorm. I'm just letting you know what we're keeping an eye on, as that is the risk. I'll turn the lightning off for you. And this warning right now, just base severe thunderstorm warning, but it's growing quickly. Half dollar size hail, 60 mile per hour winds. It's moving at, what is this, 45. They're between 40 and 50 miles an hour into the northeast. So these things are going to be booking it. And our radar scans take about 5 minutes. So I'll give you the track that we have right now for it, but it's already going to be just a little bit ahead of that. So northeast, we'll go 45 miles an hour, right about there. So there's going to be some spots here that get hit repeatedly by severe thunderstorms. You'll have one, and then it moves out, then another one comes in. It's just kind of the nature of the beast today. So up here by Rayville, 258, we're at 252 right now, so you've got about 5-ish minutes. Dockery, 303. Georgeville at 316. Cowgill at 320. Then Bramer, you're looking at about 330. And then we're at Breckenridge by 341. Hey, John, we've got this camera, this one right here. I see that's rocking. Can you tell me where that is? Oh, this is Odessa. Okay. Let's look at that. So that's just a little bit farther to the south. You can see that camera, which it's a windy day, but it just kind of looked like an interesting view. So here's Odessa. Talking about Odessa, Missouri, right? Okay. It said Mo on the camera. So Odessa, I just had it right there. All right, so you've got this developing cell, but nothing severe. It looks nasty from that camera view. What's the top one, Rhett? What do we have there? What's above it? North of Platte City, so up here in this mess. So the top camera view, that's this one right here. We're looking right up in here, so up in this mess. So a big string of severe thunderstorms there too. So just look at this view for a minute. I mean, most storms that are going, Melissa, are going severe. Pretty much anything that fires up, that's why we had all the awareness around today, is because that's what they would want to do. So all that stuff is at least producing in spots potential for severe winds and hail. No rotation yet. Let's go up here north of Weston and watch this little batch that we've got. This one right here's, these two are some of the stronger ones that I'm seeing. This is Nortonville. So over here by Atchison, this warning goes until 3:15. Here, I'll let it pop up so you can see it. This is what I'm talking about. This one goes till 3:15, so sections of Atchison, Buchanan County, so you're talking about St. Joe, Doniphan, and Platte. The reason for this is quarter-size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. So again, a base-level storm, but it's going to come right past where this one is, that severe thunderstorm warning. So another spot that's going to get raked by one severe storm followed by another one, and that's going to lead to a flooding threat throughout the day too. All right, Melissa, what do you have over there?
We're zoomed in back on that storm you were just kind of looking at towards Atchison County, Nortonville. We just have some reports for Atchison County of pea-sized hail. So I did zoom in on the hail core just towards the east of Nortonville and then kind of up that 39 corridor and then in between, I believe this is 116. That's where we're seeing some of those pockets of maybe some returns of some of that kind of anywhere between about a quarter-sized hail, but confirmed hail size right now out of Atchison County has been pea-sized hail. So just want to let you know for those folks that are in that specific area. If we zoom out, these are moving, remember, towards the northeast, so heading towards Cummings and then Hawthorne, and then eventually going to cross over state line, and then St. Pat's over towards Atchison. So just wanted to fill you in there too on that storm you were tracking. Luke.
Okay, thanks, Melissa. Yeah, I want to take a peek at something that we've been talking a lot about is the wind. Let's see if there's any severe wind that jumps out to us. I'm going to turn off. We've got a whole bunch of different radars on here. So I want to stop that and see if there's anything that just screams out to us. So what I do see, this little spot right here by DeKalb and Dearborn. If I look right there, it's a little something that we're going to have to watch. That would be a section of severe wind. Melissa, I'm on base winds. Would you check this out for us on Storm Relative?
Yes,
and see if there's any real spin there. So we've got something happening here. So that would be a section of especially intense winds within that. So the severe portion of this storm, as far as the wind goes, would be right there next to DeKalb, moving toward Agency at about 45 miles per hour. Might miss St. Joe just to the south, but that's one spot that I see. Here's another little cluster south of Savannah looking at winds. That one right over there. So here's 29. So 29 does that hook right over by St. Joe. Just past 29, headed toward King City, is another area of enhanced or focused wind. So this is going to be over there by Cosby, 169 Highway, headed toward Union Star. Something to keep an eye on there. Let's go over here to this other cluster. I'm not seeing as much that jumps out to me as far as a focus spot of wind. There's little patches that are going to come and go, but nothing's too obvious with those. So these are more of a hail thing. Melissa's pulling up the winds, and I can see them over there, so that's why I was looking off screen for a sec. So yeah, that's what I see with these. Let's take it to Melissa and see what if there's any spin. We're looking for rotation.
Not much. Once we get these into a line, we're going to be looking for kind of little notches. These quite aren't in a line yet. When we think about specific, storm structure right now, looks like though, just down towards
tornado
the
warning.
southeast.
Yep, we were on it for you, and I thought I saw something there. Let's zoom in. Melissa, you take that. That's okay.
Yeah. Keep in mind we got to switch off to this specific radar. Might kind of switch.
You bet. Yes. All right, we're going to switch over. We're going to go on air for this.
The tornado warning will be until 3:30. Atchison, Buchanan, Platte counties are included in this. This is moving. It is.
Okay, Melissa, here we're going to cut in real quick.
Go ahead.
All right. Okay, good afternoon. We're breaking in because we have our the first tornado warning of the day. This is in sections here. Let me zoom out. This just came out. We were streaming on air. We're watching this very closely for you. So here's the view. We're talking about sections of Atchison County right there in that red warning. This just came out moments ago that we have a tornado warning in effect. So we've been watching this big cluster of severe thunderstorms that has just lit up over the past hour or so. And now we have some rotation that we've got to watch. Melissa, if you would have that ready to go. I'm going to turn off the lightning here so you can get a peek of what we're looking at. So it's this red section right here. Here's Atchison. Here's Nortonville. There's Atchison. There's Nortonville. So sections of Atchison County. Rapidly developing storm. I'm going to guess, from what I can tell, it's probably right in here, northeast of Nortonville, though Melissa has the exact position here in just a moment, and we're going to track that for you. But just know that if you are in this warning in Atchison County, if you're just east of Nortonville, if you're in Atchison, if you're over here by St. Pat's, that right there is probably where the tornado is. So here's St. Pat's. It's going to move east at 45 miles per hour. You need to get to your basement if you've got one. Not everybody has a basement, and just, if you've got kids, just calmly get everybody ready, and you can go to the interior part of your house, put as many walls between you and this potential tornado as possible. If you don't have a great, let's say you're in an apartment, get to the lowest level that you can, and bathrooms can also be a relatively good spot because the plumbing that's in the walls can actually act as support and make the walls stronger. Quite a bit whenever you see tornado damage, the bathrooms are the rooms that are left standing. So there it is, tornado warning. Let's get the information here for you. This is, again, for sections of southeastern Atchison County. That's Kansas, of course, and southwestern Buchanan County and northern Platte County. So crossing over the state line goes till 3:30. There's Hawthorne, there's St. Pat's. Let's get to Melissa. She's got the exact location on radar on her end, and she can provide us with a great track.
It looks like right now it's just south of Hawthorne. So Hawthorne, get in your tornado safe place now. This is looking like maybe just south of 59 highway. This is the kind of spot we're looking at right now for that rotation. So Cummings, you're likely fine right now. Hawthorne needs to be getting in your tornado safe place. And then crossing likely over that kind of highway of 59 will eventually cross over Ottawa Road. So if you are in the Hawthorne area of 59 highway, cross streets of Ottawa Road, you need to be getting in your tornado safe spot now. I am going to put a quick little track on this, but Hawthorne, keep staying in your tornado safe place, especially if you're in the cross streets of that kind of 59 and then over towards places like our Osborne Road. This is eventually going to move into places like St. Pat's, and so I'm going to put a quick track on here. As last update, this is moving around 40 miles an hour, so it is moving pretty quickly, and it is moving off towards the east. But keep in mind, these can sometimes jog off towards the northeast. So St. Pat's, that's going to be headed towards your area soon. St. Patrick's School at 309. Right now it's 301, so get what you need to get and get in your tornado safe place. St. Pat's around 309, Summer School around 312, and then Dalby around 313. Keep in mind, we are going to get radar scans about every 5 minutes, so we are going to be looking down the line of people that need to be getting in their tornado safe place as well. So we are looking right now, still zoomed in, just south of Hawthorne, but Hawthorne, you need to be getting in your tornado safe place zone now. We're going to go back street level. Rotation looks to be just between Ness Road and that Highway 59. It's lifting east-northeast, so eventually Osborne Road over towards Ottawa Road. Keep that in mind. Be getting in your tornado safe place zone now. Cross streets to 242nd Road. That is also going to be Osborne Road and then eventually towards Ottawa Road too. So this is moving around 40 miles an hour, still seeing that rotation in place. We're likely going to get a new scan in here any second, but it looks to be pretty much jogging just along that kind of 59 highway, going to be crossing Ottawa Road here soon. So Ottawa Road, 59 highway, in that kind of intersection, if you live there in Hawthorne, be getting in your shelter place right now. That is going to be on the lowest floor of your home, in the most interior room. That's a basement, that's a bathroom, can be anything like that. So we are looking just towards the south of 59. Looks like we got a new update in, so I'm going to check that, and it looks like we're just seeing it move off towards the northeast as well. So crossing likely right now Ottawa Road, heading towards St. Pat's. St. Pat's be getting in your tornado safe place zone now, and then off towards the northeast towards Dalby. So we are looking at this. Keep in mind, this is moving quickly around 40 miles an hour. Looks like we got a new update in there too, but I think that's for that severe thunderstorm warning.
Yeah, there's several warnings out there, and what's going to be confusing about this for anybody that is in this area is you're going to have there's storm after storm, so it's not like it starts raining and then you get a storm and you have a good idea if you're in the dangerous part, the part that's rotating or not. So just understand that. So we just got an update here. I imagine that they continue this, but I want to keep an eye on what they're saying from the Weather Service because so far this has been radar indicated, but it's daylight. There's a lot of people out, and we want to see if anybody has confirmed this. There's going to be storm spotters out. They've been activated. So far, this is radar indicated tornado, so it means we're seeing rotation, and a tornado could be there. It could drop at any moment. So treat it with as though that there is a tornado within it. Best we can tell on radar, it very well may be. So as Melissa said, what we're looking at is right here. So it's this spot, that little donut hole that we see that's just south of Atchison, and these things are going to race quickly. So
it's slowed down a touch, 35 miles per hour now.
When they split, which I wonder if this one was a splitter, they sometimes do that. And we're getting questions too about some of the areas around. So I want to let you know who's in the clear. If you're in Atchison, it looks like this is going to stay at least. You're going to get some hail down here. So there's Lewis and Clark Village right here. Here's Atchison. The rotating part of the storm's down here. So there's Dalby. Here's Good Intent. You're fine there. Doniphan, you're going to miss the rotation. Halls, you're going to miss the rotation. You're out of the tornado warning. So it's the spots that are out ahead of this. So right now it's right about St. Pat's. So here, Hawthorne, you're okay. You're okay in Hawthorne. Potter, you need to be in your tornado safe spot. Same thing with Port Williams, and we get over here by Dye. All of these locations is where this is going to be tracking. DeKalb, you've got some time, but be thinking where you're going to go. All right, so this again is going to be, what, 40 miles an hour, so it won't take too long to get there. Yeah. 35, and then Wallace would be next after that. So it's going to take this warning here. So by about an hour, it'll be right over here. So this would be by Dearborn. Here's another one up here by Agency that has a severe thunderstorm warning. But I don't like the look of that, so we might have to take a peek at that one in just a second.
If you want to look at that, I'll go back down.
Okay, I will. Weston, you're on the very edge of it. So again, there's the rotating part of the storm. Weston, it's tracking to your north. The way it looks right now, stay alert, stay aware. Okay, we got to keep a close watch on that because sometimes these things, they take a little bit of a change in track. I mentioned this spot over here by Agency, which has been under a severe thunderstorm warning, which goes... Let me see what the deal is with this one. $50 size hail, 60 mile per hour winds. Let's check it out on the wind on my side. So this helps us diagnose where the rotation is, where the storms that could be dangerous. There's a little bit of spin with that one. This is another one that we're going to have to watch. All right, it doesn't currently have a tornado warning on it, but I don't like the look of this one that's over here by Agency. All right, so there it is, Willowbrook. We do have, this is at least weak rotation. This isn't as strong. So this is one tornado warning. So you're actually in a tornado warning already in Willowbrook and Fawcett. That right there is an area of spin that's going to be moving toward Agency. And there's Garrettsburg. Here's Easton. All right, there's Fraser. So it's going to be sliding that way rather quickly. Currently, no tornado warning, but we got to keep a close tab on that. So Melissa, you can, if you compare the two, you can get the idea that this one's developing. This is developing rotation. This one is mature rotation. That's the reason why that one's got the tornado warning on it. So give us the update, if you would, on the exact location and a track. We need a fresh track with that scan that just came in.
We just got a new scan, as Luke had mentioned. So St. Pat's, likely that rotation right over you. This is going to be crossing over what I believe to be Sherman Road and then Highway 73. So St. Pat's needs to be getting your tornado safe place zone at this time. It's going to be crossing over 73 here shortly. It's still lifting up a little bit more towards the northeast. Keep in mind it's around 30 miles an hour. So Dalby needs to be getting in their tornado safe place zone as well at this time, and then it's going to be crossing over Sherman Road. So likely going to be crossing over 73, heading towards Sherman Road. Keep in mind St. Pat's in your tornado safe place towards Dalby. Keep in mind too, this is slowed down a touch, so now going around 35 miles per hour. So it was going at 40. It's a little bit slower right now. I'm going to zoom out a little bit to get more kind of view into where we're looking at this specific spot of rotation heading. St. Pat's over towards Dalby, and then would just be southwest of Lewis and Clark. So looks like, Luke, they added a tornado possible tag to that new update on the severe thunderstorm warning.
Yeah, I've got a couple bits of new information to share here. Number one is so let me start by, here's the KC Metro, all right? So if you're in the 435 loop, nothing imminent, nothing urgent is heading toward us. We have this line. This line's going to take a while to slide south and east. This is our concern, Atchison County. And we did have a report from a chaser that was just south of Atchison of a brief tornado touchdown. So that would be with this cell right here, the one that's had the tornado warning, report of a brief tornado touchdown in that zone. Not confirmed. We're just going to have to keep an eye on that and see what they continue to say. Otherwise, there is another chaser that's out there that has eyeballs on this and says that there's a well-defined wall cloud. That tells us that if you got a wall cloud, you can drop a tornado at any minute. So best we can tell, it's still rotating. It's able to produce a tornado at any point, and it did most likely do that at least briefly just south of Atchison and moving north and east. So the other update here is I'm getting reports of sirens going off in Weston. That would be because you're in the warning, all right? So you're right on the edge of that warning. That is the rotating part of the storm. It looks like Weston will miss that, though it's not 100% guarantee, so I still want you on alert there. Sirens are going off in Gladstone as well and Platte City. We're on Facebook, and I'm looking at we're here to help you, all right? We're here to, whatever questions you have, we're going to do our best to answer those and serve you with what you need to know. And you help us, too, whenever you tell us these things, and we can tell that to everybody else. Platte City, no threat right now of a tornado for you. The warning is to your north. And for Gladstone as well, I mean, nothing in the KC area. There's not even a storm there. So I don't know why sirens would be going off in Gladstone. That doesn't make any sense right now. So I just want to touch on those things. The tornado possible tag. This is a severe thunderstorm, but a different kind of severe thunderstorm. Let me pause this for you. And where you have that white around it, what they're saying is, well, it's a considerable too. Let's see if there's something else with it. What they're saying, and they being the National Weather Service, is that this storm is showing at least some signs of rotation, which we were on for you. We saw that before this happened, seeing some spin in the atmosphere with it, but it's not super tight. We'll look at that in a minute, where there could be something that's trying to form, but also it has larger hail. The hail size with this one's going up, which tells us it's a strengthening storm. Yeah, it's up to golf ball size hail. So this one's racing. It's northeast at 50 miles an hour. It's a mess on my end. So I'm just looking at standard radar here, and this is all kind of one big messy cluster. Melissa, let's get back to the tornado warning.
Yep.
The one that's over here that's touched down by Atchison. Mm-hmm. Get a peek at that and with the winds, and then while you're doing that, I'm going to find the second one on my side. Okay.
Okay. So rotation still looks to be just towards the east now of St. Pat's. It has crossed over 73, likely around that Sherman Road area. So Dalby needs to be getting in their tornado safe place now. Overall, as we kind of go into the cross streets, we're looking at eventually it moving through Dalby. We're looking at River Road, cross streets of 244th Road. So likely going to be crossing over Sherman Road right now as we speak, to 244th Road, heading in towards the Dalby area. So River Road, if you live in Dalby, please be getting in your tornado safe place zone right now. Keep in mind, we get radar scans every couple of minutes, so we are going to go ahead down the line to zoom in to see who needs to be getting in their tornado safe place spot now, so they have a little bit of extra time. So if you live on the cross streets, River Road, Woodston Road, make sure you're getting in your tornado safe place zone right now. Looks like that is Woolston, excuse me, and that is going to be moving, keep in mind, 35 miles per hour. Looks like we got a new zoomed in update. Let me zoom back out. Looks like it's going to go possibly just south of Lewis and Clark Village. We know these could take a little bit more of a northeasterly jog. So if you live in Lewis and Clark Village, be getting in your sheltered spot right now. We then are going to look at cross streets by the rotation of Woolston Road, Stanton Road, and then it will eventually cross Armour Road and 273. So lifting up towards the northeast, it's going 35, 40 miles an hour. Get what you need to get right now. Get in that tornado safe place zone. Also, we're looking at kind of cross streets of Woolston Road still, Stanton Road over towards Highway 273. So right kind of in that zone is where we're looking at for that rotation right now. Keep in mind, We're seeing this move off towards the northeast. I'm going to put a quick track on that to see who needs to be getting in their spot 2 down the line. Be prepared. And looks like Block School 318. Keep in mind, it is 313 right now. Forest Valley School 321. Valley Chapel School 324. DeKalb around 329, so keep in mind that's in about 20 minutes or so. This may start to pick up again. We've seen it cycle through 35 to even 40 miles per hour in terms of storm motion itself, so maybe they're a little bit quicker. Wallace 334, Cox School around 337. So we're keeping an eye on this specific tornado warning. Luke, have you seen anything over there?
Yeah, there's a couple things coming in. Number one is you're getting a lot of these white boxes that are showing up, which is the National Weather Service saying it's not quite a tornado warning yet, but wow, we're seeing something spin. And we were looking at this one a while ago that's over here just northeast of Richmond. So I want to go on a tour of each of these. So Melissa just got you set with what's most urgent. If you're in this tornado warning, then again, you need to be taking action. It's that we could have a tornado. It's already apparently dropped and then lifted back up. But there's other spots that are so close that they could produce at any point, and I want to get you out ahead of those too. Before I do, the tornado warning, if you're just joining us, goes until 3:30. We're looking at sections of Atchison County, Buchanan County, and Platte County. So Kansas and then crossing over into the Missouri side. It looks like it's just about out of the Kansas side and fully swapped over into the Missouri side. So now I'm zooming in here. So just to give you bearings, I know that you may not see this map often, but this right here is the 435 loop. There's Kansas City. Nothing is immediately threatening the 435 loop or Kansas City. But we go up to our north and over here by Edgerton, just north of Edgerton, where you see this white box. I'm looking at the town of Agency and then Easton. So there's Easton, there's Stewartsville, and this track moving northeast at about 50 miles an hour. That's also got some pretty big hail with it, I do believe. Melissa, that's something else that we could be checking on. That right there is not as strong of spin in the atmosphere as what we'd seen over there by Atchison, but we got to watch that one really closely. So let's zoom in here and show you where the most threatening part of that storm would be. We're looking at, it's east of Pinkston. So for the moment, Pinkston, you've got the warning from the other cell that's going to be moving your way, but this area is past you. There's Garrettsburg. Right over here is Fraser. So it's southwest of Garrettsburg, just east of Interstate 29, near the town of Agency, northwest of Fraser. Here's Fraser right here. Any one of these spots from Easton to Garrettsburg to Fraser, be on alert because this could be producing a tornado quickly. It's not a tornado warning, but it's right before that. So let's track that as it's going to move out towards Stewartsville. This one's been moving at about 45 miles per hour. They bounce around. They go from 40 to 45 to 50. So roughly, so this is a rough estimate. Stewartsville 334, Amity 344, Camden at 348. Be looking at Mabel, you got 355. So you've got some time in Mabel. It's 3:15 right now. There's Winston at 4 o'clock. All right. And then we've got Altamont coming up at 4:05. That's one spot that we see. And then another one that is over here by Bramer. All right, so this is a different area, just again to get our bearings here. These storms are growing quickly and they're starting to spin in spots. There's KC. We're going northeast of KC, northeast of Excelsior Springs, another zone we got to keep a close tab on. This warning, let's check it out. It's a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible. Golf ball size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds are expected. Possible tornado too. This is portions of Caldwell, Carroll, Davies, and Livingston counties. This one goes till 4 o'clock. The area of concern with this is, and it's not nearly as, from what I can see on this side anyway, this one looks more messy. Maybe a little bit lower threshold, but we got to watch it. Over here by Bramer, between Cowgill and Bramer, there's an area of possible spin that we're going to keep a tab on. Not tornado warning, but something that is potentially close to it. So let's get back to the warning. I'm going to get you back to the traditional radar view. So getting our bearings, this line right here, all stretching out. What's happening is basically every storm that fires up along that is going severe, and some of these are spinning, like this one that we've got with the tornado warning that goes until 4 o'clock up here, northwest of Kansas City, north of Platte City, and north of Weston. Weston, it's going to miss you, so some good news there. Melissa, she zoomed in on the street view. We got to keep you posted on exactly where this thing is. Let's get to that.
Thanks, Luke. We're looking still at this rotation here, right here, just likely south of Lewis and Clark Village. Keep in mind this is still moving around 35 miles per hour. Cross-streeting, likely crossing or has already crossed 273. Also going to watch this kind of little spot we've got flaring up too just towards the south of this. But once we get to further down the line, we're looking at State Route M beginning in your tornado safe spot. Likely right to the north of Dye, and then Country Road M is where this is going to be headed next. Not only are we looking at that kind of tornado rotation and the tornado warning, but also this spot also has the possibility to see ping pong sized hail. This is also what this is warned for. So likely crossing over that kind of 273, Missouri 273, heading towards State Route M. And then going to likely jog possibly just north of Dye. So Dye beginning in your tornado safe space spot 2. Country Road M, State Route M, that's where we're looking at the cross sections. So I did want to let you know it's likely crossing over that 273 now. And I did want to show you where we're starting to see some of that possibility of some larger hail to develop. Ping pong sized is possible with this too. Picking up on our light blue colors. That is going to be crossing over 273 as well, just south of Lewis and Clark Village. Hail size picking up around a quarter. Haven't seen really many reports come out to see if there's any specific hail falling with the storm, but wanted to let you know about that too. Just moved towards the east. Looks like we got a new radar scan in too. Rotation now picking up a little bit closer to that State Route M, County Road M cross streets, and then we're going to be looking at it moving up towards the northeast, heading towards DeKalb, Wallace, and then towards Fawcett. So I am going to put a new track on this. These going around 35 miles per hour. Wallace around 331. It's 320 now. Fawcett around 337. And then 339 Mid-Buchanan School. So we are still watching this rotation here that's in our kind of western zone. It's crossed over the Missouri line already. So wanted to get you set again. Here's a look at radar. We're talking portions of Buchanan and Platte, Atchison counties. Continues until 3:30. Looks like 2. Wanted to make sure we're not getting any new updates here out of this specific storm.
They had a confirmed wall cloud with it, so it looked like it cycled a bit. So just northwest, about 10 miles northwest of Weston. So right where you were, looks like that came back.
If we move off towards the east again, looking at County Road M, State Route M, likely over you right now, that rotation. Let's see if I can zoom in and get any other cross streets. Look like not. So we're going to go a little bit further towards the north. We're looking at Wallace and then kind of jogging along that kind of white line you see. This is actually a polygon for another considerable tag that we've got, but kind of jogging around that kind of white line. 116 is where we're going to see it cross kind of north of that white line and then towards Wallace. So rotation right now crossing State Route M, County Road M. And then we're going to look at it jet towards the north, would eventually be going towards Wallace and Fawcett. And still going around 35 miles an hour. So around 15-20 minutes in Fawcett, but be ready to get in your tornado safe place zone soon. Luke?
Okay, Melissa, we got, looks like that storm that we've been on, the tornado warn storm, may be in a process where they switch from being tornadic into extreme winds. There's a lot of wind on the back side of that thing. We're still, it'd be similar damage-wise. That's how intense that wind is. So something that we're going to monitor for you. I'm getting a lot of questions, too, about Kansas City that are coming in. So I'm watching. If you've got questions, please go to the Facebook chat. I'm trying to keep up with these as best I can and answer your questions. There is no threat right now for Kansas City, nothing imminent. I mean, later on today, we're going to watch this line come through. But there's not, it seems like there's concern of it moving toward various cities or various spots within the metro. This line, these individual cells are moving northeast. They're not moving toward the metro. The line itself will eventually come in, but that's going to take some time, all right? That's a different process. We also have multiple storms around that are showing signs of rotation but are not yet producing enough to be considered tornado warned. One of them is right out ahead of the Atchison County storm. Well, it's actually kind of moved out of that area, moving toward DeKalb. So south of St. Joe, there's our tornado warning. So let's do a little tour here. There's a bunch of warnings. So hang with me as we go through this. Number 1, our tornado warning. This is for now sections. It still says Atchison County, extreme Atchison County. Yes, Buchanan and Platte. That goes until 3:30, and we're watching that spot right there, just south of DeKalb. That would be where the tornado would be. If you are west of this, you are all clear in the town of Atchison. You are all clear in the town of Easton. If you're west of Ireton, you're clear. All right, so DeKalb right now is under the gun, although kind of on the north side, probably more of the hail threat that it could have golf ball size hail with it. Okay, so the next one that we have moving to the north is going to be this Stewartsville storm, or north of Gower. And this spot right here that's just north of Gower, east of Agency, this has shown signs of rotation, enough of which that it's got this white line around it, meaning that the National Weather Service is saying, hey, this one, it's a pre-tornado warning. It's not a tornado warning, but it's right next to it. So be extra vigilant in this area and stay aware. This goes till 4:15 for sections of Buchanan, Clinton, Davies, and DeKalb counties. Also has golf ball size hail potential with it as well, which is something that we should be looking at soon here, Melissa, as far as the hail threat goes with some of these, because we've had a lot of that here lately, and it's been rough. All right, so this one, let me pause this and we'll track this one north. All right, so this spot right here, tracking northeast at 30. This one's not going quite as quickly. That would be the zone right there. So we'd be looking at Stewartsville, 3:39. Right now it's 3:24, so you got about 12, 15 minutes. Maple Hill at 3:45. Grand Prairie School, 3:48 for the most dangerous part of this storm. Cameron Memorial at 4 o'clock. 4:01 Cameron. Mabel, 4:14. And then after that, we're just going to have to stay up to date on it, see what happens, where it goes from there. So there's one cluster. Here's another batch, all right? So northeast of KC, all of these that we've got up here, we've got Corey out in the tracker too. So Rhett, if you know where he's at, let me know, because is that his feed right there that's coming in? Let me know if we. Oh, he is. Okay, so he's up on this storm. He's up here. Okay. So Corey, he's in the First Warn 5 weather tracker, meteorologist Corey Kowitz, and he's on the storm. He's showing it to you right now. So this is our tornado warned storm, and I assume he's north and looking south. Do we have his audio? Can he talk? Can he tell? Yeah, let's get him up. I'd love to hear what he's seeing out there on his end. If he's seeing, so what we'd be looking for from Corey is we've had reports of the wall cloud. We've had reports of a tornado touchdown briefly on the south side of Atchison, if that's still anything that he can see on his side. So let me know whenever he's ready, and we'll take that for sure. In the meantime, that storm moving northeast. We're going to get back there real quick, but I did want to touch on this Bramer storm as well. This is another potential area. Is he ready? Okay, let me zoom in so you can see where Corey is. Corey's on the north side of this tornado warned storm. Go ahead, take it away, Corey.
Sorry.
Hey, Corey, we've got you on air. We understand that you're on the tornado warned storm. What is it that you've seen out there?
Yeah, hey guys. I don't know if you can hear me. Service is a little spotty right now. We're near DeKalb. We're looking at that storm here, and it is, I mean, you can see a little wall cloud and lowering. This is what we're looking at right now. Certainly some lowering here with that storm, tornado warned storm. It is really looking potent. It's looking potent, and I think we're getting some more alerts right now. We're trying to get on again. To your room, there's a tornado warning. We're looking at this new one here in Buchanan, Clinton, and Platte County. I'm getting blasted on my phone right now from it, but a lot of lowering with the storm. I mean, you could see it is really, really potent near Atchison, and this is north of town here. And this is where we're seeing the strongest storms popping up now. And you can see, I mean, look at the wall cloud. You can see the lowering. It's trying to lower. It's trying to produce tornadoes. All of these storms have all of these threats on the table, and it's looking really potent to our north.
We're going to be checking back in with you, and if you see something that is, hey, you got a funnel cloud, you've got something dropping, just shout at us as loud as you can, and we'll take you right back. But in the meantime, we're going to kind of pop back and forth. Meteorologist in the field, Corey Kowitz, he's watching that for us right now. We have new information, though. He was telling you as he was out and chasing this that he's got a lot of stuff coming in on his phone. That's this new warning. So this warning got extended, and the National Weather Service is hanging with it, saying that, yes, we do still have a tornado warning. So the new information is that it goes until this is it right here. So we've got plenty of new people that are now under a tornado warning. So this goes till 4 o'clock. So we've got just over a half hour. We're looking at Buchanan, Clinton, and Platte counties in Missouri, and moving east now, east-northeast at somewhere around 35 miles per hour. So a tornado here is possible. We'd be looking at, some other hazards too. But I want to spot the rotation. So I'm going to switch views here just a bit, because I got to figure out exactly where this is, and then I want to put a fresh track on this for you. Okay, so right here, it would be near or just west of Dearborn. All right, so let's go street level. We're looking southwest of Wallace. It's northeast of Dye. If you're in Dye right here, you're okay. All right, so it's past you to the northeast. If you're in Wallace, it's right in your general area, just south of Wallace. Right there, let's try and see this. Can't quite read which highway that is, but it's just west of, here's I-29, there's Fawcett, so it's west of I-29, southwest of Fawcett. The description from the National Weather Service, which is going to get a little bit old because we've got the warning's been out now for a couple minutes, but whenever they spotted this, they said it's 8 miles north of Weston, moving east at 40 miles an hour, and they saw the rotation between Interstate 20 or Interstate 29, between mile markers 28 and 39, if that helps you out. So that's what we're seeing. So Corey is on this. He's got eyeballs. If anything were to happen or we were to see the tornado, you can see it right there. This is what he's at. He's on this storm right now. It's looking to me like the rotation has broadened a bit. If I switch, you see how this is kind of a big arc? And if we look at Corey's view, I don't see a lowering right now. I'm not saying it's not there. We do still have a tornado warning. But that's a little bit broad of a rotation velocity that we see. So it's more switching into this kind of downward wind event. So that's what we see. Let's track this out northeast at 40 miles an hour and give you your spot. So if you're in this zone, if you're in this warning, go to the lowest level of your house, go to your basement if you've got one. If you don't have one, then go to the bathroom or go to a closet, something that doesn't have windows. Take your time, unless it's right on top of you, just calmly get there and stay away from windows, all right? So we're going to be looking at times. Dearborn, that'd be 337. Edgerton, 352. Gower would be 358. And Plattsburgh, the Air Park anyway, would be somewhere around 412 as that races off to the east. So let's go back to Corey if we can get him, just see if he's got anything. I'm looking at this rotation and I'm seeing it look like it's broad. I wonder if he's seen anything on the ground as he's out there chasing this. Back up. Corey, you got me? Okay, let me know whenever he's back. I want to ask his opinion on that. Melissa, you've got the other part of this storm, which is going to be the hail section. Some pretty big hail with it too.
Yeah, so right now the kind of cross streets we're looking at for more of that kind of hail threat. Of course, we've got the tornado threat as well, but we're looking at kind of along 116 back on the northern side of Wallace and then east of DeKalb, that kind of hail core carrying along 116 as well. When we kind of query what we're looking at in terms of the size, we're looking anywhere between about an inch to about an inch and a quarter, so a quarter to about $half sized hail will probably be a possibility with this. Of course, we can get more indications too if we get Corey back, if he's seeing any hail falling. Haven't seen much in terms of reports from hail, but right now, if there's going to be hail, it's going to be right now between about 116 Wallace up towards 116, kind of following right along it, and then back towards DeKalb. So Fawcett going to be headed towards your area soon, crossing I-29, and then eventually up towards Agency and Fraser. So we are looking at the hail threat with this. We've got the possibility of rotation of it as well. We are in that tornado warning. Luke, National Weather Service had mentioned too, it looks like it's tightening up a little bit. If you want me to zoom back in.
We're having problems with the radar. So there's a radar that's real close to it. It's right next to the airport. The airport has their own radar, and I just had it a moment ago. Let's see if I can. It's trying to fill in, and we can get a better view of what the Weather Service had seen. So what they're looking at here, and I'll zoom in. So this warning again goes till 4 o'clock. If you're in this zone right now near Dearborn is where it is most dangerous. It's near Dearborn.
Yeah, just
right
to the
here.
west.
Just west of Dearborn, south of Wallace. That spot right there could be spinning something up. It doesn't look overly tight. I mean, that's kind of a broad spot, but right there could be something. And this has been a cycling storm. So that means that we, again, had a report of a touchdown around Atchison. Rotation tightened up, broadened back out. Looked like something had lifted. They lost the wall cloud, the people that have been out tracking it, and then it redeveloped again. And now we're seeing that little spot right there that may be spinning something back up. So still continues with the tornado warning till 4 o'clock. This is going to be moving eastward at 35 miles an hour. Dearborn, you are next in line. If you are in Dearborn, then you need to be getting to a place that is solid shelter. You can't be a mobile home in a tornado. It's great, affordable housing, but you can't do it in a tornado. So find something sturdy. Get below ground if you can. If you can't get to the inside of your house, away from as many walls as you possibly can. Tracking that. So now we've got a pretty definitive spot of where it would be. I'm actually a little too close, so ignore that track. Guys, do we have Corey yet too? Okay, let me get the track and then we'll take Corey. Okay, so we'd be looking at Newmarket 335, Dearborn 338, Edgerton 354, Grayson about 4 o'clock. Right now, this would be just to the west of Dearborn. We've got some people that are listening to us on radio. I know KCMO Talk Radio, they're airing us live, so we're simulcasting on the radio. Again, it's Interstate 29, right near the town of Dearborn. So that'd be the intersection of, there's Highway Y, Highway Z. Right where that intersection is, maybe just to the west of that, is what we'd be tracking. So we're right next to
it's
Dearborn.
371. It's going to be crossing 371 and then eventually 29.
Okay, I can't read it on my side, but let's get out to Corey. Corey, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Yep. We are right now in Wallace. We're in Wallace. We're in 116 right now, Route 116. We are heading off to the east. We're just next to that tornado-warned storm. And we saw a wild cloud. We were driving down it. We saw the rotation. We saw the mesocyclone. We did not see a tornado or really a funnel, but we were visibly seeing the lowering of the clouds. We were seeing that mesoscale rotation on that storm. So as it's mushing off to the west there, we have that tornado risk again north of town or north of Casey, kind of near Dearborn now. So we're moving off to the west in Wallace. We're about to intersect with I-29 for reference here. So on routes 116, I-29, that's our general areas. We're following that storm. And right now you're seeing the tracker. This is looking off to the east as we're pushing there at this tornado-warned storm. Again, earlier, we saw the mesocyclone. It was right there. It was clear as day. We didn't see a funnel, but there's that rotation going on, and it looks ominous here north of town.
Good stuff, Corey. Thank you so much. And again, we're going to be checking back in with you constantly as we see, as we track this thing. So it's great to have you out there. So we just got an update from the Storm Prediction Center, and they're watching our area, and they put out these discussions, and one of them says that they're tracking these supercells and that we just got to keep an eye on the tornado potential. We're seeing that there may be an increase in tornado, like the conditions favoring tornadoes here over the next hour or so. So just wanted to bring you that update that we are still, this is a dangerous day, all right? We have not had a day that is this level of risk in 7 years. It hasn't happened since May of 2019, and it's a multi-mode risk where we've got the tornadic threat, which is what we see right now with this tornado warning that is north of Kansas City. Kansas City, the metro is under no threat right now. Urgent, nothing heading our way, but to our north, and then multiple cells around that are showing signs of rotation. And also we have what will happen later on today is a transition into what may be straight line wind, extreme focus straight line winds upwards of 75, 80 miles an hour. We have not seen that yet, but that's what's on the table for us potentially later on today. So we just want you aware, we want you plugged in. We're going to stay with you until this threat is gone and tracking this tornado warning. Okay, so let's get our bearings again, reset. We've got a tornado watch until 9. All of us are under that right now, tracking this big line of storms going all the way down into southeastern Kansas, producing multiple severe thunderstorms. Most of these are producing 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. That's as high as we've seen so far, and also potential for half-dollar size hail, but showing signs of rotation where you see the white. We will go on a tour here sometime relatively soon and just show you all the warnings, but what's most imminent is a reset on this, all right? So this is our tornado warning. This is what Corey's on, just northeast of Dearborn. South of Agency, there was another area that was spinning around you that has since moved off. So this is going to be west of Edgerton. Let's get back to another. I want to show velocities here again, or show what the storm winds are doing. So we can kind of peer inside the storm and see if it's spinning or not. And that's what really helps us in real time identify where the threat is. So right there, still near Dearborn is what it looks like to me. The rotation appears to have broadened. It's still there. We still have a tornado warning, but it'd be in this spot right over Dearborn. We'd be looking at, this is 116 highway. right here is 116 highway. This is the city of Dearborn. There's Interstate I-29, so right through there. Dearborn and I-29, moving to the east at about 35 miles per hour. Melissa, have you seen anything come through on your end?
No, but they did just push an update out for this, for the tornado warning. So quarter-sized hail is what we're still looking at. Tornado, it's moving east 35 miles an hour, so pretty similar. They still have it just about 10 miles southwest of Glover, located near Dearborn. I've got a little bit of a better view in terms of the rotation maybe than you do over there. So looks like it's crossing kind of closer to 116 and then just to the south of Fawcett. Right now is where we're kind of seeing more of that kind of rotation versus any other spot right now. So we're looking just now north of Dearborn. 116 would be heading towards Fraser and then Gower as well. That kind of cross street, I'm seeing 169. And that would be 169 crossing over 116. So in between 116, 169, looks like where's that rotation is going to be headed next. Still moving around 35 miles per hour. It's moving still towards the east-northeast. Let me double check to make sure they didn't change. Moving east around 35 miles per hour. I will put a fresh track on this. Get a look, still moving 35 miles an hour, likely going to be moving towards Gower here shortly, 3:51. So in about 15 minutes or so, it's 3:38, 3:39 now. So in about 10-ish minutes, 12-ish minutes towards Gower, and then 3:42, school number 6, Mount Carmel School, 3:54. So if you live near school number 6, be getting in your tornado safe space now, but it's kind of going in between 169 and Missouri 116. That's where we're looking at right now, in between that kind of V zone. So we're looking at school number 6 around 3:42, and then eventually Mount Carmel School 3:51. Gower would be 3:51. So we are looking at that area of rotation still. I did want to let you know too, I've been watching the hail tracker. Right now, looks like there's the possibility for one quarter-sized hail possible with this warning, but picking up what would be right around quarter-sized hail, half inch to about an inch, which would put it around quarter-sized hail, just east of 29 right now, an Agency, Willowbrook, that's going to be heading towards Gower as well, so just north of Dearborn. So we are looking at that tornado warning still, and that's going to continue until 4. And then that area of rotation we're watching is getting a little bit more hard to see when we got our radars combining, so I'll have to adjust that here in just a second, but would be closer headed towards Gower here shortly, and that kind of 116, that 169 corridor in between the two, moving 35 miles per hour. So Gower, be getting ready to get in your shelter spot here shortly.
Okay, Melissa, I'm still seeing a lot of questions come in. I think there's some confusion where people are thinking, oh, it's not coming to, we're not going to get anything in Kansas City. No, what we're saying is right now where the storms are most dangerous is where we have this cluster, this line of severe and tornado-warned storms. But what you need to understand is this is all still coming our way. So right now, there's nothing that threatens Kansas City, not at the moment. But that doesn't mean that we're clear for the evening, okay? So we need to stay aware in KC, in the metro, all right? Don't drop your guard because you're checking in right now and you see that it's to our north. It just has not arrived yet, all right? So that's what we're going to be monitoring very closely as we go throughout the night. In fact, the environment's it's getting less favorable or less good. It's getting worse is what I'm trying to say. So just know that. Seems like there was quite a bit of confusion with that. I'd like to get back out to Corey if we can and see if he's got any updates. In the meantime, this warning has gotten a bit smaller up here north of, so we're north of Smithville. I want to let you know if you're in the clear. I think that's as important. There's a lot of us that, you've been through rough weather before, and this is scary stuff, and I just want to let you know whenever you're good to come out. Right now, it looks like if you are in Dearborn, the rotating part of the storm has just passed you, so it's just to your east. So it's going to be spots that are east of Dearborn. Melissa just went through all that with you, but moving toward Gower, there's a pretty rural area here between these two areas. So south of Fraser, well south of Agency. Agency, I think you're going to be okay. Garrettsburg, you're going to be okay. You guys are both outside of that warning. But Fraser to Gower all these locations here that are well within that warning, that's the spot where you need to be ready at a moment's notice to get down into your tornado safe spot. All right, so that's Highway 116 Highway. It's kind of running east or just north of that. Probably going to miss Edgerton up here to the north and rolling eastward at about 35 miles per hour. It's got hail, it's got wind. There's a new severe thunderstorm warning that's hot on its heels, coming in out of Easton. So Easton's back here. That one right now has got up to 60-mile-per-hour winds and some pocket change size hail. It's not too threatening. And then we got to keep eyes over here by Lawrence too. So I want to take a moment and look over at these storms rolling in from Emporia and Madison. You've got this big string that is going to be aimed eventually at Kansas City. Ottawa's right here, okay? We've had Ottawa that got hit hard with an EF2 tornado earlier this week, just a few days ago. It was on Monday night, of course. We had Paola that got hit with the humongous hail. I mean, you had 4-inch diameter hail. These spots here are especially vulnerable. They're still doing pickup, they're still doing cleanup, and we've got that line that's going to be sliding eastward. We also, of course, had Clinton that got hit just 2 nights ago. That's another area that's especially vulnerable, that is southeast, okay? But right now, that's all an hour plus away from Kansas City. Just checking in on these warnings that are going to be moving toward Lawrence, okay? Let's see what we have here. Over there, just west of Centropolis, this warning goes until 4:15. We're looking at portions of Douglas, Franklin, probably eventually Anderson, Osage, Shawnee counties. Severe thunderstorm. This one's got quarter-size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Base level severe thunderstorm. But as I check this out over here by Fairfax, see, anytime you see a little kidney bean shape, that's something that you got to keep an extra close watch on. So we'll keep tabs on that for you. But just know near Lawrence, coming up rather soon, there's got a storm that's severe that's moving in your direction. And then there's a whole trio lined up behind it that's going to be moving. Look at this big mess. I mean, this is everything went severe, and it's all sliding to the northeast. Here's another one that's coming in from just south of our coverage area. So this is going to be coming in south of Anderson County and sliding toward Lacine possibly, and Colony and Iola and some other spots. So let's get back to what's most pressing, the tornado warning. See if there's anything new, Melissa, on that track that you've got where that rotation could be. And whenever Corey pops back up, he's got a good shot. Let's just take this real quick. Let's take Corey, if you could, do the split screen. There you go. And he's got a little lowering there.
Yeah.
That's not anything too impressive, but he's seeing something out there. Let's go to our winds.
We just got a new scan
in. It looks better to me on radar from what I can tell. So I don't see any tight rotation right now. Doesn't mean that we can drop our guard here. Tornado warning still ongoing, but it has just kind of fallen apart. Corey's, other than that little drop that he had there, I don't see anything that's too impressive.
Like.
So it might be getting better. Did they drop the warning?
Yes, they just did.
Okay, good deal, good deal. So the tornado warning has been canceled, it looks like. Yes, they canceled it. So they didn't even let it go to the end, they being the National Weather Service, to the end of what the warning would have been. They canceled it early. So good news there. That one petered out on us pretty quickly, or after just a little bit. So now we can get back to business on some of these other ones that are around and just do a round robin on all these different storms. So let's reset. Kansas City, we don't have any immediate 435 loop right now, though I got to tell you, we're going to have to watch these. And whenever we see all these storms connect, that's whenever our high wind threat is going to come up. I'm talking 75-mile hurricane force wind gusts would be possible whenever that gets going. Moving northeast, we'll start up here by Chillicothe. New tornado warning. New tornado warning just came out, so we're looking over here by Chillicothe. This just dropped right as I was zooming in on it. Let's see what we got here. All right, 4:30. We're looking at sections of Grundy, Lynn, Livingston counties, Sullivan counties. We're over here in Missouri. We're northeast of KC. Chillicothe right here looks like just to your southwest. We've got that shape that I told you about that we don't like. It's that kidney bean where they start to wrap rain. That tells us that the system's wrapping rain around it. So if you're in this zone, if you're in this box near Chillicothe, just south of Chillicothe, you need to get to your tornado area, that your shelter that you've got that's good, safe shelter. Let's zoom in and see exactly where this thing may be. The warning,
It goes till 4:30.
Yeah, let's see what they've got to say with what else of it, though.
Quarter-sized hail.
45, and it's radar indicated, so we're not seeing anything that a spotter or a person had witnessed necessarily. Okay, so tornado warning, 4:15. Let's check the winds on it. All right, there's our warning, and okay, there we go. So it's pretty far from the radar. We're not going to get as good of a peek of it as we did with some of our other storms, but it looks to me like it'd be right about Chillicothe, maybe 65 highway. So we're right along 65 highway, Chillicothe. If you're in Chillicothe, the rotation's kind of right on top of you. All right, so get to the basement if you can, turn the volume of your TV up, or if you've got your device, take that with you so you can have alerts. You can watch the stream, and you can stay up to speed on this one. This right here, 36 and 65 highways, right at that intersection. Here's Utica. Utica, it is past you. It's moving to the northeast, or the east-northeast, at about 35 miles an hour. So some other towns that are in the warning here would be Wheeling. We've got Meadville. There's Browning just outside of it. There's a new severe thunderstorm that just popped up to our north. And right there, right over the town of Chillicothe is where we see this potential rotation. So let me track this one out for you. This one's going to be, these up here to the northeast have been typically going a little bit faster. What did we say, 45?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so that would be Chillicothe Municipal. So it's in Chillicothe right now. 406 if you are in Eversonville, and we'll say Purdon, 419 in Purdon, Duncan, 427. Tornado warning in effect right now. This is when you can expect it in your area. So we're going to be looking at just over a half hour. Beyond that, North Salem, Milan. All right, you got to keep eyes on this one. We'll see how the rotation ends up holding. But for the moment, we do have this tornado warning in effect in these spots right here. All right, so just northeast, here's Kansas City. Let's go back to the traditional radar, and you can see where it is. It is northeast of us. Do we have Corey yet? Is he back? Okay, let's keep eyes on him too whenever we get him back. So there's the 435 loop right here is where our tornado warning is. It's on the bottom side. This is something that we were talking about earlier, is whenever you've got this big bunch of, this is a mess, just a big mess. All these storms up here, though, are strong to severe, and they're making 60-mile-per-hour winds in spots like by Trenton, where you see the brightest colors, of course, is where you're going to get your most intense weather with these. So wherever you see like Medicine or Princeton or Trenton, that's where you're going to get those 60-mile-per-hour bursts in spots and some $1 to $half size hail. But on the south side, this storm has an open environment. It can pull all this air in. This is all rain cooled, so the tornado threat will drop for you guys. But this one can tap into all that rich moisture, warm air, moisture-rich air, and just allows it to be extra strong. It gets all the ingredients to itself. Let's get out to Corey. Corey, he's back with us. He's in our First Warn 5 weather tracker. He's been on the storm that at one point was producing a tornado. We had a report anyway that it did around Atchison, or just south of Atchison. Corey, what are you seeing now? That storm no longer has a tornado warning. Anything else stand out to you?
Hey, Luke. Yes, we are right near Dearborn right now. We're heading off to the east. We're about ahead on 29. But right now, we are heading off to the west. That's what we're looking at. We're looking west. We're near Dearborn, looking west north of town. We're going to head on 29. And what you're looking at ahead of me is that next severe storm that's behind the previous tornado warning storm. They did drop at rotation this weekend, but we're kind of looking ahead to that severe storm that's just downstream of it as we're looking off to the west from Dearborn, again near 29 in Dearborn, that area, looking off to the west of that severe storm. We're not seeing too much rotation on it, but it is severe, and right, we've seen the history. Things can turn severe quick and have rotation quick, so we're going to keep an eye on that for you guys. And yeah, we'll keep you in the loop.
Thank you, Corey. Keep eyes on that for us. Thank you so much for being out there. It's great to have a meteorologist in the field and to have, you know, a view to show you the storm. He's showing us what he sees out there with the storm that at one point was apparently producing a tornado. So what we're looking at now is we've got the new tornado warning that is northeast. We're going to be keeping constant tracks on that, so northeast of KC, up here by Chillicothe. I'm going to do an update on this. We got a fresh scan there. And Melissa, she's been watching these down here for us. So we've got to watch in Kansas City, in the metro, these that are coming in out of eastern Kansas from Emporia. That's a real heavy rainmaker I see there, over there by Shell Rock. And the thing is, you're going to get that storm is producing heavy rain, then that storm producing heavy rain. There will be a flood risk with that. But all of this, it's moving. So there's Lawrence moving toward Ottawa. That's all aimed at the Kansas City metro. So we're going to have an increased alert because of these coming in. But what's most urgent at this very moment is going to be up here in Chillicothe. All right, so last we were up here, tornado warning ongoing right now. The rotation was essentially right over Chillicothe. Let's pause this here and see what the latest is. It was going till 4:15. 4:30 rather, there it is, that continues. So Grundy, Lynn, Livingston, and Sullivan counties, sections of these counties, this tornado warning, it is radar indicated. There's different levels of tornado warnings, and this one could be producing a tornado or it could drop one at any minute. So you need to be in your safe spot if you're near the Chillicothe area, all right? So that's the latest there. Now let me check it out on my side and pinpoint this for you. Okay, there's our warning, so you get to see just those and a clear indication if you are in one or not, so you can pick out your town and see if you're in it. Right there, still over, now it's just east of Chillicothe. It's northwest of Meadville. Here's Wheeling. So there's Wheeling, Chillicothe on the east. Maybe it's on the east side of Chillicothe right there. The rotation has ramped up a little bit. You've got two colors, two little pixels that are right next to each other, Christmas tree colors. We watch for those. Utica, you're okay. You're out of it. Chula, it's probably going to miss you to the south, though not a guarantee. You need to be watching this very closely in Chula. Wheeling, you're going to be next in line. It may miss you just to the north, though that's not a guarantee either. So the east side of Chillicothe toward Wheeling, Meadville, all need to be watching this or getting into your safe area. Get to your tornado shelter right now. Eventually up here toward Purdon. So let me get you an exact spot of where this is. I know I'm really zoomed in here, but I need to let you know exactly where the rotation would be, especially if you're listening to us on a radio or something, or you can't see the screen. So this right here, 65 Highway, that runs north and south. So it's just north of 36 Highway, just east of 65 Highway, east of Chillicothe. That spin right there is where a possible tornado would be. Norville, it's going to miss you to the north. Looks like we just got an update with it. See if there's anything new that came in. It's probably just a continuance. So there I highlight it for you. 4:30. Yep. Nothing new with that. Still a radar indicated tornado. Now let me track this one for you. And then Melissa is going to give us an update on what's coming in from the southwest, which is going to be our next spot in KC that we've got to watch rather closely. So northeast 45, she's trucking. All right, Linnaeus, 4:15 for you arrival time. That's going to be about 20 minutes. Purdon, about 5 minutes after that, that's going to be 4:20. Browning at 4:25. And beyond that, we've got Clapp School 4:30. Just a little bit after that would be North Salem. So all these spots, you know, if you're over in here on the east side of this, you've got plenty of time. All right, you've got some time. So you can gather up your things and figure out exactly where you're going to go, get your device, get everything that you need. If you're just east of Chillicothe, if you're in Meadville, you got to be moving a little bit more urgently and just get there fast, all right, because this thing may have a tornado with it. And the other thing is we don't have a great view this far away with our radar at it. So, Melissa, tell us what you see over there, what's going on with these storms to our southwest.
Well, we are still seeing them moving pretty quickly, 45 miles an hour. So Douglas, Franklin, Osage counties are included in this now. So that continues until 4:15. However, you can see that the kind of top part of the storm is bringing light rain already now to the metro. So kind of along that I-70 corridor, Lawrence starting to see some lightning, some heavy rain. Bonner Springs lightly seeing it, some light rain right now too. This is moving 45 miles an hour to the northeast. So if we think about, if I pull it all the way back from where the kind of heaviest part of the rain and thunderstorm activity does begin, we're looking anywhere between about 5:11, so about an hour until the heart of that specific storm will make it into downtown Kansas City. But Eudora around 4:31, so within 30 minutes. Olathe around 4:47. So we're going to be watching these storms off towards the southwest. And right now, many of us are already seeing the impacts of the kind of part of the storm, the northern part of the storm, as it is likely going to be a big rainmaker. And I also want to point out, too, the several severe thunderstorm warnings that we've got to the north. We're also watching those for tornado possible tags as well. So we just saw, you know, that tornado warning go through Atchison and Buchanan and Leavenworth and Platte counties, some of those specific counties, specifically Atchison and Buchanan. But we are watching another storm that's moving through. There could be some rotation in there. There's not a tornado warning, but we're going to be watching for that. Same thing to the storm off towards the northeast, just northeast of there. If we zoom in, we're looking at Claude, Clinton, Davies, DeKalb counties. Tornado possible too. We are seeing those structures, you know, if you've been watching the last couple of days. We've been talking about these supercell structures and hooks that we've seen on these specific storms. We are seeing, hook indicating pockets of these specific storms. So what we're watching out for are those. That's likely where we're going to see the most kind of pertinent area of rotation. But keep in mind, we still have that tornado warning that's off towards the northeast. So just kind of wanted to touch base too with some of our counties that are just towards the north of the metro that we're watching for some areas of rotation. Those warnings go until about 4:45 and 5 p.m. So we're going to watch those up towards the north. We're watching what's going on right now towards the southwest. And really, if we take a wide view again, let me click off this auto query warning so we can kind of look at how this is propagating. This line is still trying to form. There's a little bit of a gap right now between Weston and I-70. But the storms that have been out ahead have pretty much lifted up towards the northeast. We're going to watch down between I-35 and 29, but we're seeing that kind of first batch lift through. We'll watch to see if there's any more development ahead of that specific line that would still pose the kind of greatest threat for tornadoes, but also very large hail. In addition to that, just so everybody is aware, they did add a tornado warning that is not for our area, but would be moving into the I-35 corridor and then eventually be pushing into places up I-35, Ottawa, and then continuing up towards the northwest. So we're going to keep an eye on what's going on right now to the southwest, and then I'll let Luke get back to the tornado warning that's up in Chillicothe.
Yeah, Franklin County in Kansas, Franklin County, it's right on your doorstep, so the warning's right on your doorstep. The storm is, the rotating part of the storm is a little bit farther west, but I just want you to know, if you're over here, if you're on the western fringe of our coverage area, we are watching this for you very closely. You're not going to get caught off guard if you're out here. So, Melissa, let's make sure that we're staying on top of this for our people out here as that rotating part of that storm comes in. So, a number of spots of rotation that we're seeing. Let's go up here and check in on Chillicothe. So again, something else, while I've got the broader view right now, at the moment, Kansas City, we don't have anything in the 435 loop that threatens, just to be clear with that, okay? At the moment, that does not mean that we don't have something coming our way within an hour. Now let's get up here on the tornado warning. I'm going to switch back to the view that helps us to figure out where this thing may be. So Chillicothe, it is now east of you. The tornado would be right here. So there's Chula. It's going to be just to the south. Here's Meadville. It's going to be northwest. It is east of Chillicothe. There, they just trimmed the warning back. Chillicothe, you are now out of the warning, so some good news there. Let's get in as close as we can for you and give you as good of a view as we possibly can. So this is 36 Highway. Here's Norville. Here's 36 Highway. This is 65 Highway. It's well east of 65 Highway. There's Eversonville. Eversonville over here south of Chula, this kind of spot right there. So Eversonville coming straight for you. Radar indicated, so good chance it's got a tornado with it, but we're not sure. There it is. There's a new scan that just came in. Moved a little bit, maybe not quite as tight. Maybe it came back just a little bit, but that's where it would be. So see if I can get anything. The next spot, this over here is going to be 139. That's 139, 36, north of 36, just southwest of Eversonville. It's going to be moving into Eversonville, okay? Now let's give you an updated track. It's going to be headed toward Purdon after Eversonville. There we go. So Purdon, so Eversonville, 4:05, you've got about 5 minutes. So now's the time to get to your shelter in Eversonville. Get to your basement if you can. If you don't have one, get as many walls between you and the storm as you can. Purdon, 4:18. Duncan would be 4:26. North Salem would be 4:32. And then we'd be looking at Penn at 4:48. So about 45 minutes or so before it would be coming to Penn. Now, let's look around, because while I've got this, it helps, this being the wind, helps us kind of spot some other areas that are being monitored closely. One is over here by Cameron. So if you're in Cameron, that right there is not, this is not a tornado warning, but this is a zone. And over here by Gower, these are two spots that the National Weather Service has been watching with an extra close eye as we see, the grains here. And that is the spin in the atmosphere. Not tight enough to get a tornado warning, but just know we've got to be extra aware here. If something were to drop, we would be on it for you immediately. Just want you to know that. But we've got eyes on these. Also 60+ mile per hour winds and some hail. Here's another one This is a new warning that just is being updated anyway, east of Dearborn. So we've got 3 spots right there. There's one by Cameron, there's one by Gower, there's one by Dearborn and west of Edgerton, all showing at least weak rotation. Let's see what else we have as we move southwest. So I'm pulling the view out here. This is the 435 loop. Okay, no warnings for us. I'm just looking at winds, that's rotating winds, and that's what I've got for you. Okay, Melissa, I'm going to check back in with the Weather Service. If we have Corey coming back, looks like you have updates on that tornado warm storm southwest.
Yes, we're watching southwest. I wanted to do kind of a wider view because this is not in our Franklin County yet. But if the warning continues to get issued later on down the line, it would be moving into Franklin County. The specific storm itself is packing a lot of lightning. The tornado warning is on the northern side of it. It's moving pretty quickly, around 60 miles per hour. So I did put a track on it. Right now it's around 402. So would likely be crossing over to Williamsburg, which is on the western side of Franklin County first. That's going to be around 421. So we're going to continue to watch this storm. We know a lot of these people in Franklin County, we already had a tornado already this week. They had an EF2 tornado that was in Ottawa earlier on Monday. So we are watching this storm off towards the southwest, but first town it would likely move into as it crosses into the Franklin western side would be Williamsburg at 421. Then 425, we're looking at Pomona, and then eventually 431 in Princeton around 430-ish, Ottawa Municipal, and then 435-ish. So in about 30 minutes or so would be moving towards Ottawa. So we're watching this storm off towards the southwest. It is moving pretty quickly, quicker than we have seen most of these storms go and move already today. So it is moving quick. We want to let you know that we're watching this. We're watching Franklin County right now. But as we go into the next kind of 15, 20 minutes or so, we'll see eventually if this holds together. For one, we'll see if we get that kind of tornado warning reissued for portions of our Franklin County. But we want to let you know we are watching it. Even if there is, the tornado warning is lifted before it gets into our Franklin County, we're still looking at a very severe storm with a whole lot of lightning packed in with it. So we're watching the storm off towards the southwest. We're watching the storms that are now starting to connect a little bit more up towards Kansas City. So if you're in Kansas City right now, you're likely getting some light rain on the northern side. Lightning starting to pop up. Closer to Linwood, starting to see some heavier rain and thunderstorm activity. So we are starting to see some rain and storms in and around the area, but I'll be watching that storm off towards the southwest, and then we've got, of course, several other storms that we're watching. So keep in mind, we're going to watch the next kind of 15, 20 minutes or so to see how this storm behaves down towards the southwest that will later possibly be moving into Franklin County. So watching that storm, of course, we're going to continue to watch all the storms across our radar right now, but we've got a lot going on. If we wanted to take a look at kind of reset of where we're looking at, give me 1 second. So we get a wider view. Now we're seeing those storms try to form into a line now. So likely some rain, some thunder, some lightning ongoing right now downtown. The stronger storms are to the north and the stronger storms are to the southwest, coming up I-35. So I-35 and then crossed over to St. Joseph, Chillicothe, and Kirksville now. So we'll be watching Kansas City. We're watching those storms off towards the southwest, and we'll likely get more updates for our Franklin County here within the next 10 to 15 minutes or so if they're going to continue that tornado warning.
Yeah, Franklin County, Ottawa is what we're thinking about, and we've got that tornado warning that's just southwest of them. What I see here, though, Melissa, that spot right there by Burlington, so here's Ottawa, this is the edge of our coverage area. That behind it, though, is starting to look windy. That looks like straight line wind, which could actually help spin something up on the north side. It's kind of like a ping pong ball. If you blow on one side of it and it spins, that's what's going on there. It looks like that could be the beginning of the big wind event, the reason why we're at the level 4 out of 5, which again we haven't had since 2019. It's been a long time. So I'm going to get to the tornado warning that's been moved now. It's a little bit farther northeast of Chillicothe, and there's another spot that's up again by Edgerton, a city that we've said multiple times. Ottawa, we're going to watch for you closely too. Edgerton and up not too far from the airport, where I see a little something that I'm sure the National Weather Service is watching very closely as well. So this tornado warning now east of Chillicothe, north of Meadville. This one goes until, let's see if they've updated it. Okay, is that close by? Okay, let's take a camera. We got a camera that's nearby. So is this it right here? Okay, so you can see it's raining hard, and that's another thing is it's 4 o'clock right now. Think about all this nasty weather that's coming in, and it's a really active time on a Friday. I know that we had a lot of early school releases, and then there's after school activities, and you wouldn't want your kid out on a school bus and something like this coming through. And right now it's north of Kansas City, but there's areas around that needed to, you know, they made that choice, and they avoided some really rough weather that's been dangerous in spots, especially northwest of KC. Now this one up here, you can see, again, there's a live view from it. I want to see where this rotation would be, just north of Meadville, most likely. So Meadville, you're on the south side of the warning. Let me switch over to the winds, and I can spot this for you exactly where it would be. Okay, so tornado warning continues. If you're just joining us, this is north of Meadville. We're in Missouri, so I'm zoomed in, I know. So it's going to miss Meadville. Good news there. This right here is 139 Highway. This is Meadville down here. Here's Wheeling. Wheeling, you're safe. Laredo, you're safe. You're out of the tornado warning there. But this is 136 Highway. This is Purdon. We were talking about you earlier, that this would be tracking your way. That right there is where the tornado would be. Let's see if I can get you anything else as far as an indicator if you live out in this area. Eversonville. It's essentially right over Eversonville right now, or just south of Eversonville. There's Hecla. Here's Shafter. Northeast, about 35 to 45 miles per hour. So 136 Highway in Missouri. Eversonville is the spot that we're seeing now northeast of Chillicothe for this tornado warning, north of Wheeling, north of Meadville, and again, the counties that are included with this, we've got Grundy, Livingston, Lynn, and Sullivan in Missouri till 4:30 with this tornado warning. So fresh track coming in for you. Let's see where or when you could expect it if you're up in this area. This is our most dangerous storm right now that's in our actual coverage area. There's 40 miles an hour to the northeast. So Purdon, 425. You've got about 15 minutes before it's there. Browning, 431. And then North Salem, 441 would be the time in North Salem. So you got about a half hour in North Salem. If you're there, know that one, there may not be a lot of spotters out here on this storm just because of the rural nature of where it is. And because of that, we're going off radar, and it's pretty far from the radar. So we don't have a real good picture of this, but we do see the spin in the atmosphere, and that tells us that this thing could have a tornado with it, or it could drop one at any point. If you're in any of those towns that I just mentioned, do yourself a favor, keep your family safe, get to a safe spot. It's probably wrapped up in rain, so if you went out and tried to look at the thing, then you wouldn't see much with it because you would just see the rain, then the tornado would be wrapping sheets around it. You wouldn't see anything. So just a heads up there. Okay, so that's the latest with that storm. There's the other one that we'd had over here that I've been tracking by Cameron, and then one north of Smithville. So where we see, this is a severe thunderstorm warning. There's Winston, there's Cameron, here's Camden, and that area has big, broad rotation. It's not too much to worry about. Gallatin and Pattonsburg, so this is running up northeast on 35. This right here is KC. There's our 435 loop. This is another one that I was telling you that the Weather Service is likely watching. Ooh, I see another one too, Melissa. We'll have to check it out. So Smithville, north of Smithville, I'm talking about Edgerton and Gower. Towns that, this is something else that stands out is that we keep saying the same spots because a storm comes by, causes some problems, it moves out, then another one is hot on its heels because they're setting up on these tracks where they just kind of repeatedly hit the same spot. So this isn't super broad. Let me see if the National Weather Service, or isn't super tight, it's kind of broad. See if the Weather Service has said anything about it. No, they're watching it. But so just know that that's something that we're keeping an eye on. This would be in an area of enhanced wind anyway, around Gower, north of Edgerton, probably some 60-mile-per-hour winds up to golf ball size hail possible with that and that severe thunderstorm. Here's another one that jumped out to me over here west of Baldwin City. All right, so this is southwest of Lawrence. This is that cluster, Melissa, that we're watching come in out of eastern Kansas. And a couple things to note. Did you see what they said about the one further south with the wind?
No, not yet. I'll look.
Let's see if I can show you. See this?
There is some reports of small hail in Lawrence.
In Lawrence?
Right now.
Okay.
Yep.
We'll get there in a moment. But you see that? Right here, this bright wind that's coming in. This is Waverly. So right here's Ottawa. All right? Ottawa got hit by the EF2 on Monday. That right there is really strong wind. And this, I mentioned moments ago that I think that this could be the beginning of the big wind event. And what we will see is not everybody, it's not going to be like this big widespread, everybody gets this, but in the most powerful storms, we're going to get these focus zones of potentially 75 to 80 mile per hour winds. So something that we're watching there. Let's get over here to Lawrence. Okay, so north of Centropolis, southwest of Lawrence, this is an area of weak to moderate rotation. This is something that the Weather Service, I'm sure, is watching. There may be, if it continues to tighten up, a warning that gets issued on this. Let me get you back to the traditional radar, and we can get a peek at some of the wind with that too, or some of the hail with that, rather, because it's going to have a little bit of hail Melissa was mentioning. All right, there we are. Yeah, it's got that kidney bean shape to it that we don't like that I was telling you about. So Lawrence, right here, is that our Lawrence cam? Okay, there's our Lawrence cam. We're in Lawrence right now showing you the storm and moving around. This is does this have a warning on it? Let's check.
They added one just towards the southwest.
Just south, but not in Lawrence. Yeah, it's not there yet, so. Okay. But that kidney bean shape I was telling you about that we don't like, that's showing up just southwest of Lawrence too. So Melissa, do you have hail on that one?
I do have a closer look at hail, yep.
Okay, let's check that out.
Okay, so right now the kind of hail core at this point, it's the lighter color, which means it is a little bit smaller than about probably around a quarter sized hail is what we're looking at here. Crossing over about 56. Let me make sure this is 56 here. Yep, 56, and we'll be crossing over 59. So kind of on the southwestern side of the county. It looks to be just south of Lawrence. We did see some reports in the National Weather Service shadow some small hail in Lawrence, specifically off towards the southwest between about 59 and 56. Keep in mind, these are moving pretty much east northeasterly here. So we'll continue to see it move a little bit more in between that kind of crossing 59 over towards Eudora, may just miss the southern side of Lawrence itself, but back towards Baldwin City, you may see some small hail develop into your area too. So we're going to be watching this specific spot, especially because we know a lot of people are in Lawrence, but know that we are starting to see, maybe now that I look at the radar again, it getting maybe a little bit stronger. When we start to see a little bit more of that kind of brighter blue, indicates to us it's getting possibly a little bit larger, so about an inch to about an inch and a quarter, which could get up to about quarter-sized hail and then half-dollar-sized hail. So we're looking at 56 and 59 highway in between that corridor and south of I-70, south of Lawrence right now. So that's what's going on in that kind of south of Lawrence area, that specific storm moving through Centropolis too. I did want to let you know this is where we're looking at specifically. It's just south, but Lawrence getting a lot of heavy rain for one, a lot of lightning, specifically on the southwestern storms that are moving in right now. A lot of lightning is being associated with them, but that warning goes until 4:45 for Douglas County. It's moving a little bit more towards the east-northeast. So I did also, too, Luke, want to get down to the storms that are down towards the south. Yes, for Franklin. We saw the storms. We've been tracking it. Let me get my correct. Here we go. So if we put it on, it's not quite into our counties yet. However, we have that warning that has been issued. This does include portions of Ottawa and Richmond and Garnett. And so we're looking at kind of Anderson and Franklin County right now, which would this be moving into those areas. A lot of lightning is associated with these ones down towards the southwest. You can just see how many lightning bolts there are, where it's almost too hard to see what's actually going on radar. Looks like there could be a little bit of a hail core too, but I wanted to get those off towards our southwestern counties. An update on the severe thunderstorm warning, which will go until 4:45. It's moving east at 60 miles an hour. It's for 60 mile per hour winds and quarter-sized hail. So haven't seen an update, though, on the tornado warning. Looks like they trimmed it back a little bit, which would be a good sign. But as Luke had mentioned, we're starting to see more of the shape of what we would see when we're looking more at kind of transitioning to wind situations. So as we put a track on this, no, I'm going to use a different tracker because we are getting a little bit more of a curve to it, 60 miles an hour. It's going a little bit more towards the kind of east-northeast. So I am going to take it up here a little bit like this to show that we're looking at Centropolis on the southern side. That's going to be around 429. Pomona, 420. So in about 4 minutes or so, you may see the leading edge of that start to build into the area. So We're looking at it just shortly in just a couple of minutes, going to be crossing over the county lines. So Quimino, we're looking at you. We're going to be looking at Pomona, and then eventually later on down the line, Ottawa, Richmond, Garnett, as it continues to propagate towards the east-northeast. So wanted to get an update for those folks that are down towards the south. We're looking at 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. Luke?
Yeah, Melissa, I want to show something else. So here we are, kind of just, if you're in Kansas City right now, no immediate threat does not mean that we're in the clear. All right, so we're going to watch this whole mess that's up here. All that's still going to slide our way. But Ottawa, we're talking about you. I'm really looking at you and anybody that is over here in Franklin County and right along 35. All right. So what I'm showing you, this is KC. There's our metro. Go down 35. There's Waverly. This right here is the edge of our coverage area, but I'm sure we're seen over here by Waverly. So there's Melbourne, there's Williamsburg, and you see this really bright spot. This is going to be 60 plus, probably 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Really strong straight line winds. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to roll this back, and you can get the idea of the track. All right, so watch. This is rolling right along 35. I don't like the path with that because watch where that could be headed. I mean, it's got this northeast kind of jog to it, which could put it kind of close to Ottawa. I mean, just be aware. Anybody here in Franklin County, we've got the risk of this coming in, and that would cause potentially like low wind tornado type damage. That's the threat for today. If you get 80-mile-an-hour winds, you're talking hurricane force wind gusts, but instead of being like in a small tornado, which you're typically, if it's a football field wide, it's a good sized tornado. This could be over a much larger area, so large that we can see, all the way from zoomed out views, that whole area right there would be extreme straight line winds. That's what I'm seeing with that threat. Okay, now let me get back to the tornado warning that we have. I want to show you the latest as we zoom in over here just north of Brookfield. This is Purdon now. We're south of Milan. We do still have the warning, all right? So this is way northeast. This is up here northeast of Chillicothe. We've got a little mini tornado warning. So that tells me that they haven't really expanded that, they being the National Weather Service. Goes till 4:30. So we've got about another 12 minutes left on this. This is in Lynn County. We're talking about Missouri here. Still see the shape that we don't like. It is northeast at 50 miles an hour. These up here are moving very quickly. Let me spot as best I can where this might be. Give you an update. So Purdon, you guys are probably right about there, right about where the tornado would be. Okay, stop right there. Yeah, just southwest, or it's either right over Purdon or just southwest. So here's Purdon, there's Browning, and then Linneus, and it's going to be just west or right over Purdon as best we can tell from right here. So this right here is 5 Highway, so south of Duncan. And next in line would probably be Enterprise and then eventually North Salem. The good news here is, one, they haven't extended it, so they're seeing something that's not overly impressive with it. And two, just on radar, it doesn't look like it's as tight as it once was, so like that. All right, so Enterprise, 432. Purdon's basically right now, within the next 5 minutes. If you're in this, still treat it like there's a tornado. We do still have a tornado warning. It's active. We don't have great eyes on this one. North Salem, 437. Be looking at Butte at 442. Kirksville, so that's outside of our area, but that goes until 5:08. Looks like we just got a new scan. Didn't really change positions much, so that's what we see there. I'm going to go through. I want you to know we are on Facebook, we're on YouTube, we're doing our best. We want to answer the questions that you have as we go throughout this event and any event. So if you have something that you want to know, or if you've got information to pass along, maybe you're hearing sirens, maybe you've got hail, maybe you're seeing something, if you would share that, and we will do our best to, one, answer your questions, and two, to pass on whatever it is that you've seen. So I'm on there. I'm going to do a check of that. I think we ought to get back, Melissa, to Franklin County, what's coming in there. Okay? All right. Let's get back and check in on Franklin County, Anderson County with that severe thunderstorm. I'm talking about this one down here. This one we got to watch closely.
They just added a considerable tag onto it, so we are watching more of a wind threat start to play out, especially down towards our southern counties. So more specifically, we're looking at 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. So what Luke had mentioned a couple minutes ago, that is correct. We know that the leading edge of this is where we're going to see more likely this kind of strongest winds start to develop. It is just about to move into our counties here shortly. So still moving around 60, 65 miles per hour. So starting to move into Anderson, Franklin, here probably within the next minute or so. So we're looking at, if I put a track on it, because I want to let our Ottawa friends know, Williamsburg, Richmond, Garnett know where we're going, and then we'll kind of take a zoomed in look of specific our Doppler winds, our winds that we're watching. So I am putting a little bit different of a track on it. We know it's moving about 5 more miles quicker than it was before. So we put it on the leading edge and we play it out. Around 422, keep in mind right now it's 421, so Williamsburg, it's crossing into our counties here just right now. Williamsburg around 422, Pomona 424, so keep in mind with 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, these are radar indicated, quarter-sized hail too. You're going to shelter the same way you would for a tornado for very strong winds. That's going to be the most interior part of your home and away from windows and doors. So we're looking at Richter around 429, Princeton around 432, 434, 435. So in about 10 minutes or so, it's going to be moving into Ottawa. So we are going to watch this progress towards the east. It's going to be likely a strong leading line, a lot of lightning and heavy rainfall with this specifically. So if we play it out, we know it's moving fast, a lot of lightning with it. I'm going to turn on to see if we could get a look too at our velocity for our winds, starting to see kind of the strongest winds, probably just to the southwest of Williamsburg. Looks like I'm going to have to switch the radar here in just a second, but we're looking at probably very strong winds, 60, 70 miles per hour.
65.
Just 65
I'm getting
along
readings, yeah.
Williamsburg, just towards the south.
Okay,
so,
we just went with a new warning too. This just got updated.
is it
It's a destructive now.
Yes, yep.
80-mile-an-hour winds is what
Okay.
they're saying. So brand new. Sorry, Melissa.
No, go ahead. You got it.
Yeah, so what we've got, and I'm going to get to Lawrence up here next. So if you're in Lawrence, we're going to get to you. You've got some stuff happening there too. But this is concerning, as this can cause tornado-like damage, all right? So we're going to treat these severe thunder. I know we get severe thunderstorm warnings all the time. By the way, I'll pull this out a little bit and just kind of reset. All right, so where you see that pink, you don't see that often, do you? Kansas City, no immediate severe threat for us, okay? Yes, there's some rain, there's some thunderstorms that are moving in, and all of that is something that has potential to eventually become severe, but right now it's not. There's Lawrence. I'm going to get to this warning that's just to your south, but that right there, where you see that pink, that's a destructive tag, and when you have that, you've got winds that are strong enough over a kind of a broad area too to cause tornado-like damage. They're not common, so you may not have seen one before or haven't seen one in a while. We don't see them often, but that's the reason why today carries the risk level that it does. So this warning goes until, so now what? This is Franklin County, the very northern part of Anderson County, goes till 445. Destructive tag due to extreme straight line winds here. It's moving northeast. It's racing at 55 miles an hour. So Williamsburg right now is in the thick of it with this one. See if there's anything else. It got a little bit of hail with it. The rotation's not a thing anymore with this. It's all transitioned into this big punch of straight winds. And let me show it to you here. So I'm switching back over to the winds. All right, we're doing I know a little moving around on you. I hate to do that, but that's what we've got. All right, so Williamsburg right now, this zone that you see right here, over Williamsburg, there's Interstate 35. That's 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts. I've measured, our radar sees the raindrops being moved around, and it can tell how fast they're moving, and we've measured 65. If you've got 65, you almost surely have 75, which means that there's probably gusts of 80 in here. That's why that this 80-mile-an-hour hurricane force wind gusts is what that is doing. Now, here's Ottawa. And if I'm going to roll it backwards and then roll it forwards, and you can kind of see the track, and my concern is a spot that's vulnerable and tender after getting hit earlier this week is now under the gun of this. At least it's going to be close. So just beware. Treat this, if you're here, treat this like a tornado warning, okay? Get to where you would go if you had a tornado shelter. If you're in Williamsburg, if you're just out ahead of Williamsburg, that's how you need to behave with this one, as it's that powerful, all right? So northeast 50. I believe is what this one's doing. Can you confirm that for me, Melissa? The forward speed of it, just so I have an accurate time here. I believe that's what it was, but we've had so many of them. So I'll fix this if I have to. 437 Princeton, 449 would be Rantoul, all right, then Miami County. I don't know why it says just the county, but it says, so we'll just go Paola at 503. So Paola, 503.
55.
55, okay, so we're close. Gardner at 510. So this is going to be moving very quickly, very fast, racing up 35. If you know anybody that's on 35 in this area, tell them about this. All right, so again, we'd want to treat it like a tornado. You would get off the interstate, you'd find shelter, ride it out, that kind of thing. There's Princeton. And notice this is a much broader area. So where a tornado, we would see rotation kind of like that, this is a big spot. So that's why we have the concern that we do. And then eventually up toward Wellsville. So this is going to run through Franklin County. You might get some on the extreme northern side of Anderson County, but not nearly as intense. And eventually past that, it's going to be, if it holds together, don't know, then that is the kind of system that's going to be aimed at the south side of Kansas City. So something else that we've got to monitor very closely. I mentioned that we would get to Lawrence. We have a camera. If we could take the Lawrence cam, go ahead, and then I'll fix my radar so we can show what's going on. There it is. So we're getting lots of lightning. We've got heavy rain. We have a severe thunderstorm that is just south. Oh, Melissa, you've got something?
I want to get back to the Lynn County Tornado 2 when you get a chance.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Is there an update that we need to?
Yeah, they extended it a little bit more, but I wanted to kind of go back down and show what's going on down there. I'll take that for a second. I'll let you reset. So this is still until 4:30. We've got a couple more minutes on it. That warning is going to be pushing out towards the east side of our counties, but just wanted to let you know that rotation likely right now just towards the east of Purdon. These two also moving pretty quickly. We're looking 45 miles per hour. So they did add that new kind of downstream warning. So that's where we're going to see it as it's going to lift kind of out of our counties here pretty shortly, because it's just about to kind of cross the county lines right now. So eventually moving into North Salem here in about 10 minutes or so, and then out of our area. So I did want to kind of update you there if you're in Lynn County, that rotation likely north of Purdon, and then we'll be heading off towards the northeast out of our counties. But if you're in Purdon, make sure you're in tornado safe space zone, and then would eventually be going to Enterprise and then crossing over into the neighboring county towards the north. So that would be happening shortly. Just wanted to get an update there for those in Lynn County. And then Luke, can I send it back to you?
Yeah, we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning that is for the metro. So let's talk about this. This one just popped in. So we've got a severe thunderstorm warning, goes until 5:15. So this is including Overland Park. We've got Olathe, Spring Hill, Edgerton. You're all included in this. So let's get our bearings here. This just happened, just came out. So we're looking at just Johnson County. Is Johnson County in Kansas, of course. Goes till 5:15. This is a 60 mile an hour. This is a standard severe thunderstorm warning. So it's a nasty storm. It's severe, but it doesn't have what we're seeing down by central western Franklin County. Where our mobile weather tracker, our First Warn 5 weather tracker is out. So they may be in the severe thunderstorm warning. If we have a location, if you guys, we are 35 southbound. Okay. So you can see what it looks like. It's going to be heavy rain. It's going to be messy. It is severe. Know that this would be disruptive to your plans. This is something that you wouldn't want to be out in. But it is not super high end like some of the other stuff that we've seen, though this is developing. And what could be the more interesting part of this is what we have over here. I was earlier wanting to go to the near Lawrence storm. So here's Lawrence. Lawrence is not under a severe thunderstorm warning, but south of Eudora, Baldwin City, that spot right there is a different warning that looks like that is being monitored to expand eastward. So let's investigate this, because this could mean something for a big number of people as it moves toward Kansas City, and see what we've got. All right. So that one for Douglas County till 4:45 looks to me like it's an extension. Looks to me like this warning is now being extended eastward, and that's what's going to impact the KC area. So this right here, we probably ought to have I'll check it out with the hail and the wind. Let's see what we have with wind first, because that may be the big thing that we deal with. So let's just go to our straight winds. Around Baldwin City right now, we've got some potentially 60 mile per hour winds. I don't see severe winds over the metro in this warning. So it looks like this is all what's going to be pushing toward us. The Weather Service is out ahead of that. I'm going to get you a track here in a minute. Let's check out hail too. All right, so back behind it, there's another big shot of wind. There's a whole bunch of wind back behind it. This is our tower cam. So you're getting a look from the tower cam. Big heavy rain shaft. We're looking west, so we're looking kind of close to the storm. The storm is more southwest, but you're getting a view of that. Let's go to the hail too. See what we've got with that. Nothing tremendous, all right? So I do see a little spot. You might be getting a little bit over here by Olathe. That could be a little patch of like nickel hail or penny-size hail, dime size. It doesn't look like it's severe. Then Baldwin City, too. So I think that this one may primarily end up being a wind threat. Okay, let's go back to standard radar. Down here by Ottawa. Turn off all this lightning. It's got tons of lightning. My goodness, that's an electrical storm. And then racing northeast on 35. Destructive tag, rare pink that you see here. So that would be, if it continues at 55 miles an hour, yeah, that's what we had just confirmed. Let's see where that would put it if we expand it out farther. And if that would, when would that arrive in Kansas City or the potential metro if it were to? So 55. If that were to stay together. It could be in Lee's Summit in an hour. If that holds together, it could be on the south side of the metro in about 45 minutes, southwest side. So something that we're going to have to keep close watch on. Right now, I don't see severe weather in Kansas City, but we've got wind moving toward us. In Ottawa, our eyes are on you and everybody in Franklin County with this nasty windstorm that's moving in. So we're going to treat this again like a tornado. Melissa, is that what you're on right now?
Yeah, I'm
Let's go to
zoomed
Melissa.
in. Yeah, a little bit more street level so we can look. You may see the colors change because it's going to change between radar as I push it a little bit more towards the east. But right now, the leading edge of the strongest winds are in Ransomville right now. It's going to go up I-35. It's heading towards Princeton right now. It's going to cross 59 here shortly. Ottawa, BN Junction. This is going to be here probably in about 2-3 minutes or so, and then kind of traveling along 68, K68, and then down 59 highway and up 35. So likely going to be moving into Princeton, those kind of strong, destructive, possible 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts from Princeton to BN Junction, Ottawa. This would include you, and then back over towards Pomona and then Richter too, kind of along 68. We've all talked about these towns here the last couple of days, so keep in mind, you're going to shelter from wind gusts of 80 miles per hour the same way you're going to shelter from a tornado. So lowest part of your home, most interior part away from windows and doors. Looks like we just got a new latest scan. Still starting to see Princeton, now starting to get a little bit more stronger wind gusts starting to build into your area. And then it's going to be headed towards Ottawa, BN Junction, probably just knocking on your door now. And then up towards Pomona, Richter, we are having those stronger storm winds just towards the south, but likely probably going to get some strong wind gusts out of this too. So it's going to be moving up here towards the kind of northeast. I told you the color was going to switch a little bit as I headed off towards the northeast, but we're looking now, if we zoom really in, the strongest winds, Old Highway 50, Idaho Road 68, and then I-35 is where we're seeing the strongest winds now. It's going to be crossing South Eisenhower Avenue into South Main Street in Ottawa, and then through Ottawa proper too. So 59, we're looking South Eisenhower Avenue, Ottawa. You need to be getting in, the most interior part of your home, away from windows and doors too, with the possibility of, 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts starting to develop with these too. So even as I look down towards the south, the strongest kind of winds still pointing out to me on the northeastern side of this specific kind of cell that we're looking at. Still some of those bright colors, still in green, even if they're in green or in red. We're switching between two radars here. It's going to be moving up towards Ottawa, along 68, in between 59 and 68 is where we're looking. Ottawa, it's going to be headed towards you next. So,
yeah, you got to get ready for a big smack of wind. This is going to be a big smack. Look at how big that is, too. We're looking at 80-mile-an-hour winds. I want to get out ahead of this thing, too. I want to let you, two things I want you to know. We're going to be here with you all night long. Until this threat is gone, we are here, all right? If there's something that is dangerous, we will be on air with you. What just happened is what we were talking about. This is rolling up 35. It's the second point I want to make. We in Kansas City are going to have to be watching in parts of Kansas City for this storm. It is tracking right up 35. It's packing nasty winds with it. South sides of Johnson County in Kansas just got included.
It's a continuation of it.
Into this new severe thunder. Just hold on a second, if you would. Just south side of Johnson County is now included in this severe thunderstorm warning. This is a destructive tag, all right? So let me find out exactly what's going on here and see what they have with the latest information. I'm sure it's going to be for 80-mile-an-hour winds. 5:15 is when this goes. So we're going to be looking at what Johnson County in Kansas. We got Miami County that's going to be included in this as well. We've got sections of Lynn County. So there's Lynn County, Miami County, and sections of Johnson County. Here's in Kansas, going up 35 and 80-mile-an-hour winds. So we've got, I'll toss it over to Melissa. Melissa lets you see, like, when would that arrive? It was looking, if we put a track on that thing,
yeah.
it was looking like it could be about 45 minutes that it's on the south side of the metro. But if this were to roll up 35, like, when would it be in Olathe?
Yeah.
Is what I think people would want to know.
I'm going to take a kind of look here. As you can see, there is a whole lot of lightning going on. We can already hear it in the studio, so we're in fairway. We can hear the heavy rain, the lightning in the studio right now. I'm turning off the lightning so we can kind of get a closer look at what we're actually looking at, and then we will track this. As the kind of new warning came out, this is moving east 65 miles per hour, so it is still moving very quickly. I am going to kind of meander it around the track so we can see where we're going to be looking here next. I'm going to update this here to 65 miles per hour. I'm going to track it here from the top from Baldwin City, then down towards Ottawa, Richmond, down towards Garnett. So off towards the east, northeast. Looks like we're going to be looking in Olathe around 4:48, so in about 10 minutes. This storm's moving very quickly. So now's the time in Olathe to be getting ready to get into where you need to go, to be in the most interior part of your room, your shelter. So around, it's 4:37 right now, so in about 10 minutes, it's going to be in Olathe. Eventually Paola around 4:53. We've got Belton around 5:04. So I kind of did one large path, and we'll kind of zoom in on our northern areas. But Gardner, 4:43, Edgerton, 4:39. So here in about 2 minutes, Olathe getting closer to around 4:48. So about 10 minutes from now, Paola, 4:53. Reminder, 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts are possible. We are, when you shelter from wind, it's the same way you're going to shelter from a tornado. So make sure you're getting in your spot as it's going to be getting closer, especially into southern portions of the metro, here in about 5 to 10 minutes. Luke?
This camera that you see, this screen that is the top right part of your TV screen, this is in Ottawa, and they're getting hammered right now. There it is. They just got this blasting through, so this is just one particular spot that we've got. And Ottawa, we were watching for you. We've been concerned about you because of what happened earlier this week, and you're vulnerable, and you're still recovering, and now you've got this with potential 80-mile-an-hour winds coming in. Now, right now, where this exact spot is, of course, it's coming down real hard, but just moments ago, this thing was really going off. So let's see what we've got. The nature of this, I just want to be upfront and transparent with you too, is that this storm is one, fast moving, and two, our radar takes a full 5 minutes to do a sweep. So there's going to be gaps where it looks like, hey, this is where the leading edge is, but just know, like you were driving a car at 55 miles an hour, it's going to go out ahead of that a little bit. So we have to compensate for that a little bit. Let's get to these winds, though, and I want to at least see where that leading edge is most likely. Okay, so Ottawa, according to what I can see on our radar, you may have gotten just a little bit lucky. The big nasty stuff. So that, again, live view out of Ottawa, destructive severe thunderstorm warning, potential 80-mile-per-hour winds, but I think the worst of it could be just south. Now, this could expand northward. You can see how it's like a big bow, and that leading edge right there, that'd be the most intense, but this is going to expand as it passes by a bit. So you're going to get some nasty winds. You're going to get severe winds. But the worst of it, where we could see the 80-mile-an-hour winds, let me see what our computer is estimating here, would probably be right over the Princeton area. This is what, highway, of course, over here in Kansas. This is Highway 59. That right there is 59. This is 35. It looks like the intersection of 35 and down 59 right by Princeton has just gotten smacked with some nasty wind. Let's see what the estimate is. See if it'll pop up. Wow, 86 mile an hour is what it's estimating. That was just one spot that I picked. So our radar, what it's doing is it's seeing what is being pushed in the atmosphere. And what's being pushed in the atmosphere, at least at this level, this is not at the ground, this is a little bit up, but it's tracking near 90-mile-an-hour movement in the air. So winds here, and they oftentimes kind of accelerate on their way down, are 80 to 90 mile an hour. We could have 90 mile per hour straight line winds over a big area here. That's tornado-like damage. That's what we're seeing just south right now of Ottawa. So northeast of Princeton's right in the thick of it where we have to get ready for this. I know Melissa, she's been watching this for you very closely. What's coming up next is going to be northeastern part of Franklin County. We've got another spot over here by Baldwin City. That's not as intense. It's not as large, but another spot south of Lawrence, south of Eudora, of enhanced winds, and you can see where this thing is aimed. All right, this is the big concern for today, is that this is going to rip up 35 and cause a lot of problems as it does, and it does threaten the KC Metro. Do you have something new over there?
I was going to put a track over there because I was just looking at that spot that's just towards the north too, as you've been hitting on the southern part. So some of those stronger winds are moving towards Vinland right now, south of Cyberlyville, and then Clearfield. But if we zoom out, we're getting close to kind of Olathe now. We're starting to see some stronger pockets of some brighter green color now that we're crossing over into portions of southwestern and western Johnson County, Kansas. So really on the kind of western side, back towards 59, 56 Baldwin City in between Eudora, but starting to see that kind of pockets of some brighter green, kind of almost looking blue. That's going to be getting a little bit closer to Olathe. Olathe's over here on the screen. I'm going to put a track on here because it is going to be pretty soon. As we had mentioned, within about 10 minutes, now it's about 4:48. And so if I update this here, it's probably going to be within the next 5 minutes moving into Olathe and kind of on the southern edge of the 435 loop. So I'm going to do one kind of confined spot here as we're looking at the kind of leading edge of those stronger winds starting to develop. So looks like more specifically here in just a couple of minutes in Waverly School, and then Moonlight School around 4:49. Olathe got it's around 4:53. I'll say that's probably going to be a little bit quicker than that, probably closer to around 4:47, 4:48. So keep in mind you're going to shelter the same way you would for a tornado warning with possible winds of 80 miles per hour. So Luke, I'll send it back to you. I'll keep an eye on these two spots we're looking at.
Thank you, Melissa. Good stuff. Good work. Now, we've got a KC Scout Cam that I think is worth showing if we can pop that up, because the drive around Kansas City is nasty in spots. I can't exactly tell where this is, but we've got a strong thunderstorm. There is a severe thunderstorm warning in the south part of the KC Metro right now. We actually have two. I-70 and Mill Street is where you're looking live right now. You can see all the lightning, so this is going to be an intense thunderstorm that we have. The severe portion that Melissa was showing is still to our west. The reason why we have the warning is still to the west of the KC Metro. So this right now is getting out ahead of that. This is the warning. This is to give you some lead time that, hey, this is going to be moving in. But nonetheless, we do have thunderstorms that are moving over KC. You've got them in Independence, heavy rain in Raytown, right along I-70. There's 470 down there. We just have one by Lee's Summit that lifted up by Blue Springs. Going over here by Overland Park. Something else amidst everything that we're watching is that this is going to produce heavy rain. And this is probably going to happen where we get storm after storm, at least multiple cells that all produce heavy rain. And we're going to keep an eye on the flood risk for you, something else that could be coming in amid everything that we've got going on. So round number one for the south side of the KC Metro is likely to be this. This right here is the leading batch right over Edgerton, where we could have some 60 to 70 mile per hour straight line winds. There could be some hail with that as well. You saw the lightning flash behind me. What is that? Is that out by the triangle? Oh, I-70 and 3rd Street. Okay, wow, look at that. That almost looked like a power flash. Interesting. Anyway, so that's moving eastward. So that's round number one. That is not the 80 mile an hour winds. That is from this cell down here. That's coming up I-35. It's now past Ottawa. If you're in Ottawa and you're on Facebook and watching our live stream, let us know what you'd experienced, or if you're in Franklin County, period, anybody that has been through that, that would be helpful to let our viewers know exactly what's going on there. So hopefully we gave you plenty of lead time with that. Wow, that is, look at the cars. I mean, I-70 right now, and you're looking at how, this is the downtown loop, and we were talking about how the commute home could be dangerous. That's some really heavy rain and a severe thunderstorm. Now we've got a couple things happening. One is power loss is being reported out of Shawnee. So not that the severe portion of the storm has come in just yet. Hey, there's another area, okay. And the strongest part of this cell is still on its way. So we already have some power loss. Something else, whenever this destructive warning enters your area, so this may have happened in Johnson County already, your phone is going to go off. You're going to get the wireless emergency alert, like you would if there were a tornado warning. So if you're confused as to what's happening and you hear that go off, you may even hear, local officials may elect to blow sirens. We treat these storms like tornadoes, all right? So just beware that your phone would likely go off if you get included in that warning. So there's the update with that. I'm seeing if we have any questions here on the Facebook stream that we've got. If there's anything that you would like to know or anything that you would like to pass along, please do that for us. Sirens being reported for the 80-mile-per-hour winds in spots coming in out of Franklin County. And then Spring Hill and Paola, Lewisburg, Olathe, all spots that will be up next. Melissa, I think what maybe we might want to, is there a new warning?
A new warning has been issued for portions of the metro. Yep.
You take that one if you would, please.
Yep. Okay, so the kind of I-70, the heart of Kansas City, I'm talking Kansas City, Missouri, KCK kind of city proper off towards Independence and Buckner. So a new severe thunderstorm warning's in place. This does include portions of Clay and Jackson and Platte and Wyandotte counties until 5:30. We've been hearing, obviously, the rain and the thunderstorm activity from inside the studio. This is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. Of course, on the southern side of the kind of 435 loop, we've got that destructive tag, that severe thunderstorm destructive tag. That's just off towards the south. So they do overlap a little bit, but overall, if you live in the 435 loop, specifically along I-70, that severe thunderstorm warning is for you. It's for quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. It's packing a lot of lightning with it. So as you can see, heavy rain from pretty much along I-70, Blue Springs, Independence, back towards I-70 and even towards Bonner Springs. We're seeing that heavy rain and a lot of lightning ongoing right now. I am going to take a look to see if we've got any more of that kind of hail and wind threat. And then, well, first I'll send it to Luke. And then, Luke, while you're doing that, I will look closer.
Thank you, Melissa.
Yep.
Yeah, let's see what the hail situation is. I wanted to give an update what I see with the wind as the second cell, the one that is, I said round number, we can think of like round 1, round 2. This has been the one that's had our most attention coming in out of Franklin County. There's Paola, by the way. So you guys just had the hail, and 2 days ago, now you've got that coming in. Look at all of our cameras here. You can see the heavy duty rain, all the lightning, but the wind is really the primary reason for the warnings that we have for Kansas City, and that has not yet arrived. So yes, it's a strong thunderstorm, but the severe portion is coming. This has throttled up. Round number 1 has come up in intensity. So this one might end up being, if you would look up here north of Edgerton, let me just do a loop here. I think that we got to pay closer attention to this one. See how that kind of popped up? There was a small area of focused winds around Baldwin City. This was at about 448, 436, about 430. And then watch how this one is now expanding a little bit. It's a little bit bigger. The colors are bright. Let me see what our computers are estimating this is. It's not as nasty as the other one. Edgerton. Okay, Edgerton, so here's Edgerton. This top camera right here is Edgerton. And nasty looking storm there. North of Edgerton, all right, we just got an update. I think it's just a continuance, though. You can see the flash. If you look behind me, there's that flash. But that's where we're looking in that top left part of your screen. Or excuse me, top right part of your screen is right there. So here's that scan update. That is likely popping up to 70+ mile-per-hour winds. We've got Sammy in Edgerton. Let's go to, so we have a reporter that is in Edgerton right now next to this. Let's go to Sammy. Sammy, we're just looking at the winds come up on this severe thunderstorm right in your area, right around Edgerton. Tell us what you're seeing out there.
Well, so far it's mostly just been some light to heavy rain. It just depends where we've been driving. We've been all the way up in Leavenworth. We're now in Edgerton so far. A lot of lightning in this area. It's also pretty dark. We can see the clouds are moving pretty quickly, but nothing too major so far. But with how dark it was, we were definitely expecting it.
Sure, yeah, dark skies. You're not seeing anything severe where you are. You're looking at is some wild skies, but we expected that today. You can get that with any thunderstorm. It doesn't necessarily, you can't look at them and tell if they're severe most of the time. Let us know if you would. I want to stay in touch with you because the wind gusts, are you on the, what road are you on?
Homestead Lane.
Homestead Lane. Okay, so I'm looking north of 56, Highway 56 and northwest, kind of north of you. This may end up missing where you are, but if you experience anything, if you would, let us know. We'll take you back live. Of course, want you to stay safe, but north of you and over by Gardner, northwest of Gardner, is a spot that's jumping out on our maps right now for some pretty focused extreme winds. So thank you, Sammy. Thank you. We appreciate that. Seeing the winds pick up over here by Olathe and Gardner as well, this kind of area is starting to throttle up. This is an expanding wind or expanding area of high winds. I started to see what they may be. Let's see if I can show you here, kind of pick in the middle of that. And we're seeing about 60. So usually if you see 60, there's probably some 65s, maybe some 70s in there. Not quite as rowdy as the one that's off to the south, and that one's really nasty. This one's moving right towards you, Paola. Okay, so Paola is next. We've got a scout cam too. Look down here. Look at the scout cam. You can't hardly see through it. It's raining so hard in Kansas City. We also have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings over Kansas City. This is 35 and 12th, just so you know. And traffic is going to be, of course, slowed down. There's going to be some areas of flooding whenever it rains this hard. So just know that if you know anybody that's out on the roads or you plan to go somewhere, this is not good stuff. Okay, over here now, crossing into the Paola, there's Osawatomie. So here's Osawatomie. All right, so Paola, get ready. Paola, you need to be in a tornado shelter, whether that is your basement, whether that's the interior part of your room. I know it's a severe thunderstorm warning, but this is not your typical severe thunderstorm warning. This is a destructive severe thunderstorm with wind potential of 80 miles an hour. Our radars were estimating even higher than that. So just know, moving into Paola is this big area of very intense wind, okay? So Osawatomie, you're there too. Paola, eventually next this is going to be by Spring Hill. There's another cluster by Edgerton and up into Olathe. So we're throwing a lot out there because there's a lot going on. Melissa, we did have a tornado warning that we need to check in over by Chillicothe and what's happening in the Kansas City metro.
Yes, I've got more information on the metro. You want me to cover that first? You'll
yes,
get back
please.
to that tornado warning?
I'll get the tornado warning. You cover
okay.
the metro, please.
So in the metro, just got a report from the airport. That is going to be for 63-mile-per-hour winds coming out of the downtown airport. So here's a kind of looping play of what we're looking at right now. So much lightning ongoing with this storm along Highway 24, along 40, pretty much encompassing the most part of the 435 loop and along I-70. Some reports of that kind of 60, 63 mile per hour winds have been added, of course, because we just saw reports of that. But we also are looking at the potential for some quarter-sized hail. If I zoom in, that hail core likely are just north of I-70 in downtown Kansas City, draping up to North Kansas City for some small hail. Avondale back towards KCK, pretty much along that kind of 670 corridor and to the north. So Woodhill seeing possibly some small hail too, and then off towards the east, that's where we're looking at too, in places like Sugar Creek, just north of Independence, between pretty much Sugar Creek, Inglewood, Maywood, along 24 and Missouri 12. So just wanted to give an update there. We'll get back to Luke for that tornado warning.
Thank you, Melissa. The tornado warning's gone, but we have another destructive, there's a lot going on here. We've got a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, so another one of these that's like tornado-like with wind speed up just west of Chillicothe. So want to give you an update with that. Also, we're getting some reports coming in out of Cameron, where there was reports of trees on a house. So we're getting some damage reports out of Cameron. We're also getting reports of, that one's outside of our area. So in Cameron, we are getting some reports of damage, seeing that come in. 55 knot wind gust, so we'd be looking at like a 65 plus mile per hour wind gust out of the downtown airport in Kansas City. So Kansas City downtown airport experienced severe thunderstorm level winds. Just know that. And checking in on chat, any questions that I could answer. That's why we're here to help you guys out and anything that we can do to serve you. So let's check out this new warning that we've got up here that is moving toward Chillicothe. Chillicothe, this is the zone that we were watching for that tornado warning. So this is now over here east of Milan, crossed out of our coverage area. The point of rotation with this is now crossing out of our coverage area. So that's moving along, but you've got more storms back behind it. And this one by Hamilton and moving toward Chillicothe and Breckenridge, another tornado-like severe thunderstorm. So let's see what we have here. All right, this is moving east at 45. It's got 80 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. So we're treating this one like a tornado warning too. If you're in Hamilton, if you're in Gallatin, if you're in Breckenridge, then get to the basement, the interior part of your house, wherever you would go if you had a tornado or the threat of that. And this is probably going to be, again, over a broad area versus a tornado, which is more focused. So it's right there over Hamilton. Watch the colors here, those real bright colors. All right, so we've got, is this some flooding that's ongoing? Yeah. I assume, is this over by Grand? I-70 and Broadway. Okay, so I-70 and Broadway, look at that water come rushing out. That's the rain rates here are so intense that the city and our urban areas can't keep up with it. They just can't. So they're going to not be able to shed all that water off, and you'll get some flooding. So roads tonight, from here out, just plan on, there's going to be some spots that experience some flooding. So extreme straight line winds here up by Hamilton, south of Gallatin. This one's not as big and broad as what we've seen southwest. If you're in Lock Springs, Gallatin, Hamilton, you're okay in Kidder. It's already passed through you. Winston, you're okay. Kingston, you're okay. But moving eastward rapidly is going to be, there we just lost it. We lost our radar signal up there. Getting pretty far away. Lock Springs, you'd be next. Breckenridge, Mooresville is probably going to stay to your north a little bit. Jamesport and Trenton. Get you a track on this one. Again, we treat these as though they would be a tornado. 55 miles an hour, so these things are cruising. Lock Springs 505, you've got about 10 minutes in Lock Springs. Spring Hill 513, Laredo at 530, and we'd be looking at Duncan in 545. So this tornado warning, it is a severe thunderstorm warning for Caldwell, Davies, Grundy, Livingston counties until 5 p.m. That's one that we've got there. So tornado warning has moved out of our area. This now, we've got an upgrade for the Metro. Why don't you, if you could, Melissa, tell us what's going on here.
Yeah, so now for the Metro, we saw those wind gusts of 63, 65 miles per hour come out of the downtown airport. So now they have bumped up our tag to a considerable tag. So it is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts are going to be possible embedded in this storm. Still the possibility of some small quarter-sized hail, but really we're looking mainly at those kind of wind gusts because we have seen reports come out of that. And to be exact, the Kansas City downtown airport recorded 63-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So we know that there is that possibility for some strong wind gusts. Looks like right now the strongest wind gusts and the brightest coloring I'm seeing is likely on the eastern side of the Metro now, in between I-70, 24, and 435. So right in this kind of corridor, we're looking for kind of that brighter spot of some green just south of Ethel, and then going to be heading towards Inglewood, and then looks to be just north of Leeds. So we're watching kind of the eastern side right now of this storm for kind of the stronger wind gusts to develop and possibly gust across the area, because we know we've seen reports of 63 miles per hour. I'm going to see if I can get some indication of maybe what radar is picking up. Close to around 50 miles per hour or so. So we are looking at the kind of eastern side in between about 24, 70, and 435 for some of the stronger winds, pockets of some stronger winds inside that storm. So I did want to look once again, then we'll get back to Luke about the hail. Still looks to be a small kind of about nickel-sized to about quarter size starting to develop across the area. North Kansas City, off towards Cement City, and then towards Claycomo, Avondale, Randolph, and even into portions kind of on the southeastern and eastern side. I'll zoom in real close here. The possibility of some hail towards places like Prospect Avenue, Brooklyn Avenue, south of 71, East Truman Road, Jackson Avenue, and then over towards Van Brunt Boulevard. So we'll keep an eye on the considerable tag here downtown. Luke, over to you.
Melissa, thank you. You're so good.
Oh,
we
thanks, Luke.
so appreciate you. You're just the best. We also have Corey Kowitz. He's First Warn 5 meteorologist. He's out in the weather tracker. I've got something I want to show you as soon as Corey's done. I want to look at Olathe, but let's get to Corey as he's out in this right now. Let's see what Corey's got. Do we have him? Corey, you got us, buddy?
Yeah, hey guys.
All right, tell us where you are, what you're seeing around Lenexa.
Right now we're on the southwestern corner. Yeah, Lenexa, southwestern corner of the loop near Overland Park, Lenexa. We're moving north on the highway. We're just getting crushed with heavy rain and wind. It's really transitioned to a wind threat. I mean, you could hear it in my mic. The rain is coming down so heavy. I mean, how fast are we going? I mean, 40 miles per hour. It is really dangerous to be out here. We're going very slow. We're taking those precautions. Winds are really whipping. And again, we're on the southwestern part of the loop, southwestern side of the Metro near Lenexa. And Luke, these straight line winds are really been blasting our windshield with some heavy rain, and it's really coming down here.
Okay, thank you, Corey. Thank you. Hey, We are getting, I think, an increasing flood event that's going on across Kansas City. We're getting a lot. So Corey, he just showed you what he was dealing with. This is at 35 in West Penway. Look at the standing water in the road. Okay, heavy duty rain, storm after storm. We are under a flood watch. We're going to get some flash flood warnings, I'm sure. But while we have this, we also have some other very pressing matters, which is going to be the severe winds that are moving in. This is another one. This is over at I-70 and Broadway. Thank you. I-70 and Broadway. Look at that. This is an area that is prone to flooding, but those prone areas are getting it now, and even the non-prone areas are going to experience some flooding in a number of spots. So an ongoing and increasing threat in the Kansas City area is going to be that. It's going to be the flood threat. So we just got some new info in, and I wanted to share that with you. We've got to be watching Olathe, okay? Olathe, Johnson County, Kansas. Couple things going on here, and we have now essentially three areas that are especially important. One of them is up here by Chillicothe. That's a tornado-like system, all right? So it's extreme straight line winds. But what we have over here by Olathe is that expanding area of straight line winds moving in now to the met. Look at that, all right? So, new tornado warning.
Flash flood.
Flash flood, okay, it's red. It got me, it got me. But look at this, Melissa. We have these pockets now right along 35 that are popping up, these bright greens. They may not be 80 miles an hour like the one that's off to our south. Paola just got it. I mean, we just got smacked in Paola. But down here by DeSoto, we see a couple. Let me turn these warnings off. Let's see what.
Like 60-ish.
60?
Yeah.
If they're 60, then they're usually at ground. They can be a little higher than that. So the warnings here on the south side of the Kansas City Metro, south side of Johnson County, are for the 80-mile-an-hour winds. That's from the south further down system. I'm going to show you here in a second. But yeah, we're seeing some velocities here. What are the wind speeds? Around 60. So be ready for 65-mile-an-hour winds. So severe level winds, nonetheless, moving into just north of the Olathe area. Let's put a little track on, or a little loop on this so you can see how they're moving. They're kind of west to east. That's breaking up a little bit.
Yeah.
Now look at that. It's starting to split. It was kind of focused. But that's going to be moving toward Grandview. The south side of the 435 loop, right over here, there's Lenexa. So Corey may be getting into some pretty serious winds if he's down here. There's Lackman's, Leawood, Overland Park, so highly populated areas of Johnson County, Kansas, about to get into some of these severe winds. Now, they're not as big and broad and bad as what we have down in portions of what was in Franklin County and moving into Miami and Johnson County, southwest Johnson County. But these are still going to be severe winds, so power loss would be possible. And a stout storm. Leawood, you've got to be ready for it too. It's probably going to be sliding towards you. And just a strong, severe thunderstorm with more back behind it. You can see over here so there's a fresh scan. That one's faded out. This one's picked up. All right, that one's picked up a little bit. It's starting to focus again. South side of the 435 loop. Think Shawnee, think Overland Park. We're thinking Lenexa, Mission, Leawood, Indian Village, going to cross over their state line right there. So there's state line, and then crossing over into the Missouri side. That's going to be sliding east, eventually maybe trying to make a run toward Lee's Summit, because it's going essentially straight west to east. So that's what I saw that was sticking out about the immediate KC area. But down here, this is the stronger one. This is the one that will send your phones off because of the destructive nature of it. South of Spring Hill, Lewisburg, there's Paola. Paola just got blasted by this. Potential 80-mile-per-hour winds is what we've seen there. We had the reports of damage coming out. Next in line is Lewisburg. Okay, so I'm going to zoom in on this. We're going to treat this like it's a tornado. So northeast sections of Miami County now. So Paola to Lewisburg. Maybe on the south side of Johnson, southeast side of Johnson County, and then it's going to move into Jackson County, Missouri. So Johnson County in Kansas, northeast Miami County in Kansas, and then the southwest side of Jackson County in Missouri is where this is, and maybe you might even get portions of Cass County over here in Missouri. That's the most pressing thing that we have right now as far as extreme winds go. So that if you're in Lewisburg, this is 69 Highway, right here runs north and south. There's Stillwell down to Lewisburg. West of that, we're looking at Wagstaff, Somerset, south of Spring Hill. That's where, if you're in that zone, treat this like a tornado, okay? Get to your tornado shelter. Stillwell, you've got a little bit of time. Cleveland, you got a little bit of time. Northeast parts of Miami County and Kansas. Melissa, you've got some updates for us?
Yeah, we had mentioned that there's now a flash flood warning for downtown Kansas City and much of the 435 loop. We wanted to show you this, the video that we're getting from our scout cameras from I-70 and Broadway. As you can see, this is still the water that's flowing down from the street above itself. And this is basically at exit 2D, Main Street. So we've got the water flowing down. We've got cars that are stopped on the other side. I don't know if you can see through the screen, but there are literally like little waves that are happening right now in the flooded waters. People are trying to drive through. You can see just how much water there is on the ground. And pretty much I'm expecting something to be occurring on the other side as well, on the kind of inbound versus outbound. So once again, with flash flood warnings, please do not be driving through any standing water. We don't know how deep this is. We know we can see how deep this is, and it is hard for these cars to get through. So remember, we always say turn around, don't drown. But when we think of, how much rain has fallen, we've seen rainfall rates of about an inch to about a half of an inch possible underneath this thunderstorm right now. And here's another angle from the other side. As you can see, cars are stopped because they, don't want to drive through the water, and that's the safest thing they could do is to not be driving through it. As you kind of head over on the eastern side, heading eastbound, cars are still flowing through that, but looks like we're turning the camera. I mean, traffic is backed up all the way to not be driving through those floodwaters. Keep in mind that only about 6 inches of water can, move your car. So make sure you are not, driving into flooded roadways of any kind. Looks like we're getting another angle too. There are some spots, downtown where water obviously pools much quicker. I'm thinking about 35 getting onto Southwest Traffic Way. I know there's probably issues there too, but you can see just how much water, you can see it glistening on the ground, and you can see all the water flowing off from the road that's above it. So you can see that it kind of looks pretty much like a waterfall that's happening.
Yeah, let's keep it on, Melissa. The camera, just keep it there. I got to read this though, Melissa. We just got a report, and I want to share this with you. We can report that KCMO Emergency Ops contacted MoDOT to have them shut down I-70 near Broadway because of stalled cars in high water. They're shutting down I-70 near Broadway because of what you're showing right now. Okay.
So we could see cars now are starting to maybe get a little bit more diverted. Here, this is pretty much at, we just mentioned Broadway, I-70. This is exit 2D, just kind of the overpass on exit 2D. So you can see all the water that's flowing down, one from the kind of main road that's up here, and then flowing down onto I-70. Cars are stalled out on the back side, but we've seen, because we flipped the camera a little bit more, we've seen just how far traffic is going back because, one, they're going to be shutting down I-70. So we know that now, probably in the happens of doing that currently. So heavy rain, we've seen rainfall rates probably of about a half of an inch to an inch and a half. That flash flood warning will go for a little bit longer. And if I want to believe, I'm seeing it maybe 8 p.m. I think maybe 8 or 9 p.m. for the flash flood warning. I'll double check on that right now. However, I'm peering at it over on the other side of the screen. So we're watching that. We are going to be watching the storms that are down towards the south as they're getting kind of closer to that state line spot where, one, I don't know, we had mentioned, they're issuing the warnings that are out ahead of it. So we'll get to that here in just a second. But here still, there's flooded roadways. Now we're on, I think this is 35, closer to West Penway. So this is kind of the spot I was thinking of. You can see, cars driving through the flooded roadways very slowly. You can see all the water being kicked back behind it. Doesn't look to be like they're having as bad of issues on the kind of other side going inbound to the city versus outbound. But just look at how much water is being spit up as they try to drive through it. Once again, make sure you are not driving through flooded roadways. That's the safest thing to do. But I want to kick it back to Luke so we can take a little closer look at our destructive tag that we still got going on.
Yeah, I want to take it from another angle. So we've got the flood thing going on across the metro. The other thing is we just had a report that came in, not like a confirmation. This was measured where we had 67-mile-per-hour winds in the extreme southern parts of Johnson County, Kansas. So it was 169th and 223rd is the intersection. So 169 Highway and 223rd is where this occurred. So that's from this cluster. Moving now through like Loch Lloyd, this bright spot that you see right here, southeastern Johnson County, and now western parts of Jackson County, Missouri. So Johnson County, Kansas, Jackson County, Missouri, crossing over state line, going over Overland Park right now. Leewood, you'd be looking over here at like Red Bridge and some spots like there's 435 and state line. So you've got like Red Bridge right here, Grandview coming up on you. There's Martin City, there's Dodson, Hickman Hills, eventually toward Lee's Summit. If you're in Lee's Summit, this is rolling eastward towards you, and it's got, just think, we got a measurement of 67. There's probably 70, 75 mile per hour gusts in this. So this is probably going to cause, wow, we just had big flash out there on one of our cameras, caught my eye. This big broad area of wind probably going to be causing some tree damage, be thinking about, power loss. It's not quite to the intensity of what we have just south, which is what I'm going to get to next, but know that this is an extra nasty punch of severe winds. It's not your standard severe thunderstorm, not with wind and not with the rain. In fact, as I say that, we just had a couple spots that picked up here that I got to take a peek at. Whenever you start seeing the blues, we don't see the blues very often on our wind measurements here. I'm getting 65s, and if I get 65s quite often, like happened earlier, then the reports come out of 70, 75. So over by New Santa Fe, over by Red Bridge, Hickman Hills, right along 435, south side of 435 loop, marching east quickly. This one's going about 45 miles an hour. I'm going to get a track on this. Just know that you've got a nasty bunch of wind that is on the way. So going east 45. Let's see when this is going to be in like Lee's Summit. We've got Lake Lotawana there. So Grandview, looking at you, 514. So it's basically there. Lee's Summit, big town, so depends on what side you're on, but 525. Lake Lotawana be at 535. Lone Jack, as it rolls eastward, that would be about 540. And Oak Grove after that, running along I-70. We'll see if it goes that far north, but that would be about 545. So that's that portion. Let's go down south again, over here by Lewisburg and Cleveland. What's happening here is these storms are tapping into a whole bunch of wind energy that's off the ground. It's like about 18,000 feet above the ground, and all that's getting brought down by this intense rain that we've got. The thunderstorms are tapping into that, pushing it down. It's what we call a rear inflow jet, and it is like the jet stream at the ground. And whenever you get that, you get these really strong, severe thunderstorms, which is why we have this tag of destructive. That's why your phone is going off as though it were a tornado, because this is tornado-like as far as damage. Cleveland, Lewisburg is in it right now. Cleveland, you may already be, because again, the leading edge right there, this radar scan can be as much as 5 minutes old. So Cleveland, get to a spot, treat it like a tornado, get away from windows. You don't want to be next to windows. Riverview Estates, Peculiar. All right, there's Peculiar. Here's Westlake, Lake Annette, there's Freeman. So this is going to be crossing over into Cass County in Missouri. Out of northeastern parts of Miami County in Kansas. Got a new warning here. Let's see what this is.
They added a tornado warning.
Oh, they did?
Yeah.
Interesting.
I'm zoomed in on rotation if you want to send it to me.
Yeah, let's get it to Melissa.
Okay.
Show us what you got.
So the tornado warnings for portions of Cass, Jackson, Johnson, Miami counties. We'll kind of zoom in. I know it's going to get a little bit hard because there's a couple polygons here. This tornado warning will go until 5:45 p.m. It's a little bit easier to see, of course. It's on the southwestern side right now. Let me zoom out to make sure we're looking at the right county. It's on the kind of southeastern side of Miami County right now. So rotation we're looking at is kind of right here south of Stillwell and then to the northwest of Cleveland. So it's going to be kind of crossing over the county lines here shortly. So that rotation that we're looking at there, let's see if I can get more street level. I know it's going to get kind of hard to see. There's a lot of severe boxes that are around it, but this is likely going to be moving past or moving towards South Holmes Road. Going to be crossing over South Holmes Road. This is moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. So it's going pretty quickly right now. We know these storms have been moving. So it is just, let me double check once again. It is just near Cleveland, moving northeast. So still, this is where we're looking at, between Stillwell, between Cleveland right now. Going to be crossing over just south, likely of Jardin, and then heading towards Riverview Estates here shortly. Let me zoom back in. We're going to kind of go area by area. Looks like the closest cross street that this would be moving towards is going to be South Holmes Road. And then eventually later down the line, as this is moving northeast at 50 miles per hour, it's going to be headed towards Riverview Estates, and then we're looking at South State Route Y. So likely going to be crossing over South Holmes Road, going to be going up towards the northeast here in between Jardin and then in between Riverview Estates. South State Route Y is going to be the next cross street here. So still, as we kind of put a track on this, it's going to be going up towards kind of just south possibly of Belton and Raymore. This is going pretty fast, so you'll need to move quickly if you need to get in your tornado safe place spot. So we go up towards the northeast. We're looking at Pleasant Valley School 519. If you live near Pleasant Valley School, be getting in your tornado safe space spot now. 521 Pleasant Prairie School. Riverview Estates a minute after at 522. Keep in mind it's 516 right now. And then Raymore Peculiar Senior High School around 526. So a little less than 10 minutes. Raymore around 528. Timber Creek Elementary School 529. So that's getting towards the end of this track here. But it's going to be eventually crossing over 49 and then heading east towards 291. So keep in mind, we get radar scans here every couple minutes. Looks like it just jumped ahead. Likely moving right through Riverview Estates right now. Going to be crossing over East 191st Street. Harrelson, as it's going to be lifting up towards the northeast. South Peculiar Drive, Harrelson, crossing 49 and South Peculiar Drive, be getting into your shelter spot right now. And then looks like it's just going to continue to lift up towards the northeast. Close to Raymore. You live on the southern side of Raymore. Make sure you're getting in your shelter spot now. It's going to go pretty much 58, Missouri 58, to around South Lincoln Avenue, crossing over 49 would be where it's going to be headed next. We get scans every couple of minutes, so we want to make sure that we can kind of continue to jump this ahead. Looks like we may have just got a new update. Let me take a double look. Looks like a later on continuation would be for a different storm. So coming back in, we're looking at Riverview Estates. It's flashing, so just want to make sure I'm not missing any information here. We're going to zoom out, and then it would be going towards that crossing 49 towards Raymore around 50, 55 miles per hour. So rotation's still here. In terms of some locations, Riverview Estates, 518 right now, 518. So you need to be in your spot. Raymore Elementary School, 524, and then 528 in Judy's School. Likely going to cross over 291. It's going to cross over 49 first. It's going to likely go kind of along our Highway 56 and then down 291. So we're kind of looking up this corridor. We'll be continuing to track this and see if, we know that there's a lot of warnings that are going on behind this too. So I'll reset. Luke, can I send it over to you?
Yeah. Thank you, Melissa.
Yeah.
Great stuff. There's just a lot going on. Let's kind of reset here. We are in the thick of it right now. This is the event for Kansas City, okay? So for about another, we'll say 1 to 2 hours is what we have left as this works its way through. The line itself, this line is going to take a while for it to finally punch through, but this is the event for Kansas City. You are done with the event. You are clear. If you're in Eudora, I'm not saying you won't see more rain, but the severe threat for you has really dropped off. If you're in Eudora, if you're on the north side of Kansas City, the Northland, you're likely done, all right? You may have some warnings in your area, but that severe portion that's more to the south. If you're up in Cameron, which by the way, we just had a report that this storm that's now over Chillicothe dropped a tree or pushed a tree on a house there, but the worst of that is done. These areas here, Lawrence, you're out of it. Ottawa, you're probably done, not as confident because we still have some stuff trying to stream in out of the south. But for the metro right now, this is it, okay? Let's zoom in on the warnings. We've got the one up here in Chillicothe that at one point was a destructive. That one has throttled back a little bit. That is now a standard severe thunderstorm, still a nasty storm in an area that's been hit repeatedly, but it's not the 80 miles per hour winds that it could have been earlier. We have all these enhanced, stronger than normal severe thunderstorms that are encompassing our KC metro area. So from Higginsville to Grain Valley, there's Excelsior Springs. We've got a tornado warning, we've got a flash flood warning, we have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, and there's just a whole lot happening here. So let's break down each of these as I'll handle the wind portion of this, which is really what's going on, and Melissa just took care of the tornado, which we got to keep a close watch on that for you, of course. And then we've got I want to show the cameras again for the flooding. We've got a lot of flooding that's happening across our areas. So let me see where the worst of the straight winds are. Okay, and what looked to have happened with this tornado spin up is whenever you get two areas of enhanced wind like this, then there's a spin. This is weaker here. These two are faster, and that creates a little spin, and you can get these quick spin-up tornadoes that can happen. Look like, again, just southwest of Belton, as Melissa tracked that out for us. The strongest straight-line winds right now would be over here by Grandview. This is one that we are watching, so we still have, it's east of Leawood. You've still got some strong winds back here, but this has really come down in Overland Park and Leawood. New Santa Fe, Red Bridge, Martin City, Hickman Hills, there are coming there real fast. Then Grandview, and then after that, it's kind of on a beeline. If you're in Lee's Summit, Unity Village, Lake Lotawana, heads up to you. This has been tracking pretty much west to east. It's a smaller pocket. It's not as strong as what we've seen just to the south, but it is enough that we've had 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts in Overland Park. That just came through not long ago, but tracking along 435, then it turns into 470, right toward Lee's Summit. Let's see when that would arrive for you. Then again, eventually Lone Jack. Here's an updated track coming in here. East at like 50, I'm going to have to pull this out and redo it. A little bit too close. But this is why your phones may have been going off. Okay, so we've got Hickman Hills, there you can see that there's a live camera view that we've got. 525 Hickman Hills, we're talking about straight line winds here up to 70 miles an hour. Lee's Summit between 525 and 535, so 535 seems, of course, more accurate. Lake Lotawana, 546, then Lone Jack at 552. This pocket of enhanced winds has really been holding together rather well, so I would anticipate Lee's Summit for you want to prepare for that. Whatever that means, just know that maybe not treat it like a tornado, but don't be next to your windows, all right? So be away from windows and be ready for an intense storm that's going to be heading your way, okay? Now let's go back down south to the other one. Independence, you've got lighter winds there. There's a new, looks like this is a newer warning. See how this is flashing right here. Whenever it flashes, it tells us that there's an update. So we've got some pockets in here of stronger winds. Let's see what this new update looks better. Okay, winds have come down a little bit as this races eastward, Lee's Summit. Part of it too is it's getting closer to the radar. So we don't know that it's necessarily come down much. I ought to be a little cautious with that. But near Lee's Summit, this is coming in. Grandview may not be quite as intense. Belton, you probably have some 60, 65 mile an hour winds there. And then peculiar to Cleveland. Okay, is that a confirmed?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've got it pulled up over here. The circulation's a little bit tighter now just east of Belton, so it's jogged a little bit more towards the northeast. Confirmed tornado was located over Raymore, moving northeast around 50 miles per hour. So confirmed, but we are seeing indications from tornado base for Belton. So looks like now it's crossing over. So we know it's been confirmed near Belton. So likely on the eastern side, we're talking Highway 58 east of Cedar Street along Markey Parkway, just east of Belton now. This is going to be moving off here towards the east-northeast. To be exact, we're looking northeast at 50 miles per hour. So it's going to go very quickly. It's going to likely cross our Highway 58, Missouri 58, is going to cross 49. It's going to be heading towards Belray Boulevard. You need to be getting in your shelter area. Kentucky Road, off towards North Fork Ridge Drive. Be getting in your tornado safe space spot too. So this is moving very quickly. So I'm going to go out ahead of this once again We're looking more, it looks like it's just going to jog north of Raymore. It's going to go in between Kentucky Road, 58, East 163rd Street, and North Madison Street would be kind of later on down the line as it crosses over 49 and then jogs north of 58 if it continues on that northeasterly track that we're seeing. So keep in mind, we get these scans every couple of minutes, so I want to go out ahead off towards the northeast. Looks like it would just be on the northern side of Raymore, jogging north of 58, Missouri 58, and then later on down the line right now, so you've got some time. If you live along East 55th Street and North Prairie Lane and anywhere towards the west from North Madison Street and then 155th, be getting in your tornado safe place spot now. North Prairie Lane too, the time is near to get into your spot. As we look later down the line, it's going to be getting closer to Lake Winnebago as well, but likely that rotation has already crossed over 49 and is going to be probably just towards the northern side of Raymore, kind of jogging along 58. So in Raymore, make sure you're getting in your tornado safe space spot as well, just in case it continues a little bit more on an easterly track. We've seen them kind of totter between northeast and east here over the last couple of days. So we want to make sure that we are as prepared as possible. So if you live between 58 and 155th, we're talking North Madison Street and then over towards North Prairie Lane 2. This is where this is going to be headed next and likely probably pretty close. So we have had confirmation too of sirens going off in Raymore. Please make sure you're getting in your tornado safe place zone 2. As I mentioned, if it takes a more of an easterly track, it's going to go a little bit more towards the heart of downtown Raymore. If it continues to go towards the northeast, it's going to be just north of 58. We're still continuing it with that kind of observed tornado tag. Radar confirmed tornado now. Located over Raymore, as I mentioned, it's going to be jogging ahead, so likely going to be heading next towards Lake Winnebago, crossing over to 58 and in between North Ward Road, and we're here between 58, Missouri 58, and 150, and then it'll eventually cross East 67th Street, or excuse me, East 167th Street, heading towards Lake Winnebago. Luke, are you seeing anything else over there?
Yeah, I'm over here. So we've got, it's kind of sketchy, but I do want to show you this because we know that there was a tornado in Belton. All right, that's been confirmed. And what I'm showing you here, this is our debris tracker. And essentially the radar can see that, hey, there's some oddball shaped stuff flying in the air, and it lights it up. And it looks like, whenever I see this, that tells us that the tornado would be right there or right here. So it's in one of these two spots. And likely, so this tells us it's still there, it's still producing damage, it's still lofting debris up into the air. So Raymore and between, it's east of Belton now, it looks like, but yeah. Raymore, you've got a tornado. All right, there's a tornado right now either in Raymore or just to the west. Melissa was just showing you on the wind side, but we've got, this is Lucy Webb Road right here. This is Fox Ridge Drive. This is looks like 56 Highway just north of that. This is 155th Street up to the north. So between 155th, Lucy Webb, and North Fox Ridge Drive, that's where we see it right now, or possibly, here's the second spot. This looks like North Missouri. It's kind of tough to read the way that it is. Okay, so that has slid eastward now. It is either right over Raymore or just whatever these, here, let me see if I can spot what these are. Kurzweil Road and Madison Street. So this is Madison Street, this is Kurzweil Road. It's probably, as best we can tell, we're getting too close to the radar. It's right there. So Raymore and areas surrounding, you need to be in your basement, walk away from the TV, turn it up, take your device with you so that you can continue to receive alerts. But then next in line is going to be Greenwood. So be getting ready in Greenwood. You need to be getting to your tornado shelter, and then eventually possibly Pleasant Hill is one spot there. We're getting reports of sirens going off in Lee's Summit. Just to address that real quick, in Lee's Summit, the track with this may end up being more to your south, but you are in the warning. So we've got the warning. You're included in parts of Lee's Summit. So this is back to the winds. This is what Melissa was showing you. And there was the tornado right there over Belton. You can see the tight colors next to one another. And then it's not as tight, Melissa.
No, and it looks to be going a little bit more towards the northeast, getting closer probably towards Lake Winnebago here shortly.
Yeah.
So probably in between Raymore and Lake Winnebago.
It's right there. It'd be like probably just northeast of Raymore and then headed maybe more toward Greenwood, the south side of Lee's Summit. So I understand why the warnings would be, or why the sirens would be going off. By the way, don't rely on sirens. Sometimes they go off and sometimes they don't. So better to have, just the warning and then see where it is and how close it is to you. But then moving toward Greenwood and then eventually Lake Lotawana. Looks like we got an update with the warning expanding to the east. I do want to mention though, Melissa, just looking at the winds, I think KC's done. I think KC's in the clear for severe winds. It's blown east. I'm talking about KC proper. Parts of the metro, of course, Grain Valley, Lee's Summit, Lake Lotawana. We've got Belton. We've got the tornado warning. But as far as the KC metro goes, we've got the flash flooding that's still ongoing. But the severe portion of the wind event looks to be probably done, most likely. So let's see what else is coming in on the reports. And we're on Facebook, too, with our chat. If you've seen anything, if you could share that with us, we'd love to tell everybody what's going on. And if you have questions, too, we're here to answer that. It can help, whatever you need to know. There's probably somebody else that needs to know that, too. So please feel free to shoot that to us. Okay, so we had a Missouri State Police trooper that's watching the tornado. That was 1 minute ago that this just came in. So reports are that it's still near Belton and that we do still have a tornado. So the confirmed tornado warning does continue. And let's go back into it. I'm going to see if I can find it again. Okay, so it has dropped now from a confirmed. You see how it went from black to red? This is now a radar indicated tornado. They're saying we don't know if it's still there. The report may have been delayed, but I just went from 1 minute ago is when that report came in. We can't easily identify where the tornado is any longer. If I show you this, we had it right, that bright spot right there, that is a strong indicator. That tells us exactly where the thing was. And then it moved eastward and that has been lost. It's still possible right there. Okay, so northeast of Raymore, but the National Weather Service is saying we cannot confirm that it's any longer there, but still we have a history of this storm producing tornadoes. So in this area, we're talking about Jackson County in Missouri. There's Lee's Summit right there. There's Greenwood, and then we've got Raymore, so portions of Cass County. This zone, you need to be treating it like there's a tornado still here. So Greenwood and northeast of Raymore. Let me get you a street level view. This is Kurzweil right here. This is Rupert Road. And that looks like Ward. So Ward is a big road that runs all the way up to Lee's Summit and then running eastward toward Greenwood. See what the speed is on this. Got some strong winds to the north too. So Blue Springs, Lake Lotawana, Oak Grove, that's all going to be strong straight line winds.
It's around 40 miles an hour.
Thank you so much. Okay, so right about there. 40. Okay. So Lone Jack, again, this thing is starting to what we call occlude, which is where they kind of wrap themselves out. It's a dying process of the tornado, so we don't know how much longer this is going to be able to sustain itself. We'll see, but we need to treat it like there's a tornado there. So Lone Jack at 548, Chapel Hill at 558. We've got Lake Lafayette, 605, Odessa at 609. So that would be a little over half hour away from now would be Odessa. So some spots that we're going to keep an eye on, but right now, just northwest of Pleasant Hill would be the most likely spot. Otherwise, we've got let me get back to the traditional radar view. And Melissa, if you hear anything on your side, shout. I think we at some point need to get back to all the flooding that's ongoing.
Yeah.
The flash flood warning that continues across Kansas City, and it's still coming down. It's still, even though the severe threats coming is lowering quickly in Kansas City, the rain and the flooding has still been a big problem for us. So that flash flood warning right there, this is this big red box. It goes all the way to Weatherby Lake and down to Olathe. There's Belton, and then up right over here. Nope, stops right there at Lee's Summit. That's the flash flood warning. So pretty much the entire KC metro. Let's see when that should probably go for several hours. That's going to go till 9 p.m. 9 p.m. for the flash flood warning. The most severe winds, again, over here by Grain Valley, just east of Lee's Summit, Blue Springs, some spots there, some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Something else that's jumping out, Melissa, is destructive tag that we have with this warning is not being extended. We saw it, get pushed back and pushed back and pushed back. Now it is not being extended necessarily, and the winds don't show as obvious to be as extreme as they once were. All right, let's see if there's anything new. There's not as many reports coming in, which is good. We like that because whenever we get the reports coming in that there's a tornado, then we know that it's bad. But then whenever they settle back down, it means that there may not be the tornado there anymore, which is what we're thinking. Sirens going off in Lee's Summit, yes.
They're going to expire, the tornado warning.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, we can't find it, and I guess they can't either. Okay, so new information, this is going to be allowed to expire. It's not canceled. It means that they're going to let it go until the warning is done. They're going to let it run its course, which, by the way, it's 5:35. It goes till 5:45. So we're going to leave it there for now and just kind of think, all right, it's probably done, but we're not for sure. Still, if you're in that zone, over here just north of what would be Pleasant Hill, so Greenwood, probably in this zone, looks like where it would be now. Probably. Yeah, over here east of Greenwood. It'd be this spot right here, Lake Lotawana to Greenwood. Extra precaution and be in a tornado safe place. Let's talk about the flooding. If we can, let's go to our scout cam. I see our scout cam. We've been at I-35 and Penway. Penway's been a bad spot. Another spot that has been shut down is I-70. I-70, this is I-70 and Grand, right? Is this I-70? Broadway, I-70 and Broadway, excuse me. And this has been shut down. You can see why, where we've got cars that have stalled trying to cross over in this deep water and just couldn't make it. And they've shut that part down. And another area has been I-35 and I-35 and Penway rather. And this is a spot we've seen some really heavy rain, slowing things down. The worst of it, though, is behind us in Kansas City. So we are all clear in a lot of Kansas City from the severe portion of the storm. Whenever I'm talking about the wind threat and the hail threat and the tornado threat, that's rapidly dropping. Let me get rid of all the warnings here. We've got so many of them, and just show you the rain and do a little loop here. And what we were watching is this big line coming in, okay? Back away from this line, all of this up here, the air has been worked over. And all the energy that was there that caused the extreme, the level 4 out of 5 risk for severe weather today in the tornado watch, that air has been worked over and that energy's been used up. So your severe risk drops off in a big way. By Grain Valley and out ahead of it, you still have all that energy to work with. So these zones over here are not all clear. If you are east along I-70 from Grain Valley to Higginsville, Chillicothe, you're probably still in it. East of Excelsior Springs and all the way down here toward Richmond and down by even Paola, you're not out of it just yet. But that's the zone that we still have to continue to watch. Even the very southeastern part of the KC Metro, so east of Lee's Summit, is still on the very back side of it. But most of the viewing area, KC, north and west, we are good with the severe weather. We still have effects, we still have the flooding, but things are getting better. Melissa, is there anything that you're seeing over there on your side? I'm interested to hear what happens with the considerable or the destructive warning. If they're
haven't seen any information there. I did want to kind of update you. There have been some reports of water rescues, 59th and Brookside in Kansas City. There has been a water rescue. There's standing water on I-70 eastbound at Phelps Road. That's going to be near Independence. And then standing water I-70 eastbound between Lee Summit Road and I-470. Haven't seen much in terms of conversation about what they're going to do with our kind of considerable tag and the destructive tag we got there. But as you were talking about that kind of flash flood warning we're still in, wanted to add some information onto that.
Thank you so much.
Yep.
So we've got the tornado warning. Let's do a reset on that if you're just joining us and your sirens have been going off. We had a tornado. This happened in Belton. So we're going to have to send a crew out to Belton as Belton was hit by a tornado from this storm. There's a lot going on here, but it's this spot right here. This is our tornado warning. In fact, let me see if I can just show you that, and I'll get rid of all of the radar. And you can see the zone that's under the tornado warning. So there's our red box. East of Belton now. Lee's Summit, Greenwood, it's east of Raymore. So Raymore, you appear to be out of the woods with that. But Greenwood, Lee's Summit, Pleasant Hill, this is going to be allowed to expire. So the National Weather Service can no longer identify if there is a tornado with it or not. Doesn't appear so. The rotation from our end, whenever we see the radar showing the spin, all that is backed off tremendously. So it looks better, but this did hit Belton, and we need to see what's going on there. I've not had any reports of the damage or what may have happened there, but we could see that there was debris that was lifted into the atmosphere from the Belton tornado. It may have gone into Raymore. We're not sure about that either. But now it looks like we can't see, there's nothing here that screams, all right, we've got this zone. This is all very broad. I don't see any rotation. This is going to be allowed to expire here in about 5 minutes. So I think the tornado warning we're told it's going to be allowed to expire, which means that that will soon be dropped. They didn't cancel it though, and there is a difference between expiring and canceling. The other thing is over here by Lake Lotawana, you are in this consider a destructive tornado, excuse me, let me reset. It's a destructive severe thunderstorm warning that we treat like a tornado warning. That is still 60-mile-per-hour straight line winds out of Lake Lotawana. They don't look as powerful as they did previously. That's going to move south toward Bate City, or east just south of Bate City, south of Grain Valley, kind of right along I-70. Let's get the scan. It's a little bit more stretched out now, but there you go. That's severe level winds. That's the strongest that we see right now, and they aren't as intense as they once were. Another batch over here going by Holden, not as stout as what we had. There's the pink line. So there's the destructive warning, and that is done. But over here by Holden, and then south and west, we've been watching this zone here. So we do have a severe thunderstorm warning due to high winds over by Garnett and Kincaid. And that one again, straight line winds about 60 miles per hour there. We've got a scout cam, guys. Rhett, what are we looking at here out of the scout cam? Let's see if we can take. Okay, I-70 before Adams Dairy Parkway, slow moving traffic, heavy rain. That's what we've got. That's the worst for a lot of us right now in the KC Metro is going to be is this flash flooding. That's going to be around for us it's going to take some hours for this to slide out. And we're still getting hammered pretty hard with heavy duty rain in a number of spots. Okay. Let's see if there's anything down here south and west. You get an idea of the whole line. That's it. That's the event. So on the northwest side of that, you're good. And there's nothing that's going to shoot up toward the KC Metro. But if you're down here, Creighton, there's Nevada, there's probably southeast of Osawatomie, we'd be looking at places like Clinton and Butler, some spots like this. You're the zone now that's going to be favored for one heavy rain, but there's a whole bunch of thunderstorms and severe winds would be possible. But the more that these kind of turn into a big cluster, it typically pulls that extreme intensity down. We'll watch for that, and a lot of these aren't as intense as they were previously. Okay, another severe thunderstorm warning that we have up here. This is southeast of Milan. That one's quickly moving out of our area. Hardin and Higginsville on the east side of this severe thunderstorm. There's Lee Summit. Here's KC. That batch has clusters or pockets of 60-mile-per-hour winds. Probably has a little bit of hail in it too, though it doesn't look like it would be overly intense. And then Blairstown to Clinton. This right here, sliding next toward Windsor. There's Warrensburg. Okay, got an update on this warning. This is Pleasant Hill. Looks like something surging out here southeast of Pleasant Hill, so that's where our radar is. Let's see what this update is. They're saying tornado possible, so this appears to be what they're going to replace. This goes till 6. That's probably going to be what they replace this tornado warning with, is this severe thunderstorm, just saying, hey, this has a history of producing a tornado. It no longer has rotation that we can see that looks like there is a tornado, but it's possible. Just be extra alert with this severe thunderstorm that's over here by Lake Lotawana. It's east of Lake Lotawana, going Pleasant Hill and east. So that's going to be near Odessa and south and north of Holden and moving east towards Centerview.
He thinks it's just worth
So new severe thunderstorm warning there. 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts they're reporting with it. Let's see if that's ramped up. Maybe they got a report or something. You could see how that was racing toward that area. And then it looks like it's come down, but it's also really close to our radar, which can affect how it looks. So there may be some 70-mile-per-hour winds in that one, what at one point was the tornado-producing storm that was by Belton. So we await to hear what happened out of Belton. Melissa, anything over there on your end that's coming in? Reports, I think, are going to start winding down unless we get, like that strong wind burst over by Pleasant Hill. There's
Yep.
not a lot else that's really coming in our way.
No, I do have some reports, though, that we are going to send crews, or our crews are on the way to Raymore and Belton right now. So they are going to be headed there shortly, or, you know, getting close to there. But I did want to let you know, too, that there have been some reports of down trees and power lines coming out of Belton, too. But in terms of reports, that's all I'm seeing. So now, you know, we're still kind of transitioning in between, you know, a wide view here. You can see this is basically almost just east of 35 now. Left in Kansas City for most of Kansas City is that flash flood warning. Let me turn off this warning so you can have a wider look. Almost pushing all towards the southeast. We're watching some pockets in here for some strong wind gusts of 70 miles an hour. But if you live on the western side, KCK right now, we're good. All the way up to places like Eudora, St. Joseph, Ottawa seeing some light rain right now. But overall, the severe storms that are still ongoing are off towards the east of the metro and pretty much all on the Missouri side between I-70, down I-49, and on the Missouri side of our area. So we're still going to watch those spots embedded to see if there's going to be any kind of significant wind gusts, 60, 70 miles per hour. So we'll be watching those. But for the most part, what is lingering left now in Kansas City is going to be the, you know, torrential rain that we've had and the impacts now from flash flooding. There is still some lighter rain that's off down towards the backside of I-35 from Ottawa and then down towards Richmond. We do have one severe thunderstorm warning that's down towards portions of Anderson County. That continues until 6 p.m. It's going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. So we'll be watching the storms. Looks like they just added a continuation of this, heading towards Lacine, Mound City, and then crossing over too. So let's get a kind of extra look at this as we pull it off towards the southeast. I'm going to pause it because I know it's going to get hard to see. So now this warning continues until 6:30, and that is going to be for portions of Bates, Cass, as well as Lynn and Miami counties. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, penny-sized hail possible with this. It's moving. These are now moving even quicker, east around 65 miles per hour. So we'll be watching these dart off towards the east, and we could possibly even see this kind of backside of the storms that are developing to push the storms that are out ahead of it in the southeast a little bit faster off towards the east too. But we know there's a lot going on across the area, and primarily now it is pretty much all towards the east of I-35. So we'll watch the embedded spots. We'll take a look to see. Looks like we may have just gotten a report of wind gusts from KIRK, the airport, about 64 miles per hour in Kirksville. So that's a little bit up towards the northeast. So that's all the way up here towards the northeast in Kirksville. So technically out of our area. But we're looking at all these kind of strong wind potential here. Let me zoom in. Let's take a look where we're kind of watching some of those pockets of some stronger winds. Even as we go, you know, back towards Garnett, we had mentioned that they have that severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and hail.
That got extended into Lynn County, by the way?
Yes. It got extended kind of to the east. This is moving fast.
It is.
But right now, looks like kind of the stronger portions of the wind is back on the kind of eastern side of Anderson County. Going to be crossing into Blue Mound, Mound City, and then eventually towards I-29, Butler, Rich Hill, Adrian pretty quickly because this is moving 65 miles an hour. So let's see if we can put a track on this. Once again, we know there's a lot of polygons that are out here. So we'll try to make it as simple as possible. We'll take this, we'll do a track on it, we'll do 65 miles per hour. And push it all the way here towards the east. So Mound City, 5:56. Fontana around 5:52, so in about 3 minutes. Pleasanton, 6 p.m., 6:08 Hume. Foster around 6:11. Adrian around 617. Butler closer to 619. Right now it's about 550. So in about 30 minutes in Butler, Garden City about 40-ish minutes, and then New Rich around 634. So more likely starting to see some of those stronger winds starting to pick up here as we get closer to Mountain City around 5:56, and then Pleasanton around 6 p.m.
Melissa, I just got a report coming in that there are trees down in Johnson County, Kansas, of course, 223rd and State Line. So on the south side of Johnson County, southeast side, way southeast, reports of trees down coming in from the sheriff. Looking at just kind of the broad view here, again, I think it's important that whenever you're all clear is as sometimes important as whenever you're under the gun, and highlighting that there are a lot of us now that are in the all clear for severe weather. And that would be most of the KC Metro. We've still got some warnings out here, but these just haven't been trimmed yet. Corey's in, okay. We've got an update that Corey Kowitz, one of our First Warn 5 meteorologists, he's out in the storm tracker. He's in Belton. We've been waiting to hear what was coming out of Belton because they did take a hit from a tornado. This was confirmed. Corey, what do you have? Tell us what you're seeing there in Belton.
Yeah, hey, Luke. Yep, in Belton right now, they took a direct hit from a tornado. It appears we're blocked off on the road here to see maybe some damage. We've seen things toppled over. I also want to add, we were looking at the streetlights. We don't have any, so there's damage. Or I should say there's power outages down here as well as we're taking a look at this scene. You can just see debris scattered across the road. Things are taken off or thrown down. I believe I'm trying to figure out what that is there in the road. A branch or maybe part of a power line there down. But yeah, that area is crossed off. We do have a confirmed, it appears, tornado here in Belton. And like I said, power outages. We were trying to get to an intersection. The lights were completely off. So looks like some widespread power outages around here too. Light rain is falling. The worst has come through the area as they're continuing to get some rain. But it looked like they had some serious impacts here south of KC.
Corey, thank you so much. You're the first one there. You're the first one that was able to show us anything at all. So I know that you're stopped and there's not a lot you can do. You can see that there's damage. And if you get more, let us know and we'll come back to you. But Belton took a hit from a tornado. Corey Kowitz there right now in the First Warn 5 weather tracker, and we're monitoring the situation. We are sending reporters there now. We are gathering information, and we will tell you as soon as we know exactly what's going on with Belton, but we do know that it took a hit from a tornado. We were tracking that live on air, and it happened quickly, where the rotation turned into a confirmed tornado that a spotter had seen. Somebody did see that, and then we could track that too with debris being lofted into the air. Looks like we've got a pole down there. That's probably, it looks like a light pole, a large light pole that is down right there in front of you. And there's a lot of police presence, a lot of first responder presence that's going on that we could see. They blocked off the road. Corey can't go any farther, it doesn't look like, from where he is now, but we've got a crew that is going to be surrounding that area, gathering information. We're going to bring that to you as soon as we can. Also on our side, we're going to be getting information from emergency managers and from sheriff's deputies on what's happening. So just want you to know, we're watching Belton and information forthcoming. So I started to show this. There's no tornado warning right now. We do have several severe thunderstorm warnings. We no longer have the destructive severe thunderstorm warnings, the kind that can produce tornado-like damage, but we do have some strong ones that are north and east. These are still 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts in pockets. I'm going to show you those in a moment, but just highlighting, if you're west of this line, there you can see this is Belton out on the other side of your screen. So that would be on the left side of your screen. There's some damage that we see. We see debris. Can't tell exactly what that is, but there's just debris scattered all around. And we did see a pole down, and that's as far as they're letting him go. All right, he can't go any farther than that. Good news is for Belton, there's not another round coming. Raymore is another spot that may have had a hit. We don't know for sure about Raymore. We saw signs that maybe something had happened in Raymore, but the tornado moved that way in the decaying process. And right about Raymore is whenever we kind of lost sight of the thing. And then after that, it looked to have completely fallen apart. So we're out there. We're in Belton right now with our crews. This is one. All right, so we've got Corey, and then we also have our reporters that are out there on scene. Again, if you're Kansas City, we're done with our severe threat. The flooding is ongoing. That's our primary concern right now. We have severe thunderstorms that are south of Kansas City that are down here, Lynn County in Kansas. You just got a new one. There's a burst of wind that is about 60 miles per hour that's going to be moving through this area that's been hit particularly hard over the past week or so. where we've had the hail. That's up a little bit north of Paola. Let me see if we can identify where the worst of that wind may be. And then I want to look at the rain. How much rain have we had in Kansas City that's causing all this flooding? So there's our burst of wind. It's this pocket right there that's about ready to cross over from Anderson County into Lynn County in Kansas. Right as that crosses over the county, there's our tracker too. So they're out looking, trying to see what they can see. Another little spot up here southwest of Paola. So this would be another area of enhanced wind right there. That's not necessarily under warning, but I do see that. I just wanted to point that out. So Mound City, maybe eventually toward Lacine and north of Blue Mound. That's where we've got an enhanced area of wind that's moving in. That's why you're under a severe thunderstorm warning. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts would be possible there. Another spot that is over here by Carrollton and Norborn. So you're up here on the northeastern fringe of the KCTV5 coverage area, but we still are going to cover you too and let you know we care about Norborn and Carrollton. And that pocket right there that's northwest of Waverly, this is the next level up. This is not a base severe thunderstorm. This is what we call a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. And within that orange pocket, you can have 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Think of like a hurricane-force wind gust in that small zone that looks to be tracking toward Carrollton. Little bit of spin with it too, possibly, but not a tornado warning. It might have let's see if it's got a tornado possible. Sometimes they tag them with, hey, we've got to watch this. It does not. So straight line wind threat is what we're seeing here from the National Weather Service. They've got this zone right here targeted for potential 70-mile-per-hour winds just south of Norborn. Next up is Carrollton. Be ready for a big shot of wind in Carrollton. And then behind that's going to be Bosworth. And those are moving fast, so it's only going to take about 5 or 10 minutes to reach Carrollton. And then Bosworth would probably be about 20 to 30 minutes. Behind that, Wellington, Richmond, there's still this considerable warning here. That's from this one that's moving out. Conditions are getting better here. Odessa, Richmond, down to Holden. And then in Kansas City, in the surrounding metro, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning here. This looks to be from this pocket that is just about to exit. So over there by Buckner, this is one that went through Independence. Let me scroll this back and see if we can kind of track how that one went, where we had a burst of some strong winds there. They weren't especially powerful. Maybe you got a little something there around Independence, Raytown, and then Buckner. So this one, I imagine, is going to be allowed to expire rather soon. And when that happens, the metro is going to be basically clear. So that's going to be 3 minutes. 3 minutes from now, that one expires, and then we should be good. Okay, Brad, Sharon, we're going to bring you guys in. This over here, we're showing you Belton. We're on the news side, we're seeing what we can gather. I'm going to toss it over to you and see what you guys have on your side.
All right, Luke, thank you. As you mentioned, Corey Kowitz is out, and he's in Belton right now and has been reporting from there. One of the first to get into Belton and to see some of the damage and some of the destruction that this tornado that dropped down earlier this afternoon. Corey, where are you in Belton? And it looks like the siding has been ripped off of that house that's right in front of you.
Yeah, hey Brad, yep, we're in Belton right now in a neighborhood, and we are seeing damage right there. You can see the siding of a house is off, and I'm going to rotate around here and just look at all the debris in the road as we're getting another round of heavy rain, although the severe threat and obviously tornado threat has passed for now, but there's still getting some more rain. A lot of the neighbors are out and about just kind of surveying the damage, seeing what's happened as that severe storm has went through. I'm just on the street here, and yeah, you can see, look at all the debris. We've got people out and about. I'm going to keep turning it around. Look behind me, and we do have some emergency vehicles that have passed through as well. But I think the top damage, I mean, you can see on the top there from the roofs, but I think the top damage is the facing of this house that has been ripped off here in Belton, in the neighborhood, as we've just seen a lot of debris on the road and emergency personnel here at the scene.
Corey, you know, earlier we came to you, you were in an intersection. Now, how far is this intersection from that neighborhood you're in now? And was there a trail of damage as you went into the neighborhood? Just kind of set that up for us.
Yeah, hey, so we were kind of right on South Mullins Road and North Avenue, and that was kind of the intersection here in Belton. We're off of Mullins Road. This is technically Orleans Place is the neighborhood area near Mullins Square. We didn't see a ton of trail damage. It's kind of been locally around this area where we've seen a lot of the damage and debris, although we were seeing little debris. We saw a pole down right next to the street here, so it seems like very locally here is where we've seen the most damage. But like you've said, right, we have power outages across the town, and we have had intersections where the lights aren't working. tracking. So, I mean, look, it's already dangerous enough. You have a tornado threat that moves through. It's already dangerous enough. You have debris in the road, power lines in the road. You also have that added threat of the fact that the traffic lights aren't working. So there's just a little bit of chaos here and a little bit of destruction. I haven't seen anything too extreme, luckily, but enough to cause debris. And yeah, like I said, I'm going to go back to this. It's probably the top damage we've seen, the siding of a house just ripped off.
Yeah, let's hope that's the worst of it for everyone there in Belton. Corey, thank you for your reporting on the scene. We'll be getting back with you as you continue to check out other areas of Belton there. But hopefully, no injuries, and let's hope that that's as bad as the damage gets. So this has been a storm, Sharon, that Melissa and Luke and our entire KCTV5 weather team has been following since about 2:15, 2:20 this afternoon. These storms came in out of the west and just walloped the entire Kansas City metro area. A huge storm that rolled in. High winds. It brought a tornado to Belton, as we've seen, hail, and then just a deluge of rain.
Yeah, it has truly packed a punch here to the outlying areas around the metro, and then now as we're seeing the metro right now. We want to thank you for watching KCTV5 News at 6. And as Brad said, you know, our coverage has been going on since earlier this afternoon. Our weather team has been on top of this storm in every aspect. And right now, what we want to do is we want to send it back to Luke to see what is going on out there. Luke, what are you tracking right now?
Things are coming down, guys. All right, so our severe threat is dropping. Well, it's not done. It's not done. There are still some spots that we have to watch. We still have several warnings in the area. But for Kansas City, and especially for Belton, that just got hit by a tornado, the severe threat is coming down. I won't say it's done completely. For a lot of us, though, it's really dropped off. So what I'm showing you here, this is just a radar loop over the past hour, and all of this along the north side of this line. If you just imagine drawing a line north of that, then your atmosphere up here is much more stable. It's not nearly as volatile as what is out ahead of it. This is the zone there. You can see we just got a new warning, all right? Just popped up over there by Warrensburg. This is still capable of popping off some strong storms with powerful winds. The tornado threat's coming down. It's not zero, but it's coming down. And some hail with that too. So I'll show you that new warning as we go through. On the other side of your screen, of course, that's Corey. He's out in the First Warn Weather Tracker investigating what's been going on with Belton that just got hit by that tornado. Let me start with Kansas City. All right, I'm going to zoom in into the metro. This red box that you see, this is a flash flood warning. Okay, so this is where we got a lot of heavy rain and we had a lot of flooding too, especially I-70 was shut down by I-70 and Grand. We had I-35 and Penway have some flooding. So this is going to go till 9 p.m. is the current timing for that to expire. We got another 3 hours. So if you're driving around this evening, even with the weather improving, which is going to improve rapidly all across the area, especially in Kansas City, we've got some rain that's starting to slide back in, but that's just rain. There may be some thunder with it too. But again, the atmosphere does not have the ingredients that it had previously in Kansas City. So just know that flooding is going to be our primary thing that we deal with in the metro for the next several hours. Going to our east, this is a string of severe thunderstorm warnings, and where you see the white for the surrounding part, like over here, that's this big area by Carrollton, and there's Waverly right there, there's Brunswick, all within that is telling us that it's not a regular severe thunderstorm. It is a considerable, they come in 3 tiers. You've got base, considerable, destructive. This one could have 70-mile-per-hour winds, could have some decent sized hail. Hail's not been through this afternoon, once the storms turned into a line, it hasn't been huge. We started with some big hail, but over here by Carrollton, let me see where, if you're in this zone, it would be most hazardous. And there's a couple pockets where you see the bright spots that pop up on us. So we'd be looking at about Leslie and Carrollton. It's not super defined, but in these locations, we could have bursts of 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. That would be moving, there it is, Leslie, all right, Leslie, and then moving toward Hale, moving northeast. A new warning just popped up over there by Norborn too. Let's go check that one out. So the wind is the thing. If you have a severe thunderstorm warning, that's really what the event is. Okay, so this one's a kind of an odd shape. Oh, it just got trimmed. This was a larger severe thunderstorm warning that did include chunks of the Kansas City metro, and it's been trimmed back. That's what's going on there. Could have a couple pockets maybe of some stiff winds, but it doesn't look overly stout right now. and this severe thunderstorm warning that goes from Odessa down to Holden. And there's Warrensburg right here. There's a little zone that we'll keep an eye on where there's reds next to greens. That's where things kind of get spinny, but it doesn't look like anything pressing. Here's the new warning. We just saw this one pop up along I-70. So let's investigate what's going on here. This is over by Sweet Springs. We're talking about Missouri here. We've got this until 6:45. Johnson County, Lafayette County, Pettis and Saline County in Missouri, sections of them anyway. And this is for potential 60-mile-per-hour winds, and it could have some small hail, the nickel-size hail, so kind of pocket change-size hail. What I see that jumps out here, again, it's in small pockets, it's in small zones. That area right there, that is northwest of Sweet Springs and east of Higginsville, that'd be your most likely area to see severe winds. Let's go south and west over by Lacine, Mound City. This is a bit more stout and moving toward Appleton City. So there's a couple warnings down here. This one goes till 6:30. We're looking at Bates, so we're over here in Kansas now. Bates, Cass, Lynn, Miami counties. And well, Cass is, of course, in Missouri, and Bates is in Missouri, but Lynn and Miami. So I'm looking over here on the Missouri side. Mound City right there just north of you. That could be, it says tornado possible too. So this one's got an extra layer up. This one's getting extra attention. We've got to watch this zone. Tornado possible. Not seeing necessarily rotation, but the National Weather Service is seeing something in that. Let's see if I can spot it. Being monitored, all right? Nothing obvious to me at the moment, but moving eastward over here by Appleton City is yet another severe storm warning. This will be the last one that I show you. This one goes till 6:45, so we're talking about Bates and Henry County in Missouri. This is going to go till 6:45, and this one is also for potential 60-mile-per-hour winds and for penny-sized hail. Nothing huge jumping out to me as far as wind zones for that. The rain that we got, how much did we see? Where's the worst of the flooding in Kansas City? It's probably part of it's just because of poor drainage, because we're in an urban area and we just took a lot of rain. But let's see how much we got. Just checking dots around the metro. 2 inches, and it fell in a short amount of time. Seems like about 2 inches is going to be a common number around here. 1 to 3 inches across the Kansas City area is what fell whenever the rain started, which it only rained for about an hour and a half. That's all it took. And that's what caused the flash flooding. So flash flooding, and it could be aggravated by continued rain as we go deeper into the next couple hours or so before it shuts down entirely. We do not need to stay up late tonight worried about severe storms in Kansas City. All right, right now we can take a big breath and everything's looking so much better. The atmosphere just is not as wound up as it once was for us. So it's south and it's east that we're watching. Melissa, what you got over there?
Well, good news with that. You mentioned several of us, basically east of 35, are in the clear now. Many of us have been taken out of the tornado watch. So the only portion of Kansas City at the heart of the Metro 435 loop is going to be Jackson County. Missouri still included in that, but basically Ottawa, Garnett, Lacine, Paola still included. It's up into our northwestern counties that have been taken out. Basically where we're right now, exactly where we're still seeing radar have rain and thunderstorms and severe storms that are still in place. But I did want to let you know that some of us are in the all clear, especially on the northwestern side of the area. Now there is some light rain that is going to kind of be meandering in and out of the metro here over the next, hour or so. If we take a kind of larger look at radar. We've got some lighter rain that's starting to build back and some lightning too towards Lawrence and Linwood, Bonner Springs, the southern side of the 435 loop, Overland Park. So we're not entirely going to be done with precipitation here. We're still likely going to see some rain activity, some thunder and lightning still included in this. But overall, our severe threat, as Luke had mentioned, has gone way down. There still is that flash flood warning continuing until 9 p.m. Keep in mind, some pockets 2 to 3 inches down on our southern side. We're adding even more rain onto that, whether or not it's as heavy as it was earlier. Any rain's not going to help the flash flooding situation that we've got out there right now. So just wanted to do an update on where we're at with that tornado watch and then where we're looking at here for the metro here over the next couple of hours. Maybe some lighter rain, some thunderstorm activity still kind of meanders in and out of the area. Luke.
Thank you, Melissa. All right, so things are looking better. And we like that it's coming down. Now, we do still, I want to show you this, got some rain coming in. And we just, after going through what we did today, that may be something you think, uh-oh, is there more coming? Well, it might actually even make some noise and there could be some thunder with it. But again, this shouldn't be anything too powerful. So that's by Lawrence, and it's going to move through the Kansas City area, adding to our rain that we've got. Little bursts coming in there, but it's not severe. It's not nearly as stout. Let's go show some of the cams. It looks like maybe we've got some improvements on some of our scout cams around. If we do have any of those to pop up, I'd like to share. And I'm checking all the reports too. We're not getting a ton that's coming in now, which is usually a good sign. We like that. We've had a lot of power outages reported Miami County, Kansas. We've had 20 poles snapped around 223rd and Quivira. This just coming in. So Miami County emergency manager reports 20 poles were snapped. We were talking about how the straight line winds, which was what was barreling through Miami County, would have tornado-like damage. Now we're seeing that we could have a bunch of snap power poles. 223rd and Quivira, we've got 3,000 power outages so far. Osawatomie lost connection with Evergy. Just says Osawatomie. I don't know if that means the whole town. We had a garage that collapsed on West 255th and the end of Block Road. We were tracking that whole thing coming through Miami County with this 80-mile-per-hour wind gust. And apparently that caused damage too. Where else we're seeing damage is coming out of Belton. And we've got an image of a house. Can we show this?
Yeah, it's right there.
Oh, it is? Okay, thanks. Oh, there it is, right. Yes, so this is Belton. Belton, we know, just got hit by a tornado. And we've got our crews out there right now. You can see that there is a string of homes. These homes have been, look, you see a truck that's probably been moved around. Its trailer has been dislodged and disrupted. Portions of the roofs have been removed in Belton. We've got busted windows. Corey is out there. He's been on this storm. He's our First Warn 5 meteorologist in the First Warn weather tracker. Corey, tell us what you're seeing. Tell us what you're hearing out there.
Yeah, hey, Luke, right now we're in that neighborhood in Belton, and we've just stumbled across this house, and you can see parts of the roof are gone, siding's gone, and you can see extensions from the car. I mean, things are flipped over. Debris is all over the place. We look down the street, and we're getting rain right now, and we're seeing a lot of flow on the roads too. So flash flooding is also a risk. But I mean, the main thing is looking at this tornado damage here, where sidings of the roof or sidings of the house are gone, parts of the roof are gone, and I really think this over here, though. Bringing it back to this is where we've seen probably the most damage in the neighborhood. Right over here, this house, and then the house next to it look to have unfortunately gotten the brunt of the damage from this tornado here in Belton. And we're seeing, right, the siding. I think, I mean, the house is exposed in there. We can see the roof has been taken off, unfortunately. And it looks like this house, I would say, has probably gotten the most damage, or this one over here where, again, that roof is also gone.
Corey, are you hearing anything from the people in the neighborhood? Has anybody told you any stories of what happened? Has anybody been hurt? Do we know any other information about people that are around there?
We don't. I mean, we just got here on the scene and giving you this footage, but we'll check back on that. We'll talk to some people and see if we gather any more info.
Can you give us an idea of how widespread the damage is? It seems like, we could see the houses. It looks like there's 3 or 4, maybe 5 houses that have been affected by it and have taken on some significant damage. Do you have any sense, though, of, is this confined to a smaller area? Do you not yet know? Or does it appear like, hey, this could be something that expands beyond just what I'm showing you right here?
Yeah, I mean, good question, Luke. We don't know exactly the full extent. It does seem to be pretty localized with the damage. Luckily, it's a small area where we've seen some houses take the brunt. We've just seen a couple houses that have taken the brunt. We've seen several houses that have sidings, parts of the roof ripped off, but this one fully has the roof ripped off here, these 2 houses. That is the strongest extent we've seen of the damage, as we can see emergency personnel on the scene. Addressing this destruction we've seen here. So I think it's pretty localized. Lots of houses have sustained damage. We've seen some trees down in this neighborhood, but I say the ones that have seen significant damage to the houses and structures, just a couple houses right here on this street, luckily. So it does seem the damage is somewhat localized to this area.
Thank you, Corey. We so appreciate you being out there. You're the first on the scene. You're showing us what's happening. And people need to know that. There are people that have family that are in Belton, and they're wondering, hey, got hit by a tornado is a scary thing to hear. And to see this and for you guys to be there, I'm sure is letting people they just want information, and that's so critical. Again, thank you, and keep us posted if you do hear anything as far as further reports. I know that we're just getting started. We also have a reporter crew out there. So that was Belton. That was Corey Kowitz, First Warn 5 meteorologist. He was tracking that storm for us, and we were afraid that there could be some tornado spin-ups today. And part of the reason why we were at the level 4 risk was that. The other reason is the other part that I was telling you right before we went to Corey of these reports of snap power poles. Pretty significant damage coming out of southern parts of Johnson County, Kansas, and out of Miami County, Kansas, from the straight line wind event that came through there. So that's where we had 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts that were passing through. The severe threat is dropping back a little bit. We've got rain. You just saw Corey. He's in Belton, and that rain's moving in, and there's going to be some claps of thunder with it. There's still some severe thunderstorms, and what we've got to watch as we go ahead, these little spots where they kink, all right, where you get that notch that develops. That's a zone, and this was a storm earlier that was being monitored by the National Weather Service, who I've got their page up right now and communicating with their meteorologists, seeing what is going on here with this spot right there. So now it's east of Mound City, so it's crossing over to the Missouri side. This was coming in out of Miami County, so now it's like Cass and Bates County in Missouri for this severe thunderstorm that's rolling eastward. Let's see what we've got here. I want to investigate this one for just a minute, because whenever you get kind of these two, there's a cell there and there's a cell there, and they're kind of meeting, you can sometimes get a little spin there, and this is being monitored for that. So we don't want any other tornadoes. It's something that we've seen too much of this week. We've had what? Now 6 confirmed. This would be 7. This would be 7 confirmed tornadoes so far in 1 week. Let's see what we've got here. Ooh, there's some strong, these are straight winds. That would be right around Hume, west of Rich Hill. Let me see if there's rotation with it. That's what I'm checking here. There's some. So this is a spot that needs to be monitored. This is Amoret. This right here is State Line. Hume, there's Prescott on the Kansas side. You're okay. It's east of you. Lacine, it's southeast of you. Mound City, it passed east of you. But now we're looking at Foster and Hume. This is not a tornado warning, but it is some rotation. It's broad and stretched out. It's not super tight. It's not super wrapped up. But we do see that there's some spin in the air right here, and we got to keep close tabs on that. Regardless, if I go back to the other, so there's 2 ways to look at this. One is spin, and one is just like how powerful are the winds just moving in a straight line, and you're not looking at rotation. And around Hume, we've got a pretty significant burst right here. So if you're west of Rich Hill, this right here is Butler, by the way. And if you're just joining us, this over here is Belton. This is a different view of Belton. Yeah, so Samantha Boring has been on this as well, and she's out in Belton right now. There's a tree on a home. That's what she said. So this is a different part of Belton that also sustained damage. So we had Corey's, which had all the homes, that row of homes with the roofs that have been ripped off in spots. And then here's some more damage where it knocked a tree over into a home. So there is quite a lot of damage that's coming in out of Belton, and we're still gathering information. Our crews just got there. So just know that we are working on that for you as best we can and bring it to you as quickly as we can. On my side over here, this is crossing straight line, or the state line. This right here is Interstate 49. This is Butler. And over here west of Rich Hill, there's an enhanced area of straight line winds that's moving east at a pretty rapid rate.
I've got a track on it if you want to send it to me quickly.
Yeah, Sam. Okay, we'll get to Melissa here in a moment, but we've got Sammy live. Let's take Sammy. Sammy, can you tell us what you're seeing out there? Obviously, appears to be a tree on a home.
Yeah, Luke, we are in a neighborhood that is just west, I believe, of Belton Middle School, their track. We are seeing, this is probably the worst home we've seen so far. This tree is on this house. These people that live here are clearly clearing it with a tarp. I'm guessing they have a hole in their roof. We haven't gotten the chance to get out quite yet to talk with them, but we've driven down at least 3 streets in this neighborhood. Multiple homes have limbs either scattered in their front yard or they're on their roofs. So we're gonna get out here soon and try to talk to some people to see if everyone's okay and how they found out about it.
Yeah, we certainly want to know that people are okay. What's coming in? What are people saying happened there? And has anybody been hurt? We hope everybody's okay. And do you have any sense of where you are in relation to Corey? I'm just trying to get a picture put together of how widespread the damage is in Belton. Do you know where he's at and where you are in relation?
I don't know where Corey is. I'm at Hollywood Boulevard and South Scott Avenue, which is right by Belton Middle School.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Sammy. We so appreciate you being out there. Looks like there's a lot of, we've got emergency responders there. I'm sure they're checking on everybody. Looks like a big tree went on that house. So again, we have 2 different spots with 2 different crews that are in Belton, one of which had the tornado damage from the roofs being ripped off of houses from that confirmed tornado that came through. And then the other one is going to be where the tree fell on the home in another part of Belton, just trying to paint that picture. Melissa, we were looking at this. The most significant storm I can see right now is way on the southern side of all the way down in Bates County. It's down there just about to cross over out of our coverage area, but it is strong wind. It seems like you've got that. So if you could show us and maybe give a track. We were just looking at that minutes ago.
Yes, so here's where we're at. So we're all the way down in our southern counties. Right now, just looks like on our southern border, Hume, we were talking about where their pockets of our strongest wind gusts probably are. Radar picking up. Oh, let me turn off our watch above and below, and then I will be able to take a closer look. But Hume likely seeing more of those stronger wind gusts developing there right now. Radar picking up, let's take a look, about 67 mile per hour winds over towards Hume. So this is moving pretty quickly towards the northeast, around east-northeast, around 65 miles per hour. So it is going very quickly. We're going east to northeast, eventually going to be headed towards Rich Hill, which is going to be around 6:31. It's 6:21 right now. So I know it's a little bit small of a text box to see. For some reason, this got a little bit smaller than it was earlier, but we're looking at Rich Hill High School around 6:30, Rich Hill proper 6:31 for those strong wind gusts, and then Star School 6:34, 6:37 by Double Branch School. That gets us out a couple of minutes ahead of that. Be prepared for some strong wind gusts. 60 miles per hour will be possible, especially as we are kind of moving towards the east. It's basically along that kind of southern border. Again, radar picking up 63, 64 miles per hour. So 60 to 70 mile per hour winds are possible there. So we'll be watching the storms towards the south. Again, as we kind of set up where we're looking right now, we've got all these storms that are pushed off towards the southeast at this point. And looks like they just added a tornado warning just there.
Yeah, it's got that mezzo on it.
Yep. So that tornado warning will go until 6:45. That is for basically the same spot we were just showing you. We're in now Bates County. It's moving east at 60 miles per hour. So due east. And radar indicated rotation, Luke.
Yeah, west of Rich Hill. So this is going to be just east of Hume right now. The potential tornado, we don't know for sure that it's there, but this is wrapping up pretty quickly. So this went from broad rotation. We were looking at it like 5 minutes ago, and then it tightened up. And where you see that bright spot right there, and there's less of the red that was all stretched out earlier, that has all wrapped up and tightened up. So let's see if there's another look at it. Okay, so this is going to be near Foster, east of Hume now. Let's go as close in as we can. First off, let me get you your bearings, okay? So I'm going to zoom out. This right here is Kansas City, and we go straight down state line, and over here on the very southwest side of Bates County is just north of Hume or east of Hume is a potential tornado. This is where we're seeing some spin in the air, just around Foster, just south of Foster. Let's see if we can find any. All right, there we go. And we've got, this is southwest, looks like Southwest State Road D. That would be this road that runs north and south. So it's going to be just west of State Road D, Southwest State Road D. And this right here is Highway V. So between D and V, south of Foster right now is where we see the potential tornado. So if you're in that area, if you're in Foster, if you're in Sprague even, then get to your tornado shelter. This could drop one at any point if it's not already. It may be. And 60 miles an hour is what Melissa said. This thing is fast. There's another tornado warning that I'll get to in a second that is just outside of our area. But let's get this one here. Let's see if I can even, yeah, there we go. We got 60 out of it. So Hudson, we've got Hudson, 645, Appleton City, 648. This looks like Ladue at 658. And there's Osceola by 706, Alberta at 710. Tightwad would be 7:15. That's getting out there a little bit, so you're talking about almost an hour away. But these are the zones. You've got some time here. Be watching it in Appleton City, in Ladue, Lucas Springs, Rich Hill. Get to your tornado shelter east of Hume. If you're in this area between D and V, state highways D and V, you need to be seeking shelter now, as that may have a tornado with it. We just saw one that hit Belton, so they're out there. We have a history of that today. Now, this is not officially part of our coverage area, but I bet that we are seen here, and I just want to take a moment. If you are down here, this is in what, St. Clair County? This is going to be southeast of Appleton City, St. Clair County. I'm looking at Missouri here. This is a tornado warning, and it's actually got some significant rotation showing up with it as well. So just know, if you're northwest of Roscoe, this is Lowry City. All right, there's Lucas Springs, and this right here is Monaga Springs. I'm sorry if I pronounced that incorrectly, but right there is where that rotation is, and there's a possible tornado there. So just, if you can see us in that zone, I want you to know that we're looking out for you too. That's not part of our proper coverage area, but we're going to keep tabs on that as well. We've still got eyes too on the flooding issues. We've had I-70 in Kansas City that has been shut down in small parts downtown over by, I keep wanting to say Broadway.
Yes.
I-70 and Broadway. And that has been shut down because there's been standing water. We've had all that heavy rain. And I-35 in Penway has been another spot where we've seen flash flooding. So flash flood is a concern through about another 2.5 hours. Till about 9 o'clock is when that warning goes. That's for KC. Let me get back to this, just the regular old radar. And again, if you're just joining us here, if you're on the stream, we're on kctv5.com, we're on Facebook, YouTube, wherever you are, we're there too. All clear. When are we all clear? In Kansas City, the severe threat appears to be over, okay? So we still have rain coming in. There's going to be some claps of thunder. In Belton, where we had the tornado strike, it looks like we're all clear. There's a thunderstorm that's right there. Let me show you this. Zoom in. It's not severe, but there is a little thunderstorm there. So that's, just another thing to battle whenever they're trying to get a handle on the situation. So there's Belton right there. Little thunderstorm, not that strong. There's Freeman. But if we go southeast, you can see where all the warnings are lighting up. This is where the atmosphere is still favorable to produce strong storms. We're looking at Clark, Marshall, down to Warrensburg, Butler, and Mound City. Northwest of that line, the air has been worked over. It doesn't have the juice that it once did, so the storms can't get as strong, or it won't storm at all. So we are essentially clear in the Kansas City area from the severe risk. Melissa, let's get back to this tornado warning. What are you seeing there?
Well, I want to do a first establish the shot. We're all the way down in our southern counties, Bates County. I'm going to zoom back in street level. We know our radar is probably a little bit out of date. Scans come in every 5 minutes. This was the last scan a few minutes ago. So likely looking at that rotation getting closer to around 49 and likely in between State Highway U, because this is going clean off towards the east. And then because it is moving so quickly, let me zoom back out. And we're looking as it gets more east of 49, it's eventually going to go more likely south of Highway 52 and then just south of Hudson. But right now, the rotation still stands in between Foster and Sprague right now, more specifically cross streets, which are probably going to be a little bit more out of date at this point. That's going to be Southwest State Road DD, Southwest County Road 5508, and then going kind of along that Southwest State Route A. So in this general vicinity between Foster and Sprague, likely where that rotation has been, and it's heading off towards the east. So it looks like it's going to be near Rich Hill. So Rich Hill, make sure you're getting in your tornado safe spot. Going to be crossing over 49. Looks like it's going to be just to the south of Monmouth Junction, and will be kind of going along and in between what I believe to be Highway 52 and Southwest State Route A. If we're going to continue to see this on the eastern track and it's not going to go up towards the northeast, looks like it's going to continue to between 52 and Rockville Highway. Another scan has come in. We're looking at that rotation right now, about to cross over 49 and likely just towards the east of Southwest County Road 558. So just south of Monmouth Junction right now, and looks like we're getting an update in here. See if we've got any kind of new update in terms of how quickly it's going. Want to make sure we've got it going in the specific spot. But it'll be crossing 49 here shortly, in between those two highways I had mentioned, talking about in between Southeast State Route B and 52 Highway. It's going to cross over 49, just be east of Rich Hill, and then in between those two kind of specific highways I had just pointed out. So it'll keep off darting towards the east very quickly. So I want to zoom out. Hudson, Prairie City, likely in between those two spots. Looks like we just got another radar scan in. Still kind of situated just west of 49 right now. So still would be between, if you are east of 49 and in between our highways, more specifically 52, and then down towards the south, we're looking at Prairie City, just north of Prairie City, and then eventually would be heading towards Hudson. So with this moving around 60 miles per hour, make sure you're getting in your shelter spot here shortly. It's likely going to be just south of 52 Highway, heading towards Appleton City, and then Lindale. That's at the edge of the warning, but just wanted to let you know that where we're kind of seeing it still right now is just crossing over 49. And let me double check to see if we've got still radar indicated, moving east around 55 miles per hour. So it looks like a touch slower and a little bit closer to Rich Hill. So still down here, still between our specific spots, Rich Hill, and then over towards Rockville would be just north of Prairie City, and then Papenville too. So likely going to be crossing 49 Highway here shortly, and looks to be going south of Missouri 52. Keep in mind we're on our southern border here, and it's moving 55 miles an hour. So let me put a track on here quickly. Keep in mind the polygon is only in Bates County right now, but if it holds together, it'd be heading over towards the east eventually. Right now, 6:31. So Prairie City around 6:44 in about 14 minutes. Rich Hill School 6:34. So you need to be getting in your safe spot here as quickly as possible. Rockville around 6:50, and then Hudson School around 6:51. Looks like we have seen some reports of rotation and lowering northwest of Rich Hill headed towards I-49. So just kind of as we mentioned, where we're watching that kind of crossing towards I-49 right now, likely crossing over and then headed off towards the east. See if I can get even closer, get some more cross streets in here. We'll be looking at Southeast Route B, Southeast County Road 5576, and then pushing off towards the east just north of Prairie City, and then eventually towards Hudson and Lindale. So it's pretty much going to stay between the confines, or it at least appears to me right now, in between Southeast State Route B and then Missouri Highway 52. Luke, are you seeing anything else in there?
Yeah, well, they just added a extension to the severe thunderstorm warning down here. So now it's for Henry County in Missouri, and what they're doing here is they're getting out ahead of that rotation spot. And it's pretty good. I mean, it's pretty solid rotation, and it's going to be tracking toward Henry County. So now Henry County in Missouri, you're going to be next in line for that tornado potential. They don't necessarily have eyeballs on it just yet. It may be difficult to see. A lot of times, especially under this kind of setup, they get wrapped up in rain and you can't see them anyway. So it's much harder for us to pass on to you if it's confirmed or not, but we treat them as though they are. So if you're in that area that is south of Butler along Interstate 49 and southern parts of Bates County, or Bates County just kind of in general, south side of it, south half of it, then be in your tornado shelter because we aren't sure, but the rotation is tight. So that's what we have with that storm system. Moving up north and west, a lot of the questions continue to be, are we done? What about my town? What about Lee's Summit? What about Sedalia? What about Belton? What about all these other spots? Yes. If you're in Kansas City, yes, your severe risk is likely done. All right. We don't expect that we'd have anything too intense. We still have flooding. You'll probably still have some rain and maybe some thunderstorms. The big thing, though, is for Kansas City, think if you can drive to Kansas City in 20 minutes, or you're in it, if you're 20-minute drive to it, then you're probably out of it, okay? And just watch the flooding on our interstates especially, where we've had quite a lot of that. We are out in Belton right now. We've got 2 crews there. We're gathering information as far as how widespread's the damage. We know that there's somewhat extensive damage. We have several houses that have been hit pretty hard. We have vehicles that appear to have been spun around. We've got roofs that are off of some places. We've got trees that have fallen on some houses. And also, there are other locations like up here by Clinton and Waverly where we had one of these tornado-like systems where it wasn't a tornado, but it was 80-mile-per-hour straight line winds. I'm looking up here by Carrollton, is between here and Waverly, where there is this row of power poles that have been knocked down. Like 20 of them have been knocked down up here where we had a really strong severe thunderstorm that came through. And another spot was in Miami County. Miami County in Kansas, this is another zone that we need to go and investigate because they got similar 80-mile-per-hour winds that just raced across Miami County and caused apparently quite a lot of damage from that. So that's what we're getting on our reports. So we're still kind of gathering how much happened from today's storms. But we do know that in Kansas City, in a good chunk of the area, especially north and west, we are looking much better. So the storms that we're tracking now, we still have to keep an eye on that tornado potential that is moving in toward Henry County, and it's in Bates County, so we're on the Missouri side right now. That is our primary concern at the moment. The other severe thunderstorm, we really only have one outside of this cell right here. This is all kind of from one cell, is what we have way up over here as we go toward Marshall, and that's just about out of our area. That is a base severe thunderstorm. What we have with this is our flash flood warning. This is where we picked up between 1 and 3 inches in Kansas City, and of course saw all the flooding issues. We had stalled cars, we had rescues or water rescues that were ongoing from that, and now we're kind of in the process of seeing, all right, what all happened as far as today's storms. And we're getting some pictures that are coming in that I'll show you as soon as I can of some of these down power poles from Miami County and also from up by Carrollton and some spots up here to our north. Okay, so let's check back in. Melissa was just showing us this cell. This is something that we don't want to be caught off guard with. I'm going to stay on this and make sure that we don't have any other spin-ups, but we do have this tornado warning right now that is in effect. We're not sure if it's there or if it's just the rotation on the radar, but it's pretty solid rotation right here. So the latest scan puts it southeast of let's see, Monteith Junction. I'm sorry if I'm not quite getting that right, but Rich Hill's right here. This is Interstate 49, and this right here looks to be, what, 32 highway? Let me confirm. It's kind of small and tough to see. 52. That's 52 highway. So we'd be north of Papenville, south of 52 highway, northeast of Rich Hill, east of Interstate 49. That spot right there. It's southwest of Hudson, and it's flying. This thing's been moving really quickly. It's been like 55 miles an hour. So this is a rural area, so there's not a lot of spots out here for me to pick up and point to you, but we got to watch it in Hudson and Appleton City, and that's the zone right there where there could be a potential tornado. Let's check. One thing that we can do with our radar is see if it's picking anything up and throwing it into the air. We saw that whenever the tornado hit Belton, and it's not just the winds, but we can look at this and see if there's anything that kind of pops up. I'm not seeing. So this is our debris tracker. And if a tornado were to hit something, even if it were trees, and it doesn't have to hit a town, then we could sometimes see it. Now, this may not be something you see often, but I just wanted to check on my end to see if we could confirm if anything were there or not, and cannot do that. So, again, southeast of Butler and then Hudson. Let's track this one out. Tornado warning. Southeastern parts of Bates County. We're in Missouri, going east in a hurry. All right, there, it's about 55 or so miles per hour, and it's actually tracking a little bit more like this. So we've got the severe thunderstorm warning in Henry County because of this. So Appleton City, 651, You've got, what, about 10, 12 minutes, something like that, in Appleton City before this should be on your doorstep. Appleton City, be thinking about getting to your shelter rather quickly. Montrose, that'd be 6:56. Ladue would be 7:03, and Clinton at 7:10. So these are areas, if you're in Clinton, be paying close attention. If you're in Windsor, be paying close attention. Same thing for Lincoln, possibly over here in Warsaw and Deepwater. Appleton City, though, you're going to be next up. So between just east of Rich Hill, you're clear. Butler, you're clear. But Appleton City and north of Shell City, those are the spots where right now you need to go to your tornado shelter. Anything coming in from Corey, from Sammy out of Belton, if we hear anything like that, let me know. I'd love to see if we can bring our viewers some information out of there. In the meantime, getting back to Kansas City, I'd like to do a reset and see what we have here, as we've got some rain still moving through in an area that's been smacked with rain. So over Lee Summit, that's just a regular old thunderstorm. Independence as well. We've got rain over KC. Might be a few claps of thunder in there too. Over by Tonganoxie, and there's Bonner Springs. No severe. And the reason why it can is we've used up a lot of the juice. So good stuff there. And then looking east, you can see where the storms are still able to tap into high energy atmosphere and produce that, like that severe thunderstorm that we've got in Bates County, and then this one that's over here by Marshall, Henry County too. Also under that severe thunderstorm warning until, let's see how long this one goes. That one goes until 7:15. So they're saying tornado is possible with that. So active tornado warnings continue in the KCTV5 coverage area. Let me check in with the Weather Service and see if anything's coming up. It says they just came back in, and they're watching in Howard, Sheraton, Randolph, and Macon, since the storms there are producing 60, 65 mile per hour winds. So there's some areas that are still being tracked for potential severe weather. Nothing else that's really popping in that's new there. I'm going to check in with our Facebook again. We're live on Facebook and YouTube and all the different places. So if you've got questions, we try to answer them for you as best we can. It's tough to keep up with all of them. So a lot of questions about Tonganoxie, Marshall, Grandview, Smithville. Smithville, yes. Grandview, yes. You're in the clear. The severe weather, most likely in the clear. I don't want to speak in 100% absolutes, but the risk is very, very low now. We're probably all done. Warrensburg, let's check in on Warrensburg. Warrensburg, yeah, you're nothing immediately threatening you, and you've got all this mess of rain and thunderstorms around you, so nothing immediate there that looks too intense. What we got to watch is kind of down here where you get this collision between where it's not raining too much, and then you get the storms to move in, and they grab that untapped atmosphere. So Warrensburg doesn't look like you've got big issues right now. Back to the tornado warning. This is now racing eastward through Bates County. We're in Missouri. This thing's moving so fast that we've got to be back on it often to see how the track moved and where that tornado may be. If there is, we're not sure that there's a tornado in it. The rotations come down. That's good to see. It's not definitive, but we can see how just look at the intensity of the rotations dropping back a little bit. So it's not gone. It's still there. Appleton City, though, you can see how much ground that this thing made in a short amount of time. So north of Rockville, it's going to miss you. Montrose and Appleton City will be next, and then it's going to be moving into Henry County. So this is Missouri, and this is Bates County, this is Henry County, and moving east at about 55 miles an hour, which, I mean, that's flying for a storm. And right here is where we could have that potential tornado. So let me get you some streets. If you're in this area, Hudson, Lindale, Appleton City, it's north of Prairie City, it's north of Papenville. Okay, this is 52 Highway right here. This is 52 Highway, so right on the doorstep of Hudson. Let's see what else we've got. North of Prairie City. So it looks like it's just south of 52 Highway, and this is southeast, looks like 9305 Street. That's what it appears to be. So this is a rather rural area, but know that we're seeing some spin on the radar. We've got a tornado warning. This goes until, let's see, what is it, 6:43. So at 6:45 is when it is set to expire. There's still that spot. The latest scan just came in, so it's getting closer to Appleton City. We'll see if what they're going to do with this, because we've got 2 minutes left on it. Let me check in with them. Looks like we've got some spots that trim back out of the tornado watch, too.
Okay.
So we could check in on that. They're going to allow this Okay, this just came in. They're going to allow this tornado warning to expire. So it expires in 2 minutes. They didn't cancel it, but they are saying that this tornado warning in 2 minutes is going to be allowed to be dropped unless something were to rapidly change, which doesn't look likely. So looks to be transitioning to more of, again, that kind of straight line wind threat. So Appleton City, you're going to get a good punch of wind. Let's see what that may be before we check out what else is going on. And I know that we've got information coming in out of Belton. So that's probably going to be about 65-mile-an-hour wind gusts that would be possible in this red pocket right here. That would be just west of your area, moving in fast. All right, reset. Warsaw under a tornado warning. That's from this cell right here. There's Osceola moving toward Warsaw. So that's Benton County. That's actually not part of our coverage area. But if you can see us there, know that that's moving toward Warsaw in that general area. Not confirmed, but radar indicated rotation is showing up there. And that's about it. I mean, we've got the flash flood warning in Kansas City, but guys, we are wrapping up with this. In our area, it's coming down pretty quickly. We're not done across the area, but a big chunk of the area is backing off. Let me look at the update with the tornado watch that just got trimmed back even further. So they've elected not to drop chunks of some of our counties in Kansas. We're looking at Franklin and Anderson County still in that. That's unusual. Not sure what's going on there. That could be an error on our system. Sometimes they take a little while to all get caught up. Anyway, it does continue there we are in Bates County in Missouri, and then we've got Henry County. That's that cell. Once that cell comes through, then the watch will be, I'm sure, dropped from these locations as well. And then all the way down here in Henry County. So there's Johnson County and Henry County, I should say, and then continuing eastward toward Saline and Pettis counties, and there's Benton County right there. So these will be the last ones, and whenever you guys have that cell come through or that area from that cell come through, then you're going to be dropped as well. And then area-wide will be done. So this goes until 9. It may not even take until 9 until the entire area will be clear of the tornado watch and the severe weather threat. So that's the latest from my end. I'll check in on Facebook, Melissa, see if there's any other questions that I've got that are coming in. Marshall, is Marshall good? Tonganoxie. And show you guys what you've got in Marshall and Tonganoxie. You guys are well west, so you're good. Yes. Yes, Melissa, go ahead.
I wanted to hit too on the tornado warning that's just down towards the southwest. We are looking at St. Clair County and then Benton County. So if you could see us in Benton County and our southeastern counties, this tornado warning continues until 7:30. I did want to zoom in to show you where that rotation is, and as I've been watching it the last couple of minutes, the rotation's not quite as pronounced, which is good news. But still, once again, when we think back to 2 days ago, Wednesday, this same specific spot is where we were watching as well for a tornado warning 2. So Icominium heading towards into Wissam, and then Bentonville looks like it's just going to be towards the north. I am going to put a fresh track on here based on what I'm seeing currently, because we just got a quick new radar scan. Here we go. So it looks like it's going to be crossing over into Benton County here shortly. It is just going to go to, the southeast of Henry County. So we are looking at kind of a northeast track around 55 miles an hour, 45, 50 miles an hour, heading toward Winston around 6:52. We're going to send it over to Brad and Sharon.
All right. Thank you, Melissa. You guys have been going nonstop now. We're going on to almost 4 hours of coverage as these storms just wallop the metro area. Now, from these storms, we are tracking some damage across the Kansas City area after these storms moved in. Now, KCTV5 crews across the metro, including in Belton, Missouri.
Yeah, Belton was hit by a tornado just hours ago. First Warn 5 meteorologist Corey Kowitz is, excuse me, we're going where now?
Allie,
I
believe.
All right, we're going to Corey Kowitz, who's out in Belton. Corey?
Hey everyone, yep, we're in Belton right now. And I want to show you this too. Look at this street. I'm going to show you this street sign right now. It's incredible. You can also hear the sirens going off right now, the smoke alarms. There's just a lot of chaos.
All right, we're going to try to bring you back to Corey in a moment here. I believe that he is in Belton, obviously surveying the damage there, but we want to now get to KCTV5's Allie Espinoza. She is also in Belton. And Allie, tell us what you're seeing from where you are.
Yeah, Sharon. So we actually are in the home that sits on Beabill Avenue here in Belton. As you can see here behind me, it's just a mess of debris here. OSB board right here came flying to these people who actually live in this unit here. Again, we're going to re-emphasize that when these things do happen, you need to stay inside, because if you see right here, there's nails sticking out of this OSB board right now. Extremely dangerous. But so far, everyone we've talked to is completely safe.
All right. Allie, thank you. Our Samantha Boring is also live in the Belton area. Samantha, what's your perspective from where you are?
Hey, Brad, we're here at Hollywood Avenue, just off Scott Avenue. You can see the chainsaw has just got started at this house here. This tree went through the roof of their home. We can see right through the roof into their house from the top. So just a really unfortunate situation here for these homeowners, but they're trying to get it cleaned up now, even in this rain, as we continue to deal with some light rain. It's on and off pouring, but then even down the street, there's tons of tree branches people are left to clean up, other homes that have tree branches on top of their house. Really, that's the situation in this neighborhood. We've also seen some debris spread throughout, even over at the middle school on the track, 2 benches just thrown up against the fence, but that's about all the damage we're seeing over there. So really just depends where you're at here in Belton.
All right, thank you so much, Sammy. All right, now we want to head out to KCTV5's Zach Fisher. He joins us now here from Ottawa, which they took a recent hit earlier this week. And Zach, you actually took shelter. So tell us more about what that was like.
So right now we're in Overland Park. We're working up the 35 corridor, but just a couple hours ago, right in Ottawa, Transformation Church, that was the one that was hit by the tornado on Monday with the roof off. Talking with some of the construction workers there, they told me that the side of the wall was actually pushed in earlier today by the heavy winds. So if the winds were getting extreme, they were concerned that maybe they would lose that half of the building. And when that happened, there was a tornado warning to the south of Ottawa with thunderstorms warning above Ottawa. So we went to actually the local EMS in Franklin County. They let us come inside and shot some video outside their window there too. The winds came through. It lasted for about a minute or so. The winds didn't last very long in Ottawa, so we started working back up the 35 corridor, went through Olathe, where there were some reports of some branches falling off and stuff. I had talked with the Olathe City Communications. I'm told that there's not a whole lot of damage in Olathe, nothing that's extremely reportable. The rain is slowing up here on the Kansas side on the 35 corridor. It was coming down consistently. It was moving a little slow as we were coming back up north, but right now just a slight drizzle, and looks like the Kansas side, it moved through pretty quickly, guys.
All right, Zach, glad everyone's okay. Thank you. Now to Kansas City, Kansas. It is race weekend at the Kansas Speedway. Fans and campers already there. Our KCTV5's Chandler Watkins joins us live outside the track. What are you seeing there, Chandler?
Yeah, things are pretty calm right now. We're still experiencing some light rain. We're still seeing some thunder or lightning and hearing thunder. But as the danger has gone down, we've been seeing people coming back to their campsite with their RVs, their trailers, their vehicles. You can see the wind is still picking up those flags over there. People that we spoke to say that they're used to this kind of weather around this time when they're coming to the races this weekend. Some said they were just going to tough it out in their RVs and trailers. Others said they were going to head to the casino for a little bit and have some fun while watching the storms roll through the area. But like I said, everything fairly calm out here. We've seen some people walking around and talking with everybody else. But everyone said that this is definitely going to be a topic of conversation while they watch the race this weekend.
I'm sure it will be. I mean, this definitely was a strong system that came through. Thank you so much, Chandler. And thankfully, no one was hurt in this.
That's the best news we're here. We haven't had any reports of any injuries. We've had that damage in Belton and some other areas, but so far, no reports of any injuries. Great news there. All right, we want to return now to First 15 Chief Meteorologist Luke Dorris with the latest on the tracking of these thunderstorms.
Yeah, again, guys, we're looking at one of the biggest questions I'm getting on the chat. So we're streaming live on a number of platforms, YouTube and Facebook, and it's, am I clear? Am I okay? Am I clear? A lot of us, yes, we are. In Kansas City, the threat is really, really low. We've got the flooding that continues, so just know, unless I'm talking about you and your warning, and you're in a warning right now, then your threat level has really dropped off, and there's only a small sliver of the southeastern part of our coverage area that is left under the threat of intense storms. But I want to start with this. I'll show you more on that in just a second. I'm taking us back. This is at 3:50 p.m. and we watched this. All right, so this was the reason for the level 4 out of 5 severe risks today. They got upgraded early this afternoon. We haven't had that in 7 years. It's because we saw the potential for this coming in, which is hurricane force wind gusts. This is 80+ mile per hour wind gusts that raced up 35. So went through Miami County, went through Kansas, and then raced on up into Johnson County, kind of split a little bit. Now, what I want to show you here is that zone of enhanced wind it moved all the way up here. It weakened some. Here was another severe thunderstorm. Where these two kind of collided, right through there. Watch as I zoom in and see this unfortunate event play out right over Belton. All right, so there's Belton right here. These two severe thunderstorms and their winds, they come together and they spin up a tornado right there over Belton. That's when we saw it. It happened just unfortunately right over town. Watch this scan. All right, I'll go back one. And you don't see anything that's super bright next to one another. And then the very next scan, it happens right over Belton. It looks like on the south and east side of Belton is where that tornado had spun up and then moved toward Raymore and then lifted. It lifted somewhere over here. Now, we still got to get information. We don't have all the information yet, but it looks like it lifted before it got to Raymore, and I'm not getting reports out of there, and then it was done. So it was a really short event that happened at just the wrong time, and I just wanted to show you that. Now let's get back to what's current. And what warnings do we have? The red box over Kansas City, this is our flash flood warning, and that's going to go till 9 o'clock. Watch for flash flooding around Kansas City, but other than that, the severe threat appears to be done. Where it continues is to our south. We have a tornado warning that is down here in south of Clinton. We're looking over here by Roscoe. So this is Warrensburg, and now it's over into, looks like Benton County's in it. So let's go to Melissa. She's got storm reports. What all happened today? Kind of let's gather all the information that we can and give it to you where it was the most intense. Melissa?
Well, we've seen all sorts of storm reports. We started out mainly with hail, a tornado threat, then it started to transition more to wind. So here's a look. We saw kind of two lines try to develop. You can see that here on our map. But if we zoom in, I did want to go first to what we're looking at in terms of our tornado reports. Just south of Atchison, there was a spotter saw a brief touchdown of a tornado that was on kind of Highway 73. We go down towards the south. We've been talking about Belton. There was a public report of a tornado touchdown, and that was kind of just west of 49. And then in Ottawa, we've been talking a bit about Ottawa here over the last couple of days. Looks like this forgot to save, but we looked at wind reports of around 65 miles per hour. I want to get to one more report. The strongest wind gust I've seen in and around the metro, that was in Raytown, thunderstorm wind gust of 70 miles an hour, so just kind of northeast of Arrowhead Stadium in that realm of 435, Missouri 350, and along I-70. So that's a look at some of the reports. I'm going to send it over to Mike.
All right, Melissa, I'm taking a look at something that's going to linger longer after all the severe weather has moved on, and we've talked about the damage and we've looked at the pictures. We still have a flood watch until 4 o'clock, and that does include the KC metro counties. Now, we do have a flood warning, flash flood warning for the area you see in red, which is pretty much the entire 435 loop and even out to 470 in Lee Summit where it hooks up with 70. So what this was originally was kind of urban. You know, it was all the underpasses we saw, highway, Interstate 70 where they closed it down, went near Broadway because there was so much water gathering around that, you know, the storm drains couldn't handle it all. Well, now guess where all that water goes? It goes into our creeks and streams. And because of that, we're going to have a flood event that is going to push into those areas. Look at how much rain we received. More than 2 inches in Lenexa, about 2, a little over 2 in Kansas City, about 1.8 in Raytown. You can see around Edgerton, nearly 2 inches. Independence, about 1 inch. Grain Valley, about 2.5 inches. So here's a look at the current creek levels. Here's Kansas City right here, if you can see it. This is the flood warning, this area in red. Now, the circles you see are the current gauge readings on all these creeks. And green is good. Green means there's no flooding. Now, one other aspect, you can see some squares around this, like the one in Kansas City, one out towards Leavenworth. Those are the forecasts and where we expect these creeks and their levels to go. And those are green also, which means we're not expecting any flooding on these creeks. So we're going to keep an eye on that because some of these don't have forecasted creek levels. Stuff like, down around Overland Park, where you get near one of those, that one always seems to flood. So we're going to keep an eye on those. Here's a look at some of the issues that are still ongoing out there. We still have flood warnings for Cass, Henry, and Johnson in these areas, and a flood warning until Monday. That goes forever for Bates and Cass and Henry. And as you head out towards Warrensburg and Sedalia, still some flood warnings for those areas, and that is left over from the storms we had earlier this week. We've had severe weather Monday, Wednesday, and now Friday. So that is adding up in some areas 4 to 5 inches of rain in this area. But right now, most of our concern is for what's going to happen in this red box around Kansas City, where we've got that flash flood warning until 9 o'clock and a flood watch until 4 o'clock. So far, haven't heard of much outside of everything that you've been reporting about the streets becoming lakes and rivers. We'll keep an eye on the creeks.
All right, thank you, Mike.
What a significant storm this has been
Yes.
throughout the day. We've been on the air since about 2:20 this afternoon. That's why the first Warn Weather Day is so important. It's to warn you about a serious storm that just rolled through the metro, did some pretty serious damage. Luckily, no reports of any injuries so far.
Luckily. And we will continue our coverage, so we will see you right back here for our news at 10.